Chapter 2901 Acceleration I. Those who may not be familiar with Noah may make the assumption that maybe, just maybe, landing a mere tendril of authority on him would be achievable. The primogenitors of Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains currently had a similar mindset where surely, with dozens of entities at the 7th gradation of extremity, a few esteemed extremities on the 8th gradation, and the remaining hundreds in the 6th gradation and below. Multiple of them should be able to land a tendril of authority on him. Likely, he made these conditions to make it easy for them to gain access to the planolith crystallos and accelerate their inclusion into his existential extremity authorities. Likely, many of them were also cautious in thinking that for an honored one like him, there actually might be a challenge here. Then, there were those who had lived with Noah. There was a group that didn't even move from their thrones: Adelaide, Barbados, Athena, Caitlin, and all the queens of the infinite hyperversal haven didn't even make a move. Barbados shook her head while pointing to the rush of entities below as her voice rang out only amongst them. Look at them trying to do the impossible, through the extremity of harems. They received a portion of Noah's power across their existence, so they knew a fraction about the strength he held, and because they knew this, they didn't move a muscle. Besides, Little Fish has already secretly given me dozens of middle-grade planolith crystallos. Ha ha! Big sis Adelaide, you got a similar amount, right? She turned her gaze towards Adelaide, who towards her question gave a mysterious smile. The smile instantly caused the gaze of Barbados to change as she asked with sharp eyes, Sis Adelaide, how many planolith crystallos did Little Fish give you? The other queens raised their brows as they were now also interested, since they had received loot from Noah automatically, but they hadn't thought to compare and see just how differently it was compared to others. Adelaide smiled brightly while replying, her blue hair waving serenely on her throne. Just enough, don't worry about these things, Sis Barbados. She didn't say the number as her words caused the competitive spirit of all those in the surroundings to rise. Barbados harumphed as she turned to look back toward Noah's glorious visage. She was his favorite, right? Her gaze went from him and into her own blessed chest and figure as she wondered. While the queens of the infinite hyperversal haven were on their own field, there were also other entities who knew Noah very closely: the Emperor Penguin, Kazuhiko, even his own son. They knew his power, but they couldn't bring themselves to not even try, as his words to include even them were intentional. He wanted them to see the gap. He wanted them to see just how far of a distance it was, so they jumped into the fray as what they held in their hearts was hope. Then, there were those like the daughter of hatred and Iam. Those like Erickson. They knew their own power. They knew that they would be nowhere close. But they had to try, out of desperation for even higher heights. They had to try. They weren't alone, as even the visage of the seer of Sema moved, her voice barely discernible, making these old bones put in the work. Blaring authorities erupted. There were too many moving pieces, as on the hellish battlefield of the Apollyon Alathian haven. Some beings should shine more than others. From the primogenitors, Steel's visage turned robust as all reality surrounding him began to take on a bronze glow. In the far distance, the visage of Commander Phone, the visage of Emperor Phone, could be seen as his body pulsed with tendrils of destiny. After rushing into the arena of the Apollyon Alathian haven, threads of destiny flowed from him and into the minds of multiple entities. Hyperion heard his voice. The devilish time unveiler heard his voice. Sargon, Ishtar, and Elodie heard his voice. Dozens of enders of extremity heard his voice. In the weaving of this impossible task, I have a plan. Even this astounding commander knew it was an impossible task as he tried to weave together interminable waves of destiny. His intents weaved out and went to multiple beings, and soon after, they melded into the background of the arena as they didn't make the first move, allowing the chaos to unfold as the past primogenitors of Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains struck out. And none were more brilliant than the primogenitor of steel at the 8th gradation of extremity. A rusty glow of silver steel was already spreading all around him as his own visage took a similar hue, and it had enlarged to a ridiculous extent while only growing larger. Gradually, the rusty silver glow he emanated that altered the surrounding reality truly seemed to be turning the weavings of all nearby records under the banner of steel. And tendrils of this authority continued to spread outwards as this entity uttered out, living armory, his enlarged body shone as dozens of armaments of extremity appeared around it. Most were pristine and glorious-looking middle-grade armaments of extremity. As the moment they appeared, they turned into streams of light that surged into his body, as if they were rising with him, as if they were becoming one. Multiple armaments of extremity fused into his already mighty figure. As his body alone had grown to be 100 times larger than all others here, dazzling tendrils of extremity authority that truly represented steel distorting everything is in such a state. This primogenitor let the intent of his extreme target the extremity of quintessence. He was one of the more flashy and powerful ones, but along with him, the extremes of all other primogenitors also flowed to attack Noah: life, death, water, sword, dust. Multiple different concepts flowed one after another as their intent and desire sought to make themselves stand out even against this honored one they were targeting. Chapter 2902 Acceleration 2. An endless sea formed, innumerable waves of stellar ash and dust flowed, and dazzling illusory sword radiances littered the fiery flows of the Apollyon Alethean haven, and yet the being that these extremes were targeting gazed at all of this coldly. For him, there was no future of a struggle or a suspenseful fight. All he saw was utter and complete domination. To display his existential extremity authorities, they could only be displayed with complete dominance against all other extremes, and so, without even moving a muscle, Noah gazed at the hundreds of powerful entities in the gradations of extremity coming towards him as he uttered out coldly: existential hyperversal embodiment. He cast the skill ushered forth by the extremity of skill trees, and the target of his embodiment caused a glorious colorless brilliance to flash from him. It was none other than quintessence. The moment the three words were uttered, the space above flickered. Below the planolith crystallos and armaments of extremity that littered the skies like stars, colorless hyperversal existential extremity authority gathered as in the next moment, an illusory pair of eyes manifested. The eyes followed the curvature of an infinity symbol as each one held 9 rotating pupils, both of them radiating glory as it felt like the eyes of the extremity of quintessence had appeared far above the battlefield and were gazing at everything. And the eyes blinked, whap, a colorless glow flashed and passed over everything in this Apollyon Alethean haven as a moment later, all the weavings of authorities that are not quintessential shall henceforth be stopped. The glorious rusty glow of silver disappeared. The visage of the primogenitor of steel began to shrink as his eyes trembled in shock and stupor. Dazzling sword lights faded as an endlessly rising sea that sought to assert the extremity of water was turned into nothingness. A basic and simple manifestation of the shocking extremity of quintessence was laid out as under it. No authorities that weren't quintessential could move. Their very weavings were nullified as not just steel, but all prominent primogenitors that were rising against Noah at this moment found themselves unable to utilize any of their extremes, and if they couldn't exert their extremes, what could they do in battle? This was a shocking and unbelievable reality as the gaze of stupor on steel quickly changed, his visage bellowing out as he sought to express his extreme. He was of the 8th gradation. His target was of the 7th. Surely, he could at least express his extreme. A radiance flickered, and that was it. A sense of silence and shock spread on the battlefield as a symphony began to play. The Sta quintessence, the voice of the extremity of quintessence, thundered out as in the far distance. The bard of Vitalis was playing a tune with a stern expression while approaching the distant Noah. Apart from him and the shaken primogenitors who were still trying to mobilize their authorities, the figures of Henry, Commander Foam, Hyperion, and many others. Their bodies still vibrated with power as they held traces of quintessence. If not quintessence, they held traces of infinity or tyranny, as even within these concepts, quintessence flowed, so they could be expressed. With a single move, Noah expressed shocking dominance against all the past primogenitors of Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains, as only his people still held a chance, continuing to charge towards him as uniquely, Commander Foam and Henry were leading the charge as others followed behind them, and the weaving of extremes around these two beings simmering with destiny was unique as they seemed to be collecting and stacking the extremes of those behind them. They knew they couldn't beat Noah with their own authorities, so at this point, they tried to take a different path. They read the weavings of their extremes, and with Commander Foam and Henry in the lead, they passed their authorities through them. They intermixed and layered everything towards a single central point as shockingly, around Commander Foam, an illusory celestial purple mountain formed with him being at the very peak. Droves of existential extremity authority coursed from the base of the mountain and towards the peak as space split apart, with it seeming like a massive mountain was smashing towards the extremity of quintessence, but this mountain wasn't alone as opposite it. With Henry in the lead, a dazzling celestial cerulean mountain also formed as burning with infinity. The Son of Destiny called out, existential hyperversal embodiment. Commander Foam called out, existential hyperversal embodiment, The single blue mountain spearheaded by Henry pulsed as a moment later, over 10 other celestial mountains similar to it manifested. Strain appeared in the eyes of Henry and those behind him as it was only after 36 dazzling blue mountains covered all regions of this side of the arena did they stop multiplying, and the purple mountain with Emperor Foam at the very peak. The amalgamation of a massive illusory purple-robed emperor appeared behind it, seated on a throne. his right hand grasping the base of the mountain as with an overabundance of tyranny he prepared to throw it. At the same time, a dazzling glow of gold began to cover the illusory figure of the massive emperor. His destiny was doing something behind the scenes, it was all part of the contrived plan. In the face of all of this, Noah gazed down coldly as he observed the weavings of unfolding authorities, plans. They were crucial, yes, but in the face of sheer, unadulterated power. What plans were nothing? While embodying one existential extreme, Noah uttered out silently once more, existential hyperversal embodiment. That, WAA, the target this time. Was none other than infinity. Noah's visage was already imposing enough, his figure gave off an immense sense of suffocation. Many on the lower rungs of gradations couldn't even gaze into his eyes due to his glory, and yet at this moment, in the skies littered with planolith crystallos and armaments of extremity that hung like stars, 1,000 more figures of Noah appeared, each one carrying the same momentum and power as the single figure from before. And this wasn't all. As with a gorgeous and unforgettable glow of blue, another 1,000 figures of Noah appeared, and this number just continued to balloon upwards as it very soon exceeded 10,000, and it wasn't stopping. The gaze of Commander Phone flickered. The eyes of the Son of Destiny flashed, and everything came to a standstill. Chapter 2903 Acceleration 3, one after another, non-stop, with auras just as oppressive as the first. More and more figures of Noah appeared, vermilion-colored flames began to surge around each of them as their number quickly entered the tens of thousands, and from them, this is a semblance of infinity. His voices rang out in unison, across the hellish arena, from tens of thousands of his bodies. His voice thundered out with interminable decibels as it caused the formed dazzling blue mountains and massive purple mountain to tremble. The primogenitors looked at this scene with shell shock, as even at this moment they couldn't mobilize any authority, they couldn't mobilize any of their extremes, and at this moment, they felt the burning auras of tens of thousands of bodies of the Honored One focus not just on the entities enclosed in mountains surging with existential extremity authorities, but also towards them, while were akin to sitting ducks with no extremes to protect them. And his voice reverberated out again. I do it. This was not to demoralize you or admonish your year's worth of work. I do this to express undeniably and quickly the grandeur of my existential extremity authorities. As with them there lies a pathway to survival. Yes, Noah chose to utilize quintessence and disable all other authorities that weren't quintessential, not to make the primogenitors seem like fools or discredit their terrifying power. He wanted to make it known clearly and without contest. He wanted to cement in their minds what his existential extremity authorities truly were. He wanted to let them know they didn't have the proper tools. So long as Steele had any of the existential extremity authorities under him, he would have a semblance of quintessence. He wouldn't be helpless under Noah's embodiment, as maybe then he could express his power as an entity at the 8th gradation of extremity, so they had to be shown. Even his people. Had to be shown, from the tens of thousands of bodies stretched across this domain. The endless cerulean brilliance of infinity flashed. If it were coming just from his main body alone, its brightness would be astounding, but it came from tens of thousands of directions as it formed into an inescapable sea of existential extremity authority that cascaded down and crashed into everything, the dazzling blue and purple illusory mountains, the entities that made them. Henry and Commander Phone shook their heads with wry smiles as the mountains they weaved together, the existential extremity authorities, began to be crushed under the weight and slowly disappeared. They had plans, yes, but plans meant nothing when they were entirely outmatched. The pervasive glow of blue remained across this space as the tens of thousands of figures of Noah emanating great hockey at the 7th gradation of extremity all stared at the entities around him. Quintessence, infinity, or tyranny are the three pathways for survival. Choose one and proceed on it, and the planolith crystallos will further accelerate your advancement. Since we are entering a critical threshold of our existence, planolith crystallos will be provided in abundance, Noah proclaimed. The infinite hyperversal haven had already forged hundreds of thousands of planolith crystallos, if not have his people utilize them at a time when their future was unknown and also dependent on how powerful his existential extremity authorities became. What use would they have? So the tens of thousands of figures of Noahs began to disappear one after another as golden prompts began to rise in front of all entities here. All loot obtained in the existential dungeon raid rift will be increased by 10,000% for the foreseeable future. A middle-grade existential loot cache will be granted to all inhabitants of the infinite hyperversal haven on the gradations of extremity. A single middle-grade existential loot cache contains 2 random pieces of middle-grade armaments of extremity, 100 middle-grade existential planolith crystallos matching one's path, and 1,000 low-grade existential planolith crystallos. The eyes of Noah's closest people opened wide. Even though nobody came close to even landing a tendril of authority on him, he was actually already planning on being this generous, and truly, he had to be. At this moment in time, the infinite hyperversal haven was akin to a factory that had produced a large amount of planolith crystallos and was still doing so at a rapid pace, and the rate at which his people were able to obtain them from the dungeon raid rift was far too low, and with the heavy retaliation from Dicastes coming, they truly had to attain as much usage and strengthening of his existential extremity authorities, so dazzling multicolored treasure caches began to descend around all of those here as their eyes couldn't hide their joy. Before the perplexed and dumbfounded figures of the primogenitors, treasure caches also descended as they rationalized and accepted what had just occurred. The Bard of Vitalis gazed at all of this from a distance as a melodious tune slowly built up around him, looking at the dazzling figure of Noah in the distance that had returned to one as with a thoughtful expression. This being spoke out, "Quintessence, I shall traverse on the weavings of quintessence, Nearby primogenitor turned their eyes over. From the space above the Bard of Vitalis, reality tore as vermilion gold blood weaved out and came to wrap around his figure, a colorless glow descending with it as the treasure cache in front of him opened its lid to show an array of colorless quintessence planolith crystallos. The tune he played began to change ever so gradually as his existence accepted the lineage of the Weaver of Extremity. As his lineage accepted quintessence, the symphony he played gradually turned bombastic and victorious. His monkey-like visage bopped back and forth as his voice spread out amidst his rising symphony. No longer will I be the Bard of Vitalis. Brilliance unfurled, heavy boomings echoed out with glory as he didn't even need to finish his words. His lustrous white fur began to change and gained a vermilion glow, with his eyes simmering with a colorless light as from his existence, quintessence began to radiate. It was the first appearance of the Bard. Of Quintessence, Chapter 29. For Acceleration 4, Change. It was something hard to accept, but the truly powerful entities were those who accepted change without too much rejection or regret. After seeing the brutal and dominant power expressed by the extremity of quintessence, where they were forced to observe a reality where they couldn't even express their extremes, the Bard of Quintessence became the first to accept change and pioneered the way forward. Other primogenitors watched this scene as the renowned visage of steel who had forged uncountable legends sighed before his own existence began to emanate an intent. It was a silent one, but moments later, vermilion gold blood flowed above him and wrapped around his visage as along with it a light of quintessence bloomed. Quintessence, steel simply followed the weaving of his existence, and it led him to this as at this moment. He imagined something grand. He was an architect. He was someone who built armaments of extremity with his own two hands. At this moment, he imagined for himself what he could do with the existential extremity authority of quintessence. He imagined what the production of quintessential armaments of extremity would be, so his pride and reservations were placed aside. The pride and reservations of all primogenitors would have to be placed aside if they wanted to move forward at this moment. As akin to falling dominoes, one by one they began to choose their existential extremity authority. Above this space, Noah floated grandly and looked at this scene as he felt the subtle changes that were coming as a result of all of this. Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal authorities were constantly being made powerful by these beings before him in the past, and now, he had brought the vast majority of them into the infinite hyperversal haven as the refinement and strengthening of his own existential extremity authorities was about to reach another level. He would now wait to see just what critical level they had to reach before the distant and unachievable dream of fruits of existence would actually come to fruition, and the knowledge of exactly what wonders this fruit entailed, to the point that it was made the central motivation of the legacies of Alabalum and Ignatius who were overseeing these lands. For this, the progression of power and refinement of existential extremity authorities had to occur even faster, and with the unfolding reality at this very moment, this pace would only accelerate. At this moment of brilliance and wonder, as many more entrants were truly branded inhabitants of the infinite hyperversal haven, a prompt rose only to Noah's eyes that caused his eyes to shine with glory. A critical threshold has been reached after the assimilation of the obtained domains of Vitalis and Vacuous, along with the inclusion of more existences into the folds of quintessence. The possibility of forging high-grade planolith crystallos and high-grade armaments of extremity had opened. High-grade, this level was opening up before Noah minutes after his entrance into the gradations of extremity. Crystallos and armaments that matched the latter gradations of extremity. His infinite hyperversal haven pioneered the way forward ceaselessly. Every construct connected to Noah worked speedily to ensure their survival. None of them truly knew what was coming, but they could all feel a sense of urgency as they moved faster and faster. Basilius Inane stood atop Paradisiacal clouds of white, rivers of Vitalis swirling around her as they seemed to be extremely active and agitated. She twirled these tendrils of existential extremity authority in her hands as her pupils contained uncountable thoughts. The purity of this authority around her was unmatched across the ionic annals of extremity, and today, it held a sense of wildness as if it were affected by something that was about to be put in motion at this very moment. Her gaze was a pondering one as she thought about everything. There were a variety of ways to go about resetting existential domains. One could spend a somewhat significant amount of fruits of existence to activate a legion of dicastes of extremity. An even more costly option was the descent of basileus themselves. Both of these were good, but they held a hint of unpredictability as there have been instances where the weavings of the reason a reset was required in the first place remained. So if one truly wanted to have a complete reset and uproot any so-called corruption within the existential domains, a more costly but definitive option was carried out through the Codex of Extremity, the governing construct of any existential domains. Everything that occurred within it was recorded within the Codex as the methodology of Moore's apocalypsis was utilized to definitively wipe out and reset everything within a domain. Nothing would be left behind as that which was in existence. That which was in non-existence, and everything in between would be erased. Nothing escaped the game of the Codex of Extremity. So, if your existential extremity authorities somehow overcome this, if you were able to survive a cleansing at such a fundamental level, then we shall see if the opportunities opened up with this. Noah Osmont. The thoughts of Basilius Inane were her own as at this moment. A blaring sound reverberated from the center of the Archios Vitalis Pilus as all streams of Vitalis' existential extremity authorities changed directions and converged towards a single point. All massive cylindrical pillars of glorious white light released tendrils and changed directions. At the very center of Archios Vitalis Pilus, a brief but oppressive illusory image of an ancient book flashed for an instant. Basilius Inane became stern at such a moment as she couldn't imagine what Archon Basilius Alabalum was facing as he initiated such a process. The resources he had taken from Archon Basilius Ignatius and his own being the key to starting all of this. Archios Vitalis Pilus began to tremble and pulse all around. The dicastes of extremity that weren't hibernating rose and gazed at the changes as they knew. Basilius Inane knew. All of them knew that a significant change had been initiated that would forever alter the history of the existential domains they oversaw. They all knew that Moore's apocalypsis had began at this moment. Chapter 2905 Moore's Apocalypsis. Moore's Apocalypsis, a process with a heavy cost, and it was done through something that very few even understood, under the authority of the Codex of Extremity. It was ushered forth as the moment this occurred, the Archios Vitalis Pilus and Archios Vacuus Pilus trembled. The grandeur of the Codex of Extremity flashed over them briefly as the Basilius of Alabalum and Ignatius felt its undeniable glow. The dicastes of extremity kneeled down respectfully under its light as what powered them the fruits of existence. Their authority was what powered up the very Codex of Extremity. Thereafter, snap, the connection the dicastes of extremity felt to the weavings of Vitalis and Vacuus hyperversal domains was cut off. Basilius Inane raised her head in the Archios Vitalis Pilus as her silver white hair glimmered with brilliance, confirming how she could no longer sense the weavings of anything below. No surface of the existential domains below could be felt as if they didn't even exist. They would only feel the lands below them again when 9 days were up, when everything was erased and started once more. Basilius Inane closed her eyes while letting out a light sigh, thinking of what result would come out 9 days from now as, let me get a move on as well. She also began to move earnestly, in the Archios Vacuus Pilus. Roiling clouds of darkness filled the earth as obsidian flames of vacuous existential authority painted the sky, serene paradisiacal lands stretching out into the distance with grasp rectangular structures seen rising gloriously, in the vastness of this Archios Vacuus Pilus. Legions of dicastes of extremity were left hibernating as the Basilius of Ignatius reigned supreme. At this moment of great change, when the Moore's apocalypsis was initiated, within the roiling black clouds churning with nothingness, something unique could be seen at this moment, unseen and undiscovered by others. Tendrils of blue light flashed as it seemed like mere lightning that crossed the surface of the roiling black clouds. The last time these blue tendrils of light were seen was after the cleansing of all those with records connected to the most recent honored one, and they weren't devoid of a will. Whatever will was contained in these blue tendrils of light noticed the occurring change as things seem more obscured. Can I move with a little bit more freedom now? A devilish will could be felt in these words as the moment they passed, the tendrils of light seemingly fused into the roiling black clouds and disappeared even deeper into Archios Vacuus Pilus. At this same moment in time, within the Ionic annals of extremity, the annals kept records of all things. but they could be manipulated, and records could be masked. The weavings of Vacuus and Vitali's annals of extremity could be erased or altered. Then, there was the Codex of Extremity, something not understood, something not truly known. Within it, nothing within existence or non-existence could be manipulated or altered. So when the Mors Apocalypsis was initiated with the Codex of Extremity, just how would this great reset be carried out? In the Vitali's hyperversal domains, within the throngs of the planar palisades of Extremity, where scattered planes of existence could be found outside the scope of the seven havens of Extremity. The desolate mausoleum where Noah stemmed from was once anchored in such a vast emptiness before his entrance into the seven havens as far from where it stood in the past. In the depths of the planar palisades, there was a small plane. Within this plane of existence, clusters of cosmos and universes serenely followed their own rotation. In a small world within one of the many universes in this plane, a family garbed in animal skin could be seen sitting around the campfire, the father holding a club in his hands as he told a story to three children and his partner. A cave stood behind them where tools could be seen scattered, and a forest extended around them as sounds of animals could occasionally be heard. It was a scene of serenity and happiness as everything seemed how it should be, and yet in the next moment, a blinding white light shone above. It was so out of place that the father raised his head to see something never observed before. In the skies, a tear could be seen in spaces from it. A low guttural snarl was heard first, and then, as if records were spilling into existence, a four-legged shining with utmost brilliance stepped out of this tear in space, its body emanating intense waves of the purest Vitali's existential authority, bestial in nature. This creature on four limbs had a predatory visage as its head seemed reptilian in nature, two white eyes radiating coldness and apathy shining down as on its back, radiant white wings were outstretched. Three sharp tails that seemed like malleable spears twisted behind it as the moment it appeared in this space. Its gaze turned down and gazed at the family below. The father grasped his club tightly to protect what he had to protect, seeing the apathetic glare of this beast as even though it seemed otherworldly, he held no fear, and he spoke towards his children and partner behind him. Run! In shock, his partner grabbed their children and ran towards the forest as the father, he bellowed out valiantly, smacking his club down before roaring towards the beast in the skies. The beast gazed at this with cold apathy before it warped and appeared right in front of this man, the tails behind it dancing as one struck out sharply, uniquely. The tail striking out came at a speed the man could actually follow, even though barely any traces of mana were within his body, much less any weavings of extremes, and yet an attack by a beast bathed in existential extremity authority could actually be followed by him. Why was this? Why could an entity not even fully cognizant of utilizing mana be capable of following the attack of a beast bathed in existential extremity authority? Chapter 2906 Mors Apocalypsis 2. Like a valiant warrior, the man veered his head to the side just in time to escape being skewered by the tail. He could see the speed of his club smashing towards the head of the beast in retaliation as squelch. His body came to a halt, his club was pierced through by the other two sharp tails, his own vision being obscured in his attack as his head and chest were pierced through. A moment after, the light within his eyes dimmed. Then, his body became engulfed in white flames as he gradually turned to dust, and even this dust was swallowed up by a raging wind. Behind him in the cave, the beast spat out white flames as the tools and carvings here all began to burn and disappear. Very soon, there was no sign of the man, not any sign of where he lived. An empty cave, the fire he and his family were sitting around was gone, and the lands looked untouched and unvisited by any living thing. It was the start of the first day of Mors Apocalypsis, and on the first day, all entities in the first gradation of extremity or below will be wiped out from existence, their records, their very being. Every single thing. This was a glimpse within the planar palisades of extremity. Far from here, between the Vitali's and Vacuus hyperversal domains, a raging war was still unfolding as Emperor Shao watched out with a tired gaze, chaos currently unraveling as the more powerful primogenitors in the supernal havens of extremity were stating that something unfathomable had occurred moments ago. And yet even before all of this could be verified and understood, their surroundings vibrated and trembled as both Vacuus and Vitali's hyperversal legions raised their heads in shock to see tears in space, and from these tears. Beast shining with heavy existential extremity authorities of Vitali's and Vacuus stepped out, not one, not 1,000, millions, bathed in existential extremity authorities. Millions of winged beasts shining white or black with three tails behind their backs appeared, their white eyes gazing coldly as they shot out faster than the speed of light towards any entities at the first gradation of extremity or apex ionic lifeforms. All those above the first gradation of extremity were ignored as a shocking new reality unfolded. Nobody truly understanding what was going on, the beast bathed in vacuous existential authority surged like an apocalyptic tide towards the vacuous entities at the first gradation and below, while those bathed in Vitali's existential authority surged towards Vitali's entities. Emperor Shao watched the scene with a stupor as near him. A Tier 1 extremity quickly came under the attack of one of these beasts as this existence parried its blows, but the beast was obviously and very quickly gaining the upper hand as death seemed imminent. What was unique was that even with the blinding existential extremity authorities around this beast, the Tier 1 extremity who didn't grasp any existential extremity authority managed to follow and initially trade blows with it. A beast at the first gradation? The gaze of Emperor Shao was sharp at the deteriorating situation in the surroundings, his sword ringing and shooting out as he appeared above this beast and swung down. SAA.BZZT. The three tails of the beast shot out at speeds far faster than those at the first gradation of extremity should be capable of, and Emperor Shao's pupils changed as he found his sword was actually blocked. Blocked by the beast who was having a fight against a Tier 1 entity, as this beast itself seemed to be at this level a moment ago, yet the moment that Emperor Shao moved against it, boom, its aura erupted upwards, billowing existential extremity authority raged around it as they formed into dazzling sword light that struck out against Emperor Shao like a storm. Boom, the impact was heavy as Emperor Shao was smacked back, his figure only stabilizing a distance away as he turned to find the visage of the beast had calmed after he was rebuffed, but its three tails had now pierced into the body of the shocked Tier 1 entity as his body burst into white flames and began to disappear from existence. Thereafter, the beast didn't even spare a glance towards Emperor Shao as it surged towards a group of apex ionic lifeforms, its aura once more dwindling. As at this moment, it seemed to match those at this level as it struck out and battled against them. After the initial trading of one or two blows, it was very apparent that it had the upper hand as its three tails shot out, piercing the bodies of three apex ionic lifeforms as they began to burn into white flames. It was an astounding scene, and such a hellish scene was occurring all around as even at this moment, nobody knew what was truly going on. Within the ionic annals of extremity, in the gaps between existence and non-existence, a construct of interminable proportions was in a constant paradoxical flux. A paradoxical flux of existence and non-existence, but still it existed within the confines of the ionic annals of extremity. It even further existed under the undeniable authority of the Codex of Extremity. At this moment, inside the infinite hyperversal haven, Noah's visage was gazing at the eruption of existential extremity authorities all around him as the primogenitors took in his lineage and concepts. His existence feeling the strengthening of his concepts in real time, but at such a moment, rumble, the surroundings trembled. No, it wasn't the surroundings, but the very infinite hyperversal haven itself. Noah's gaze rapidly changed as the will of the infinite hyperversal haven communicated with him. Millions of foreign lifeforms have surrounded the infinite hyperversal haven. What was this? His gaze was stern as his existence pulsed. They couldn't have been located. It was an impossibility. So what exactly had happened? Boom, without notice to others, Noah's body exploded into a cluster of vermilion flames as the Weaver of Extremity moved in earnest. His will covered the vast infinite hyperversal haven through their connection. His vision saw what lay outside of its barriers and boundaries. He saw four-legged beasts with wide-spanning wings and three tails, their bodies burning with either vacuous or Vitali's existential extremity authorities that were so pure, even purer than the dicasties of extremity, and at this moment, their auras were mighty as they were drilling across the barriers of the infinite hyperversal haven. Noah's existence blared, the Weaver of Extremity gazes upon the unidentifiable lifeforms before it. The Weaver of Extremity gazes upon the existential apocalypsis beasts. Chapter 2907 Moore's Apocalypsis. 3. Existential apocalypsis beasts. Their appearance was a heavy and tremendously dangerous thing, as Noah's home should not be one that could be found living in a paradoxical state of existence and non-existence. It should not be capable of locating it. The first thought one would have at a scene like this was that this was just the prelude, and droves of dicasties of extremity would follow, Basilius of Alabalum and Ignatius would follow, and then everything would be gone. This would be the first thought, but Noah didn't let his thoughts run rampant as he focused. This initial sense of doom passed as the Weaver of Extremity truly gazed at the existential apocalypsis beasts that were drilling into the infinite hyperversal haven at this moment. The Weaver of Extremity peels across layers of history as records. He became bathed in vermilion-colored flames as his eyes closed, and everything before him disappeared. He saw whiteness. He saw himself amidst this whiteness, and then he saw reality beginning to fill into this whiteness along with different versions of himself. different possibilities into unrecorded versions of himself stepping into the future, and he saw an astonishing scene. Of the possibilities of the weavings of records in history in the near future. He saw no dicastes of extremity, no Basilius of Alabalum or Ignatius, Noah's will surged as. He continued to read the weavings of existence all around him, of the unfolding records echoing out here and of the extremes stretching out into the future, and he was shocked to grasp a truth with his weaving that the gazes of dicastes of extremity and Basilius were not present, they would not be present for the foreseeable future, but in their place were these existential apocalypsis beasts. His eyes opened, he gazed at the beasts with a profound light as after ascertaining the current state of affairs, he truly looked at them as their weavings were made clear before him. Existential apocalypsis beast, of profound origins tracing back to the formation of the existential domains of Vitalis, the weavings of this existence are ushered forth by the codex of extremity. All of its weavings have a singular purpose, the completion of the Mors apocalypsis that has been initiated through the codex of extremity. This existential apocalypsis beast is currently within the first gradation of extremity, as its purpose is to completely erase any existences within the existential domains of Vitalis. After its purpose is achieved in the next day, it will be recalled as the Mors apocalypsis continues to be carried out. Droves of information came, each sentence from it was more important than the last as from the weavings he had unveiled. Noah learned many things: Mors apocalypsis, the codex of extremity, the purpose of these shocking beasts, and its current stage of power. It stated currently at the first gradation of extremity. Why currently? And could it change later? As he peeled the layers of secrecy, Noah's figure disappeared and actually moved outside of the infinite hyperversal haven, coming to the barrier and boundaries that these beasts were drilling through as he came within meters of these terrible existential apocalypsis beasts. And they didn't react to him, as if he didn't even exist. They continued their relentless advancement into the barriers of the infinite hyperversal haven, as there were a few incongruencies with this. First, no entity at the first gradation of extremity would be able to force their way into the infinite hyperversal haven, and yet these beasts were drilling across and almost halfway through, even though their power should be at the first gradation. At this very moment, the infinite hyperversal haven was pulsing as droves of existential extremity authorities were being used to resist and stop the advancement of these beasts into it. But it didn't seem possible. Their entry seemed inevitable as they would get to complete their purpose. The weaver of extremity peels away falsehood and gazes at the truth of the current reality. Noah's existence flashed at such a moment as he came to appear in front of one of these millions of existential apocalypsis beasts, his hand swinging down, BZZT. And the existential apocalypsis beasts in front of him reacted to his existence as the pure existential extremity authority of Vitalis around it blared. The aura it gave off instantly blared and emanated tremendous waves of the seventh gradation of extremity as it exploded with tendrils of Vitalis towards Noah. Boom! They were genuinely of the seventh gradation of extremity. And truly powerful ones at that, as they were filled with existential extremity authority. But against Noah, they weren't enough to even send him back an inch as his body dispersed the exploding authority, his eyes becoming stern. He wasn't against his people or primogenitors at this moment, and against enemies. Noah was brutal, hung. Tyranny blared forth within him and crashed towards the single existential apocalypsis beasts in all directions. Vermilion flames of hockey joined in as for the beast. It was as if all surrounding reality was compressing in all directions, and once more, a terrifying aura at the seventh gradation of extremity blared from it, but against the power of none other than Noah, who held 4 existential extremity authorities. Power of this level was nowhere near enough. Crunch! Within an instant, the glorious white-scaled body of the 4-legged existential apocalypsis beasts was crushed into a gory scene of white blood and bones, its majestic wings and tails nowhere to be seen as the extremity of loot gazes at the new target. A blinding golden light washed over the remnants of the beast. Remains that held within them pulsing translucent tendrils of authority, especially within the organs of this beast, and its records were rapidly eaten up. Its weavings became even clearer to Noah. His 9 pupils dilated as prompts cascaded before him. The extremity of loot dances with profound joy at the highest quality of records that have appeared before it. The extremes of greed and devouring surge and sink their jaws into the fray. The weavings of the existential apocalypsis beasts have fully unveiled themselves before you. Chapter 2908 Mors Apocalypsis. 4. Yes, after destroying one, Noah was able to fully and without a doubt understand these creatures before him, and what shocking process did they signify, what shocking reality they were bringing forth. All of it was related to Mors Apocalypsis. the extremity of loot has extracted from the target 36 fragments of the endocarp of a fruit of existence. The extremity of loot has extracted from the target 41 fragments of the mesocarp of a fruit of existence. The extremity of loot has extracted from the target 51 fragments of the exocarp of a fruit of existence. The extremity of loot has extracted from the target 21 fragments of the seed of a fruit of existence, its blood and bones, its very being, everything about it. Was powered by nothing else than the fruit of existence. In front of Noah, dazzling loot showed itself as fragments of many pieces came together. Their intent serene as when all required pieces were there, they would be capable of forming a single fruit. Their colors were currently dazzling with a golden translucent hue. Especially the fragments of the seed, as when the seed, endocarp, mesocarp, and exocarp came together. It seemed as if a cosmos was coming to fruition. The number of fragments Noah had attained were extremely high, as it was due to nothing else but his extremity of loot. Where if other beings managed to kill off these beasts, they may only be capable of pulling a few fragments of the endocarp or mesocarp of the fruit of existence from these beasts. As for the true quantity needed before a fruit of existence could be formed, this information could now be seen from the existential apocalypsis beasts, with its weavings being powered by traces of the fruits of existence. The power and capabilities expressed by this creature can vary to a wide degree. Its purpose on the first day of Moore's apocalypsis is to erase any entities at the first gradation and below. As with any absolute goal, restrictions come into place as to erase any existence. It has to match its current stage of life form. If it is attacked by a force exceeding its current gradation, its existence will utilize more authority from the residues of the fruit of existence, powering it up to match the stage of the equivalent opposing force, taking it out as an obstacle before proceeding back to its true purpose. The extremity of loot has managed to destroy one apocalypsis beast and heavily magnify the records from it, obtaining exceedingly impossible numbers and qualities of products as from it. The fragment of the seed, endocarp, mesocarp, and exocarp that make up a fruit of existence have been obtained. Collecting 100,000 fragments is enough to allow for the formation of a single fruit of existence. The defeat of the existential apocalypsis beasts by any others who don't have the extreme of loot being utilized at a fundamental level will result in extremely poor procurement of the number of loot in comparison to the extremity of loot. 100,000 fragments of each of the 4 pieces of loot made a whole of fruit of existence that the infinite hyperversal haven could not yet produce. But more than this was the information Noah had unearthed again, the first day of the Moore's apocalypsis. It was meant to erase all entities at the first gradation of extremity and below, and it would match their stage of power, as they would only be killed when they weren't up to par, but against an existential apocalypsis beasts bathed with existential extremity authority. Which tier 1 extremity would be up to par, which apexionic lifeforms would be up to par, which entity that was merely a normal human being that an existential apocalypsis beast matched the specs of. Be up to par when its whole body was still bathed in and utilizing existential extremity authority. So undoubtedly, all life would truly perish, since even if something more powerful intervened, it would be pushed away as an apocalypsis beast would erupt to match that stage of power, and such a ridiculous reality. Was made possible by the fruit of existence. It allowed the beast it powered up to be capable of being in the first gradation of extremity, and yet it could raise its power to the 7th gradation of Noah's just because Noah attacked it. What other terrifying things was the fruit of existence capable of granting, and even more than this was the truth that Noah had unveiled in this matter: the retaliation of the legacies of Allah, Balaam, and Ignatius for what he had done, extinction, apocalypse, a complete wipeout of everything. Today. The next 24 hours. Was the wipeout of all those in the first gradation and below. The next day would likely be the extinction of all those in the 2nd gradation of extremity, and this would continue in the days to come until all life within the vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains was wiped out, everything in existence and non-existence. This. Was the response of the legacies of Allah, Balaam, and Ignatius. This. Was the consequence of Noah's actions by not bending the knee, by not conceding and falling in line like eons of others behind him. His gaze was heavy, his figure burned with vermilion flames of brilliance, as at this moment, surrounded by existential apocalypsis beasts all around, he seemed so alone. Had he not expanded quintessence and infinity to the existential level, none of this would have occurred. Had he not rebelled against the legacies of Allah, Balaam, and Ignatius? Overseeing the vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains, they would not have initiated Moore's apocalypsis that would cause the genocide of countless quintillions, all life, all traces of weavings of any of their records and existence. All of these thoughts and weavings settled in Noah as his figure seemed so extremely desolate. A heavy and inescapable weight settled on him as for any others, it would have instantly crushed them, but he stood alone as in the next moment, he disappeared. He fluttered across existence and non-existence as he traversed the ionic annals of extremity. He stepped into Vitalis as in the next instant. His main body appeared within the supernal haven of dissolution. He saw a floating archipelago, grand in stature. Under his gaze, time seemed to be frozen as he saw tens of thousands of existential apocalypsis beasts rushing down. Smilodons and dragonflies roared out defiantly as there were many that had already burst into white flames, their existence being erased at this very moment. No doubt, scenes like this were occurring across existence, across Vitalis and Vacuous. Countless entities were undergoing an apocalyptic genocide as all of this fell under his shoulders. Other people initiated this Moore's apocalypsis, yes. They decided to wipe out all things, yes, his decision was also at the crux of it. His decision led everything here, and as he bore the weight of his actions, utmost desolation surrounded him as, rumble, a pressure unlike anything he had ever released before began to rise with him. Purple, radiant waves of tyranny unfurled. He would bear the weight of his actions, yes, his actions brought things here. But the alternative was to continue eons of oppression and silent, but small-scale genocides of powerful existences seeking a way past Vitalis and Vacuous. The alternative was to continue living in lands where the legacies overseeing them considered them as insects, as seeds, to continue powering up their existential extremity authorities as they collected fruits of existence. The extremity of tyranny stands firmly in defiance. The extremity of quintessence states that it is time to run wild. The pressure and might he emanated became so utterly obscene as he uttered out existential hyperversal embodiment. It was silent, but it was like a thundering call across all of the supernal haven of dissolution. Freely, and with wanton abandon, the existential extremity authority of tyranny began to spread wildly, its goal being to cover all of this haven. He would bear the weight of his actions, and he would ensure that those who had initiated it would face something far worse than apocalypse. BOM, Chapter 2909, Moore's Apocalypsis. Selfish. This was something Noah understood about himself long ago. To succeed in life, one had to be selfish of their own interests, of their family, and of what they wished to accomplish. But in existence, nobody was alone. One being's goals and selfishness could always impact others, and as the weaver of extremity, Noah was now particularly in tune with the weavings of extremes existence, and records of all those connected by him, all those impacted by him, and at this moment, he felt it all. He felt weavings of the immeasurable pain and death spreading out across existence as he was, in part, responsible, and due to this, he let loose. Tyranny ran wild as the first time Noah cast the embodiment of tyranny. It didn't expand to target or enclose a small domain. Waves and tendrils of the existential extremity authority of tyranny began spreading out to cover all of the supernal haven of dissolution. Below Noah, a massive purple throne materialized as he sat on it grandly, the throne creaking from the weight he bore, of the tendrils of tyranny spreading out. Illusory manifestations of vassals bowing towards his direction appeared en masse. At such a time, two intents boomed from Noah. One was filled with a burst of vermilion hockey and reverberated across the supernal haven of dissolution. The other was contained in the wildly spreading waves of tyranny as it was targeted towards the existential apocalypsis beasts. Come. Kneel. Simultaneously, booming out at the same time, the come was directed towards all entities within the supernal haven of dissolution, as Noah didn't even ask them to call out to him. He didn't even ask for them to call out to the weaver of extremity, as he could feel their desperation and shock at the blooming apocalypse. And his power was enough that he could easily and forcefully teleport any entity below the 7th gradation of extremity. There was no time for them to call out to him, so he simply called them as with him at the very center. Vermilion-colored flames wrapped around every entity in the surroundings, these flames jumping madly to stretch out towards all of the supernal haven of dissolution, and at the same time, he told others to kneel. He told the existential apocalypsis beasts to kneel. Like the countless illusory figures kneeling towards him in the skies of the supernal haven of dissolution, the beasts simmering in white existential extremity authority of Vitalis of course did not follow such a command. Their three tails buzzing along with their aurora of wings as they erupted with authority at the 7th gradation of extremity. But this was the 7th gradation of extremity. What was it to Noah? Milliseconds after he achieved extremity, he was already contending with those in the 5th gradation, and now, kneel. The moment that the existential apocalypsis beasts resisted his command, the illusory figures of vassals kneeling across the supernal haven of dissolution gazed down with fury as waves of tyranny formed above and began surging down like an endless purple sea. The skies trembled, the floating archipelagos shook, seething waves of dissolution froze and tumbled as an undeniable pressure descended on the tens of thousands of existential apocalypsis beasts in front of the archipelago before him. And the hundreds of thousands of other existential apocalypsis beasts in other archipelagos stretching out towards the horizons of the supernal haven of dissolution, their numbers exceeded a few million, and the pressure of tyranny, the pressure to kneel, the forge of oppression emanating from Noah. He had it going down this entire haven. He had it pressing down on all of the existential apocalypsis beasts as in sequence, one by one, their forelimbs began to buckle from the wild pressure of tyranny, their heads began to bow while their tails turned down, their ferocious glimmers shine with defiance, but the power pressing down on them was too mighty as their heads bowed one by one. And the moment they did so, crack, their bodies began to crack and be ground down as if a singularity had formed at the core of their existence, and in the span of a millisecond, crunch, a heavy sound reverberated across the supernal haven of dissolution as every single existential apocalypsis beasts was pressed down and faced with a bellow of extinction. They came to rain down apocalypse, and yet they faced their own moments later, the extremity of apocalypse dances to a somber tune of glory, the extremity of loot surges over a whole haven, atop every dying existential apocalypsis beast, the golden light of loot flashed, the maddening light of apocalypse observed. And quintessence began to run wild as the extremity of loot has extracted from the target 44,637,880 fragments of the endocarp of a fruit of existence. The extremity of loot has extracted from the target 41,185,350 fragments of the mesocarp of a fruit of existence. The extremity of loot has extracted from the target 40,284,335 fragments of the exocarp of a fruit of existence. The extremity of loot has extracted from the target 28,759,775 fragments of the seed of a fruit of existence, millions of blinding particles of radiance unfurled. A single existential apocalypsis beasts had given him 20 or 30 fragments when he first killed. Now, he killed approximately 3 million as the loot ridiculously jumped to fragments of millions of endocarps, mesocarps, exocarps, and seeds of the fruit of existence, and all he needed were 100,000 fragments of each to form a fruit of existence. It was a tremendous achievement. But even as it occurred, Noah was nowhere close to done as from his main body, a glimmer of infinity shone, and thousands of clones unfurled from his single figure in an instant. And each of these clones became bathed with a vermilion light as they disappeared into the folds of space and records. Their destinations were the remaining supernal havens. Their destinations were the nether havens of Genesis, Penumbra, Oceanus, Elara, Andromeda, Dissolution, and Helios. Their destinations were the planar palisades. Their destinations were enfoldings of records within Vitali's and vacuous annals of extremity where any existences were hidden in. Chapter 29:10 Moore's Apocalypsis. 6. It was the weaver of extremity spreading himself out across existence and non-existence. It would no doubt be something utterly fantastical as the cost for Noah to do all of this was obscenely immense, and so his main body grasped his chest, and he felt the beat of his heart thump, like an ancient drum that was truly only waking up now. "O manna!" Noah called out as his main body began to be covered by an astounding blue and vermilion radiance on top of the royal purple light. His endless swathes of manna danced madly and churned. It seemed like an endless cerulean sea was rising within him and just now beginning to spread out. "O manna!" Noah called out again as in addition to all of this, an aurum glow came and surged all around. The existential extremity authority of the protagonist shone with radiance as the actions being carried out now and what Noah was about to continue doing. Who else other than the main character could do this? Who else other than the protagonist? O manna. O infinity, run wild and free. The weavings of his extreme shuddered, their desires rose, and they saw they were given free rein without any limitations, and so, the utterly unfathomable brilliance unfolded. From the skies of dissolution, tears in space occurred as two illusory dungeon monoliths descended in different corners of this supernal haven. It was just the beginning of Noah letting loose. It was just the first day of the Moore's apocalypsis, and yet the changes that would occur on this single day would be utterly consequential and irreversible ones. In the infinite hyperversal haven, hung a blaring sound boomed out that alerted all those within it, prompts beginning to rise before them. The ones above extremity have chosen the path of extinction of all beings. Such an astonishing prompt arose as the Son of Destiny gazed upwards with a somber expression. The queens of the infinite hyperversal haven were stern as they also gazed up. The primogenitor of steel opened his eyes as a colorless light flashed through them, quintessence buzzing around his existence as he glared upwards. The bard of quintessence has bright eyes as a grand symphony had begun to play from his weaving. his whole existence lost in it. The Sumerian architect felt the subtle changes along all others as the prompts continued to descend before them, while the faraway vision of the boundary of the infinite hyperversal haven being penetrated became clear. To all, the gazes of the dicastes of extremity and the ones above extremity are obscured as they cannot move. In exchange, a process to erase all existences was initiated with the tools of this process known as Mor's apocalypsis, being these existential apocalypsis beasts. Today marks the first day of Mor's apocalypsis, with the target of the existential apocalypsis beasts being all those in the first gradation of extremity and below. Attacking any apocalypsis beasts will cause their existence to erupt with power equivalent to your realm, with victory or defeat dependent on the breadth of your extremes in existence. The weavings of secrets that would have taken countless lives to be lost before they were learned were made clear to them by the weaver of extremity. He had seen through the secrets of exactly what was occurring as he guided those below him, his words reverberating across the infinite hyperversal haven. The extremity of quintessence issues an existential quest of survival for all those deemed capable of standing against the existential apocalypsis beasts. Defend your home. Defend those at the first gradation and below. Immeasurable rewards, glory, and loot await on the other side depending on how many existential apocalypsis beasts you manage to kill. The extremity of loot imposed itself on the whole infinite hyperversal haven while Noah issued such daring prompts. The very extreme of loot flowed within Noah's lineage as it was budding like a silent flower within the bodies of all of his chosen vassals. So long as they managed to kill an existential apocalypsis beast, Noah's light of loot would shine. As the maximum possible loot would be attained, and at this moment, a great deal of Noah's people were chosen as ones capable of standing against the apocalypsis beasts once they attacked them. Their bodies became burdened with a great purpose as space twisted around them before they were sent towards different areas of the infinite hyperversal haven. The buzzing infinite hyperversal haven was spending a great deal of authority to continue keeping the drilling apocalypsis beasts at bay as at this moment. Let them through, the words of the weaver of extremity echoed out. The infinite hyperversal haven began to stabilize, and across its barriers and boundaries, a few massive cylindrical pathways formed as they opened up the defenses widely. The apocalypsis beasts only had a single purpose as those nearby these formed passages surged across them speedily, while those in the distance changed their route to also come through the wide open defenses. The path of least resistance was followed by these killing machines as they surged in seeking to accomplish their purpose. So across the infinite hyperversal haven, it seemed like abyssal pathways from above had opened as from them, tens of thousands of apocalypsis beasts began to descend with shocking glory and power. The record of Oppenheimer stared at the legions of enemies with a blinding light of destiny beside him. Commander Fong shone even brighter as these two past enemies stood side by side. Around them, primogenitors and some of Noah's closest vassals could be found, with even the figures of the daughter of hatred and I am present. Their whole existence was filled with purpose as they were warped here to defend those weaker than them, to defend the inhabitants of the new domain they called their home. Today, the ones above extremity made a choice of genocide and apocalypse for all those in the Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains. Against such a choice, we forge our own path. We weaved out our own story. The voice of the extremity of quintessence reverberated all around as it held a fantastical sense of magnetism. We've got your own story. Chapter 29:11 End Times. A time of death, a time of unfathomable brilliance. Listening to the words and prompts rising before them, all the chosen inhabitants of the infinite hyperversal haven picked up the truly important things from them. That today was the first day of Mor's apocalypsis, that those in the first gradation of extremity were now targeted. Following this logic, it meant many more days of Mor's apocalypsis would follow as after the extinction of all those in the first gradation. Those above them would follow, so they had to make their stand, and seeing the legions of existential apocalypsis beasts descending, they moved to weave their own records, they moved to weave their own stories. Stories, legends. At this moment, a clone of Noah's was floating valiantly at the very peak of the infinite hyperversal haven as near him, a cylindrical pathway that allowed legions of existential apocalypsis beasts to pass down stood. The beasts rushed down with interminable purpose as Noah watched them pass by, gazing at his own people as he told them to weave their own stories, their own legends. What was the life of a being other than a story, a collection of records of how they lived? Their lives, around Noah's already blazing figure that was radiating throngs of vermilion flames. The weaving of a grand extreme began to stir. Yes, Noah uttered out with sharp eyes as he looked at the throngs of his people flying upwards to face legions bringing down an apocalypse. Their records and existence would shine brilliantly as they forged their own stories, and stories held power. the legend of the records of one's existence. Held power, HUUM. The extremity of fables is coming to fruition. A new extreme emerged. Its desire was boundlessly wide as it sought to encompass all of one's existence and records. Into their own power. One story. Could also be an extension of their power. The grander their story was, the more quintessential their fable was. The more power they would have, and whose story was more grand, whose story and achievements were more fantastical, the extremity of fables vibrates with determination. A shocking brilliance erupted with Noah at the very center as a verdant light bloomed. A light of life and brilliance, a light that came with the thundering voice of the extremity of fables as he made a new extreme available to all his people through his lineage. Forge your own stories. Forge your own fables. The stronger your legend is, the stronger you shall become. The land shook with trepidation as all entities in Noah's lineage felt their existence burning with a profound intensity. They felt the culmination of their achievements come together and grant them strength as out of all of them, a single entity's fable was supreme. Your fable is an unfathomable one, your fable is a quintessential one. A colorless light seemed into a budding verdant light. Noah's existence became suffused with this brilliance as even the vermilion-colored light became painted with it. Your fable is your staunchest supporter. Your fable is a quintessential pillar of strength that holds up an unpredictable future. Your fable empowers the capabilities of the weaver of extremity. Your fable empowers the weavings of all of your extremes. A verdant light akin to a nuclear bomb exploded. And Noah's extremes seethed as he felt infinity flare with brilliance. Another 10,000 clones instantly being created. A few hundred of his clones appeared in the nether haven of Genesis as he observed throngs of apocalypsis beasts all around it. But the moment he was even about to will the weaving of an existential hyperversal embodiment. A royal purple light already flashed and crashed down oppressively on all apocalypsis beasts as the extremity of loot has extracted from the target 51,284,665 fragments of the endocarp of a fruit of existence. The extremity of loot has extracted from the target 47,776,650 fragments of the mesocarp of a fruit of existence. The extremity of loot has extracted from the target 42,635,999 fragments of the exocarp of a fruit of existence. The extremity of loot has extracted from the target 34,625,887 fragments of the seed of a fruit of existence. All of the apocalypsis beasts that were roaming the nether haven of Genesis instantly perished. All of Noah's extremes were supported by his grand legend, even his existential extremity authorities, as everything about his capabilities exploded upwards. Outside of the seven havens, outside the scope of the endless vacuous stretches of nothingness, in the endless swaths of the planar palisades of extremity where random planes of existence moved, his will and clones stretched out infinitely as at this moment, Noah truly felt like he could cover this vast distance, and so, he set out to do just that. He set out to enact and progress his grand fable that as of this day, it was only just beginning, in a nondescript minor plane of existence, across its cosmos and universes, within a small but developed world. A metropolis could be seen with grand structures, some floating in the skies as flying cars and gravitating vessels could be seen with abundance. In such a metropolis, millions moved and lived busily as among the throngs of people moving about in the neon streets. There was one man with a scraggly beard who was holding up a circular device that released a hologram above him, this hologram reading, "The end times are here. Repent! Repent! Repent." The hologram pulsed with bright lights as all others passing him on the neon streets scowled and shook their heads at this man's waste of time, yet this being continued unfettered, a stern expression on his face as occasionally, he would even bellow out, "The end times are here. It's the end times. Repent, and save your worthless souls." His voice was deep as it rang out across the neon streets. And just as he was about to increase his pitch while yelling at the skies, he was dumbfounded to see the skies torn open as tens of apocalyptic beasts descended. Chapter 29:12 End Times 2. Boom! Boom! The defenses of the metropolis instantly activated as lasers and railguns boomed out, a thin barrier rising as under the descent of the white apocalyptic beasts, raging white flames thundered down and destroyed everything. Shock and horror quickly spread as it was actually happening. The doomsayer himself was shocked while the sign above him continued to blare with the words of end times, his expression rapidly changing to joy as he spread his arms out while bellowing with a trace of madness. "Ha, I was right. I was finally right. You fools." He spread his arms out wide to welcome death, while others were scrambling chaotically around him. He was laughing freely as white flames burned the skies themselves thundered down, and a colorless light flashed. and the raging white flames disappeared. The doomsayer blinked as he gazed at the skies again, and there, he saw a flash of purple light as a moment later, the heads of the ferocious apocalyptic beasts bent down and their bodies then turned to dust. Those scrambling gazed up in shock. The doomsayer was incredulous as while gazing up, he barely saw the outline of what seemed to be a man appearing far above them. His eyes stung as if he were looking at a burning sun, and a moment later, he felt a vermilion light cover everything around him, the neon city lights fading from his view as when he next opened his eyes, he was looking at an endlessly blue sky. In the skies, serene floating landmass could be seen as blue waves of light trickled down from them gorgeously as if they were waterfalls. And he himself was on a similar floating island along with hundreds of thousands of others as the futuristic lands they knew were gone, verdant grasslands at their feet and overflowing blue rivers in the distance as around them. A heavy and potent atmosphere of energy was present, to the extent that the doomsayer and hundreds of thousands of others in this landmass alone felt as if their bodies were drinking something akin to a tonic, as if their very selves were being enriched as. Boom! Explosive lights bloomed from each of them as they felt a source of energy flowing through them, as they felt mana, and in front of their eyes, blue prompts began to rise for the first time in their lives. You have awakened. In shock and incredulity, they felt their bodies continue to drink up the heavy concentrations of energy in the surrounding atmosphere as the reserves of mana in their bodies only became more potent, nexus points of origins beginning to form at the core of their being as they began to change into entirely different lifeforms. This was an example of a few 100,000 existences from a metropolis of a small world among many worlds in the cosmos of a minor plane of existence in the planar palisades of extremity. The influence of the extremity of fables was spreading across many worlds such as this, many cosmos such as this, many planes such as this. The number of entities saved from the burning white flames of existential apocalypsis beasts was rising by millions of quintillions at every moment, and he was just getting started. The planar palisades of extremity were vast, the Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains were even vaster. On this day, the myriad of existences across these domains would all become intricately connected to the weaver of extremity, only a distinct few losing such a favor due to their own actions. Within dissolution, the figures of extremity blue, Sierra Mestris, and the Avernus extremity overlord gazed around with blank expressions as those they considered the ones above extremity had abandoned them and were nowhere to be seen. Their existence felt hollow and drained as if they would never be able to easily cross the gradations of extremity again, their fate tumultuous as likely. A very obscene end was coming, far from here. In the region outside of Vitalis and Vacuous where legions from both sides clashed, the visage of the Prime Devourer could be seen amidst the core of the legions of vacuous hyperversal domains as he stared with a dull look towards the legions of descending existential apocalypsis beasts whose terrifying reign was put to a pause as a single being appeared. The figure of a single entity made his entrance as many had seen him before on this same battlefield, but his appearance now was undeniable. His gaze masked interminable weavings as many could instinctively feel like his appearance here was to put an end to this war. With a flare of brilliant vermilion flames and a glint of purple light, the words of this being were heard throughout. Neil, Huum. Emperor Shao and others of the Vitalis hyperversal domains watched with expanding pupils. The pressure of these words descended on the apocalypsis beasts as they began to tremble and shatter. The pressure of these words also pressed on the visage of the Prime Devourer as he felt it. Heavier than anything he had felt before, and he felt it wrap around his body here, and his body that had lost the guidance of the salubrious ones in Anarchos. He felt the weight of this single word wrap around the weavings of his very records in existence as it began to grind everything to dust. With a dazed expression, the eyes of the Prime Devourer dimmed as his head bowed, and he didn't even bend halfway before his body shattered into ash and dust. It was the first few seconds of Moore's apocalypsis, and already, many grand changes were occurring. The grandest change of all was something that the weaver of extremity who moved across the Aeonic annals of extremity at this moment had far from his grasp just moments ago presenting itself to him. It was the construct and concept of the fruit of existence he had only learned of from the weavings of records in existence. He had attained all the pieces required to make not just one but many of these critical constructs. Chapter 29:13 The Fruit of Existence 29:13 The Fruit of Existence Fruit of Existence. What was it? Why was it of such profound relevance that the very backing and authority of what was known as the Codex of Extremity was powered by the fruits of existence to initiate Moore's apocalypsis? Why was this fruit cultivated over eons from the existential extremity authorities of Vitalis and Vacuous? These were once questions with no foreseeable answers. They were, but no longer. within the weaving of a record being etched concurrently into existence. It was not within the Vitalis annals of extremity nor the vacuous annals of extremity. Frankly, it wasn't even in the ionic annals of extremity that encompassed the existential domains and even the archios vitalis and vacuus pilus. It was within the weaving of a record outside of all of this. In this record, a serene white sea could be seen stretching out for light years. At the center of this white sea, a circular table and two white thrones facing each other could be seen, as on one of these thrones there sat a woman adorned in a white dress pulsing with authority. Her silver white hair radiated purity as her white pupils changed colors every now and then, her beauty utterly ecstatic. The table before her held a plate full of translucent fruits, a teapot, and cups, one of which she was raising and sipping herself as she waited for someone. She was none other than Basilius Inane, and the one she was waiting for. The great Inane hasn't been waiting for too long, right? A feminine voice came out right behind her as if it was always there, and yet Basilius Inane was unfettered as she didn't react one bit, continuing to sip her tea calmly as the presence behind her instantly warped to appear on the opposing throne, tan radiant caramel hands coming down to grab a translucent fruit as an utterly astonishing visage of a woman bit down on it while reveling in its taste. Her hair was dark as her face was pristine, with her figure being adorned by a fiery red gold dress as her whole visage burned with a unique existential extremity authority. Basilius Inane would recognize this authority many weavings away, the existential extremity authority of Ignis, from the legacy of Lethith overseeing the existential domains of Ignis. She was Basilius Sarin. You came exactly when you were supposed to. I did, didn't I? Never did I think I would see you again so soon. Have things already been set in motion? For me to receive that signal, it must mean, even though she just sat, Basilius Sarin of the legacy of Lethith seductively bit onto the fruit of existence while leaning forward, her devilishly gorgeous visage coming close to Basilius Inane until she was inches away, to the extent that she could clearly see the outline of the lips and the hot circulation of authority on the surface of the skin. To that point, Basilius Inane frowned and spoke succinctly, "You continue to ignore boundaries. How about we focus on business? Business? What business could the daughter of the Archon Basilius a Balaam have with an entity of a different legacy, an entity overseeing an entirely different existential domain?" A pouting expression appeared on Basilius Sarin as she leaned all the way back into her throne while licking her lips of the juices of the fruit of existence. Business. The business of treachery, my dear Inane. But have you collected enough of the panaceas of existence? These gorgeous elixirs of life that keep everything moving? Without enough of these, mobilizing a sufficient force will be hard. She smiled as she twirled the fruit of existence in her hands with fondness, as if even the one she was eating was something so utterly prized. At her question, Basilius Inane let out a smile as she thought about a few things. Since we last talked, a few things have changed. Naturally, so do our plans. And the fruits of existence. There won't be a requirement as high as before. Changes had occurred, changes that caused the brows of Basilius Sarin to rise as she sat seriously on her throne. A heavy and veiled discussion blooming at this moment as it showed the intricacies of legacies. Were anything but simple, but most of all, everything seemed to be rotating around a single object, a single construct, something that shone with a translucent light as it was none other than the fruit of existence. Basilius Sarin looked at her while a thoughtful look developed on her face, a sense of seriousness coming in as she spoke slowly. Taking down an Archon Basilius is almost an impossibility. Are you sure about this move, Inane? Profits aside, glory aside, the difficulty and aftermath alone will be tremendous as inheriting the title of Archon thereafter. Must you go so far? The words were heavy. When Basilius Inane listened to all of them, her gaze didn't change once as her eyes remained unfazed. She stared out into the white sea around her as her eyes turned sharp, staring out into this concurrently unfolding record as she replied, "There are many legacies out there, and there are abundant existential domains. Over the eons, legacies have been replaced. Wars have erupted. Those who have a say in the rise and fall. Are those who control the fruit. She turned back to gaze at Basilius Sarin calmly, and without becoming an Archon Basilius, I cannot control anything. I cannot dream of overseeing multiple existential domains under me. I cannot dream of surviving long enough to be free. And without the dreams of our existence. What are we but mere shells?" Immense silence descended as the two women looked at each other. Basilius Sarin once more turned down to lock her gaze onto the fruits of existence before her as she sighed. "Such a small thing, and yet its sway and pull over the dreams of all others is just astonishing, isn't it?" Her existence throbbed at it, her records danced just by being near it. And because of this fruit, a daughter would betray a father. A ruling would change, one legacy would shine ever brighter while another. Very well, Basilius Sarin came to a decision. Chapter 29:14 The Fruit of Existence 2, 29:14 The Fruit of Existence 2. The pieces on my side will be ready soon. I'll cement the discussions with Archon Basilius Letheth, and thereafter, we can move at any time. What timeline do you foresee? A timeline for deception and treachery. At this, Basilius Inane smiled as she thought about something. 9 days, 9 days. This was how long Basilius Inane expected. As when Basilius Sarin saw this smile, her eyes turned sharp and cautious as she asked, "You have a look of interest in your eyes. What did you latch into? Who did you latch onto?" The question was sharp as Basilius Sarin could sense something from the weavings of her expressions, but the moment she tried to peer a bit deeper into these weavings, she came upon a blank wall as she could only ask. The smile from Basilius Inane slowly faded into calmness as she replied lightly, "Something special. It may turn out into a factor, it may not. I'm still waiting and seeing." The words further caused the cautious light in the eyes of Basilius Sarin to burn as the temperature in this whole record began to rise. "It's not a man, is it? The moment that I hear a man has laid his hands on you," an utterly domineering and possessive light shone from her eyes as Basilius Sarin leaned forward again, her eyes openly locking onto the astonishing visage of Basilius Inane as once more, "Boundaries, Basilius Sarin. You continue to violate them." Basilius Inane reminded, "Humph." Basilius Sarin harumphed as she came out of her unique state of mind at these words, her figure rising as the hot air around her only became more intense. She looked up to calm herself as she spoke. "All right. 9 days. 9 days before you enact your dream of holding onto a codex of extremity. I sure hope you've prepared enough fruits of existence to utilize it." The codex of extremity, one of the deciding factors in all the weavings of this deception. Only Archon Basilius Alabalum had access to it. As with the codex of extremity, one could do many things. And it was because Archon Basilius Alabalum had already done many things that Basilius Inane did not for a second believe she could do this all alone. Not against someone who had been utilizing the Codex of Extremity for so long, not against someone with the wealth that Archon Basilius Alabalum had accumulated, not against someone who had assimilated so many fruits of existence and continued to consume them unceasingly. The difficulty was high, but it was things with the highest difficulty that were always the most rewarding. I'll keep in touch. Let me know when all the pieces can move." Whap! With a flicker of crimson gold radiance, Basilius Sarin entirely faded as if she were never there. Basilius Inane looked at this scene calmly as she pondered. Around her, the white sea began to recede rapidly as it seemed to be disappearing. The skies, the space. Everything about this record seemed to be receding and disappearing as within moments, even the throne opposite her disappeared. She waved her hands as the fruits of existence in front of her also faded away. As an instant later, she was standing in a black record. She was alone. The concurrently unfolding record had all but faded, as if it never occurred, as if this meeting never occurred. It wasn't etched down or recorded anywhere as this meeting. Never occurred. In the bounds of the Ionic annals of extremity, moving between existence and non-existence, the expanding and ever-strengthening construct that was the infinite hyperversal haven stood staunchly. Within it, at depths other beings could not even enter. The figures of the manifestation of the infinite hyperversal haven and ruination could be seen. In front of them, the Dowager of Quintessence could be seen along with the figure of none other than her son, the extremity of Quintessence. When you mentioned a fruit, I had to see for myself. She oversaw the cultivation of many of the herbs and spiritual fruits within the infinite hyperversal haven, as she even dabbled within the alchemy hall. At the mention of something that exceeded anything cultivated in the infinite hyperversal haven, she came to observe. Noah nodded towards his mother with a smile as he waved his hands. Above them, tens of thousands of fragments of what would make up a single fruit of existence gathered, 100,000 fragments of endocarps, mesocarps, exocarps, and the fragment of the seed of the fruit of existence itself. They shone with a golden translucent light as they began to rotate as if they were stellar bodies at this moment. The fragments of the seed were at the very center as they swirled and came ever closer, with pieces of the endocarp following up as pieces of the mesocarp and exocarp followed thereafter as if they were making the composition of a genuine fruit. Converge, Noah spoke out with authority as the extremity of Lut exploded with a golden light, all the swirling pieces of the fruit of existence being brought together as a blinding light shone. In the midst of this process, the Dowager of Quintessence turned her head sideways and asked lightly, "You cannot multiply the composition of this fruit yet." Her words were directed towards none other than ruination, as akin to a filial daughter. the figure of ruination replied in a soft voice of respect that didn't at all match the terrifying armament that she was. Not yet, mother. After I consume a fruit of existence, what it grants me will theoretically make it possible for me to begin multiplying the pieces that make it. We just don't understand much about it yet. The dowager nodded at this as in the next moment, a blinding light of existence shone, an existential light. And yet it didn't belong to any specific existential extremity authority. As it was coming to fruition, the weaver of extremity observes the formation of a quintessential construct, the quintessential annals of extremity record in unimaginable achievement, something far outside of his grasp at this moment, and yet here it was, a fruit of existence blooming before your very eyes, with waves of brilliance that caused his existential extremity authorities to shudder in excitement. A clear, translucent fruit bloomed before Noah. Its advent was the first sign that his enemies were about to be in a world of quintessential pain. Chapter 29:15 The Fruit of Existence 3. 29:15 The Fruit of Existence 3, translucent, radiant, the glow was initially blinding and covering everything, only to slowly start dying down to reveal the source that had begun to cause the surrounding weaving to pulse with a sense of excitement. The dowager of quintessence gazed at it with surprise as Noah, ruination, and the manifestation of the infinite hyperversal haven had sharp eyes. The fruit held an ever-present glow as its texture was closely resembling that of an apple. It let out a translucent glow, with light passing through it, and yet at the same time one felt like they could see their reflection in this fruit as well. Its appearance was unique as the moment it came to. It radiated a pull that all four entities here felt. It pulled on Noah's and his mother's soul, it pulled on ruination, and it even radiated an undeniable pull towards the manifestation of the infinite hyperversal haven, a quintessential achievement. Waves of glory seethed around Noah as his will went on to wrap around this dazzling fruit. He had to know. He had to grasp exactly why this object before him was at the center of why the legacies of Allah, Balaam, and Ignatius were present. In the Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains, like a hungry tide, his soul cascaded down on the translucent wonder. The object before you is something far and above your current grasp. And yet you have attained it. To understand it truly, one needs to have scaled the 9 gradations of extremity and achieved a special weaving of their authority. Yes, it was something far out of his grasp. But since it was before him, vermilion flames burned as he reached out, like a tyranny moving to hold something pristine only for himself. He reached out and came to hold this glorious translucent fruit in his hands. The weaver of extremity stares at the fruit of existence. The weavings of the fruit of existence begin to speak to you. Brilliance unfolded as Noah used a large amount of his will and existential extremity authorities to understand what he held in his hands. And, a boon of the fruit of existence is gradually becoming clear to you. Information began to flow, weavings began to flow as Noah uncovered a single usage of the fruit of existence so far. Once devoured, the authority within the fruit of existence will reduce and reverse the deterioration of one's existence, going even further to expand the breadth of one's existence over time. Noah's eyes opened wide. The latter part of the prompt that spoke of the expansion of the breadth of existence was definitely terrifying enough, but Noah's pulsing will couldn't help but be shaken by the first part of the prompt. As one lived, one aged. All things fell to states of more and more disorder. The fruit of existence reversed disorder. The deterioration of one's existence was reversed as Noah could feel that these words alone were not this simple. The effect of such words should be something utterly maddening as they would affect everything about the one who devoured this fruit. But before he could even focus on this, another boon of the fruit of existence is gradually becoming clear to you. Once devoured, the authority within the fruit of existence can be directed towards a chosen concept within one's existence. The light of the fruit of existence can bathe this concept to cultivate it towards the existential level, and go further to increase the authority of an existential authority. Another boon of the fruit of existence is gradually becoming clear to you. Those with means and capabilities of advanced utilization can take the authority of the fruit of existence and allow it to nurture selected records or domains. This existential nurturing can allow a selected existential extreme to be bound to a record or domain, with further elevations allowing the chosen domain and extreme to grow into a construct of infinite possibilities. When the purity and refinement of an extreme bound to a record or domain reaches a critical level, it may even be capable of generating wisps of the authority of the fruit of existence that once empowered it. The weavings around Noah came to a halt. Vermilion flames burned brightly around him as he stared with burning eyes towards the fruit of existence in his hands. He had only barely managed to unearth 3 uses, and each one was more maddening than the last as this most recent prompt held too many implications. the fruit of existence could be used to nurture domains themselves. It could be utilized to nurture the infinite hyperversal haven. It could be utilized to nurture Noah himself, and it could be utilized to nurture concepts, but the most astounding thing was the nourishment of a domain and binding of an extreme to it, as it meant the legacies of Alabalum and Ignatius strengthened Vacuus and Vitalis, bringing them to such a shocking extent as, along with the seeds, refining these very same authorities within. They were able to extract fruits of existence. It didn't seem like there was a limit. There weren't too many details Noah had uncovered, as there still seemed to be many mysteries, and even after unveiling 3 uses, Noah knew that he was only scratching the surfaces under his gaze. He couldn't see everything right now, to the extent that maybe the best way to uncover any more weavings was to devour this fruit of existence before him and observe the changes within his existence. His very existence was crying out for it, as his extremes had already expressed their intent. Every single part of him wanted this unimaginable treasure, as after arriving at such a juncture, Noah breathed out and controlled himself. The first entity within the infinite hyperversal haven to get to enjoy the unfathomable wonders of the fruit of existence had to be a special one, so Noah held the fruit within his hand and turned to gaze towards an entity ahead of him who was looking at everything with curiosity. "Mother," he called out to the one who went through tremendous adversity for him in his early days. He offered the honor of the first fruit of existence converged from the loot of the existential apocalypsis. Beasts. To a single person whom he could never repay. Chapter 29:16 The fruit of existence 4. The extremity of quintessence offered the honor of the first fruit of existence to the dowager of quintessence, to the quintessential dowager, ruination, and the manifestation of the infinite hyperversal haven smiled as Amelia Osmond came out of her stupor and waved her hands dismissively. "Oh, stop it, I don't need something like that. You have a war to win, right? Just take them all as you need." Even at this point in time, she wanted the best for her son, just like Noah, ruination, and the manifestation of the infinite hyperversal haven. Her very existence was crying out for this fruit before her, but her role as a mother was so profound that among all of them, she didn't show an ounce of this intent. Noah smiled at his mother as he appeared before her, taking her hands and placing the fruit of existence on her palms. "Take it as a gift for all the sleepless nights you had in the past. All the diapers you changed. All your worries and stress whenever I got sick. All your tears I could do nothing about for years." The weaver of extremity understood his records very well. He could go back to the moment his records first began and remember everything, the heartbreak and toil his mother had to go through, the long nights where he incessantly cried as an infant, the even longer days when his father was home. He could never in his life repay this woman before him, but he hoped to at least make her happy and free of worries now as he beckoned towards the fruit of existence in her palm. "Please." The dowager of quintessence gazed at her son with eyes of an overabundance of love that only a single being could portray, making sure not to cry at this moment as she let out a breath and gazed at the dazzling fruit in her hands. She then took it to her mouth and took a bite. Her whole existence exploded with an unfathomable light. Her mouth seemed to move by itself thereafter, as in a few bites, the whole translucent fruit was gone. Brilliance unfolded on her whole visage, as no doubt grand changes were happening within her. But outwardly, Noah's eyes squinted as he saw her skin become more radiant, as she seemed younger, no, not younger, more so in her prime. As if after eating and beginning to assimilate this fruit of existence, she was becoming her most perfect self. "My goodness." She spoke in a mesmerized tone as her very words brimmed with existential authority, her whole existence beginning to buzz as it scaled upwards in power. "You have to try this." The quintessential dowager thus spoke as she became the first in the infinite hyperversal haven to devour a fruit of existence. Noah gazed at such a scene with a profound gaze as he waved his hands, tens of thousands of fragments that made this unique fruit appearing up until the count reached 300,000 for all 4 components, and then, akin to the swirling stellar bodies of galaxies, all of these pieces moved and converged together as within the span of a millisecond, 3 dazzling fruits of existence came to fruition. One floated towards ruination, one floated towards the manifestation of the infinite hyperversal haven, and the other came into Noah's hands as with a tyrannical light. The whole translucent fruit was thrown to his mouth as he tasted this wonder for the first time. A foreign, and yet natural authority bloomed within his body a moment later as every part of Noah's existence was seemingly fighting for it. At this moment in time, Noah had made his will extremely analytical to explore and understand this authority closely. But even he nearly lost himself as he found the fruit of existence made one experience a profound sense of euphoria, so much so that it could even affect their mental state as everything within their existence sought to drink up this authority. By the time Noah had chewed the fruit of existence, he felt as if an immense sea of authority exploded within him as initially, it was waiting for direction. For a mere instant, it waited for a direction as it spread across all of Noah's existence, but after this instant passed, this authority moved by itself. It sank into Noah's soul as a refulgence of brilliance erupted, as if it didn't even require Noah to choose. As if it had seen what he needed the most and instantly determined that it was Noah's soul. Noah analyzed the scene carefully and understood that naturally, the fruit of existence went to fill the deficiencies of an existence first before anything else. Another point was that to control this shocking authority within a fruit of existence, one had to have sufficient power to do so, because when Noah tried to pause or direct the flow of the blooming sea of authority within his existence, he found that he wasn't even able to do so, but he let it run free, into his soul. All of the authority of the swallowed fruit of existence flowed. Tendrils of vermilion flames weaved across Noah's existence as he studied what this authority was doing, with his soul emanating an intent of profound euphoria as he felt his breath begin to expand. His soul was akin to a container that held everything. His existential extremity authorities were so extremely heavy in this container. They covered all parts of him, as Noah could see a reasoning for entities to only ever expand and take one or two concepts at the existential level, but he was greedy, and his greed for more and more existential concepts would have to be paid as at this moment, his soul received a baptism. The container that was his soul was being expanded in what it could hold, as with the expansion of the breadth of his soul, his current existential extremity authorities could rise ever higher, and he would gradually have enough space to add another existential extremity authority if he wished. Chapter 29:17 Heavy. The fruits of existence were things that those above extremity had access to. They utilized them for their own unique purposes, as what would happen when an entity still within the gradations of extremity devoured a fruit of existence. If they weren't constructs like the dicastes of extremity who were powered by the fruits of existence themselves, how would their existence react? Noah was experiencing this answer in real time as the boundless waves of the authority of the fruit of existence felt like they were stimulating, refining, compressing, and purifying his soul all at once. In the viewpoint of the endless waters of the gradations of extremity, a fantastical scene bloomed in the slow waters of the seventh gradation of extremity, where Noah was proceeding along at a slow but constant pace. As if his figure gained wings, even without his existential extremity authorities rose to a higher level, just his soul alone, propelled him upwards once more at a shocking speed. The weaver of extremity is experiencing a profound elevation. The extremity of fables is adding on to an already profound legend. The extremity of ascendancy illuminates with glory as it states every single devoured fruit of existence is akin to fundamental transformation. The effects of the fruit of existence are further enhanced. Utterly brilliant golden light bloomed along with the translucent majesty, followed by tendrils of blue, purple, aurum, and colorless lights as all of Noah's extremes cheered. The effects of the fruit of existence are hard to quantify. The boons of expanding your breadth of existence are felt and understood, but even more fundamental changes are occurring to your soul due to the energy of the fruit of existence that is not yet capable of being quantified. Something was occurring that even he couldn't understand, at least, not yet, but one thing was clear. His rise across the gradations was about to take a tremendous leap, as a great deal of progress was about to be made, and he wasn't alone. Amidst his brilliance, he turned to see ruination and the manifestation of the infinite hyperversal haven. Their gazes were stern as brilliance was reflected on them as well. And the land around them. The vast stretches of Alethian havens and the pulsing extremity vein of the infinite hyperversal haven itself began to pulse and shake. The warriors of the infinite hyperversal haven who had risen to battle the legions of the existential apocalypsis beasts felt this change very closely, as they instinctively knew something was coming, none more so than a few special beings. One being, in particular, was affected as a byproduct of something Noah had done not too long ago. Standing in the midst of entities blazing with power at the fourth and fifth gradation of extremity, there was a lone visage of Lilith whose body was currently radiating a power that she should not be capable of emanating. It was too bright. Her hatred its extreme was almost solidifying molten red in her surroundings, as the cause was none other than the fables. The extremity of quintessence had spurred this extreme unto all of them from their bloodline, as he told them to forge their own stories. Now, for the vast majority of entities in the infinite hyperversal haven who were brought up by Noah, they barely had any stories. They barely formed any legends. Your fable is a long one, your fable is a grand one. Your fable cannot be left alone to rot in oblivion, as at this moment, the weaving of fables supports you with immensity. Her devilish horns became ever brighter, she clashed with a robust apocalypsis beast whose aura rose maddeningly to match hers and even exceed it. And yet, while its existential extremity authority began to burn, the hatred around Lilith mixed with the quintessence overflowing in her blood, and a glimmer of fables empowered this all that much more, and in the next moment, her hatred congealed into demonic spikes from all four directions around the apocalypsis beasts in front of her, like Erickson, and others in her surroundings. She should be struggling in front of this beast, and yet, squelch, the demonic horns formed with hatred thundered down and skewered the apocalypsis beasts before her as white gold blood spurted out onto her face. It was a scene even she couldn't believe. She was the daughter of hatred. The dimensional deceiver, unlike many others, she already had an existing legend. She already had a grand fable that she was only adding to. Thus, her augmentation of power through the extremity of fables was truly extreme, and she wasn't the only one. There were others: Commander Fong, Hyperion, Oppenheimer, the Sumerian architect, Ishtar, Sargon, Svetlana, the primogenitor of steel, and many other entities who already had long-stretching legends. Their augmentations were utterly obscene as at this moment, they were running utterly wild on the battlefield. Their scenes fluttered across the eyes of Lilith. They were adding to their own legends, but she wouldn't focus on them. She would focus on enriching her own fable, as after taking down a single apocalypsis beasts, she saw the prompts of fragments of none other than the fruit of existence granted as loot, and towards this, her very soul shuddered. It shuddered as with a demonic glint, she looked far above where the legions of apocalypsis beasts were charging as her figure warped to appear within their throngs, her whole visage beginning to move with a sense of seduction and danger as she uttered out coldly. Quintessential dance of the deceiver, her own creation, her own weavings. Hatred moved as now, supported by the fable behind Lilith, it was bound to allow her to make something of herself even with the large scheme of the infinite hyperversal haven. She moved as like many others who didn't struggle too much against their first apocalypsis beast and actually managed to take it down. They saw the loot fragments that exploded out, they saw the glimmer of the fruit of existence as their souls could not take their eyes off of it. They didn't know that the extremity of quintessence above them was already testing the effects of one. Soon enough, he would be taking on hundreds. Chapter 29:18 Heavy 2. In the isolated domain in the depths of the infinite hyperversal haven, while feeling the constantly expanding breadth of his soul, Noah's will turned towards ruination. As if she could feel his piercing gaze, she spoke, "It is too intricate, as you can see for yourself, Master. But the changes it is causing within me are quintessential, as after assimilation an unknown number of them, I should be able to multiply them thereafter." Yes, it was still something too high. Noah nodded at her words as he waved his hands again. This time, hundreds of thousands of fragments of endocarp, mesocarp, exocarp, and seeds of fruits of existences bloomed above them. They began to swirl and converge the moment they appeared, as from where they disappeared, new fragments took their place. And at the center point of convergence, one fruit of existence after another appeared. As after Noah analyzed, he knew that the most critical thing was to understand these wonders fully first. And the best way to do this was for none other than the weaver of extremity to devour and assimilate them. One fruit after another descended with a translucent light from above, as this time, Noah's mouth remained open as he took them in one by one. He didn't worry about an overflow of this terrifying wonder. He was akin to a hungry sponge. His existence was already stretched thin with all the concepts he held. The blooming translucent seas of existential authority were akin to a saving grace for him as he wanted to take it all in with tyranny. After all, it had been a decent number of minutes now since he first stepped into the gradations of extremity. Minutes, to him, this was long enough. While on the 7th gradation of extremity, Noah swallowed 10 fruits of existence at once, as after their blossoming waves of authority bloomed within his existence and surged into his soul. His figure in the waters of the gradations of extremity underwent a change. It instantly disappeared with a flicker of light as if it no longer existed, and when Noah opened his eyes again, the water around him was different. It was too clear, it was beginning to thin out, it looked too pure to the extent that one would think they were approaching the upper surface of these deep waters, and the moment Noah arrived here, the waters turned chaotic as a heavy and undeniable pressure fell from all around. And yet his existence remained staunchly strong as a burning transient light covered it and continued a ridiculous process, a process that after affirming everything around him, Noah confirmed that the instant consumption of 10 fruits of existence instantly took him way past the demarcation between the 7th and the 8th gradation of extremity. As of this moment, he was genuinely roaming within the 8th gradation of extremity, a distance away from the 9th gradation, a distance away from whatever lay beyond extremity, and even at this moment, his existence burned with interminable determination as he continued his ascent. the state of his existence was currently unique as after every fruit of existence released its endless seas of authority into him. It all surged towards his soul, but after he had more than 10 in a short period of time, the target of some of these vast seas changed. They came to a halt as if they were making a choice once more. At such a scene, Noah once more focused with extreme precision. Would his body and origin follow? His origin held unique Alathian havens and its own extremity vein, even being capable of producing loot on its own as he even had a wondrous forge. Would be capable of producing his own fruits of existence? His body held an unsurpassable physiology after building up a foundation others could only dream of. Would boom, his thoughts came to a stop as his existence released a pulse of light. After the elevation of his soul continued, the raging authority directed itself towards another part of his existence. Your origin burns with quintessential ambition. Your origin is being exposed to an authority that is making it more sublime. The authority of existence itself covered his Alathian havens, his radiant extremity vein, and havens within havens, layers within layers. The first Alathian haven has begun to form within your extremity vein. The direction of the authority of the fruits of existence divided. It now flowed into his soul and origin with purpose as seeing the quantifiable changes and unquantifiable ones. Noah's strong will sought a conclusion. The weaver of extremity holds existential extremity authorities within him as he ponders a question. He held quintessence, infinity, tyranny, and the protagonist. These concepts were existential, but as he saw the overflowing threads of the authority of the fruit of existence, Noah came to wonder, if the weavings of one's extremes are existential, what about their own existence? He was seeking the path forward. One's concepts could become existential, yes. But what about their own aspects of existence? What about one's soul, origin, and body? And what if it was a case like Noah who also expanded the concepts of the soul, origin, and body towards extremity? What if such concepts became existential along with his aspects of existence? Noah's will shone brightly as he looked at the depths of his origin and soul, observing the rampaging waves of translucent authority as he wondered, can you help me achieve this? No answer came from the wondrous authority of the fruit of existence. It was not cognizant. It only moved based on weavings Noah himself didn't quite grasp. It wrapped around his extremity vein as it pulsed, existence being inverted as within it. An Alathian haven began to bloom. The blooming haven was a mixture of the weavings of Noah's extremes, for in particular, quintessence, infinity, tyranny, protagonist. The weavings of existential extremity authorities bloomed with the first haven to bloom inside the extremity veil, stabilizing his origin. The first Alathian haven had weavings of existential, chapter 29:19 heavy. 3. Within his extremity vein in the depths of his origin, an Alathian haven bloomed as since it was born of quintessence, infinity, tyranny, and protagonist. Could it be anything other than existential? Noah may not fully know the intricacies of the elevation of existence to come, but he could definitively say that a haven that was being constructed by existential extremity authorities would at the very least be something existential that he could use as a base to catapult himself onto the next stage. The weaver of extremity ponders on the core of his being. He, as the weaver, pondered about his distinction. About his being, he gazed at the concepts that made him, at the extremes he supported and sought to elevate the weavings of. As he looked at it now, extremity itself seemed to be an indispensable tool, a weapon one needed to step on the path and traverse if they wanted to grasp anything existential. One began by playing around with the understanding of natural laws, the rulings that made the structure of the reality around them: water, fire, earth, air, time, hatred, destruction, life, death. They touched on such constructs as with mana. They could even manipulate them to a certain extent as they progressed through different stages of their life form, from an unranked existence to a higher existence, to an apex ionic lifeform, and then from the cusp of an ionic lifeform. The constructs one only played with could be expanded towards extremes. Noah was playing with quintessence, as only when he expanded it towards extremity was he truly grasping it. And now, he had already done what others couldn't do in billions of years. At the same time he took this concept to extremity, he made it existential. The next step was that for those capable, they had to utilize the weavings of their concepts of extremity to spur the weavings of something existential. For the seeds living in the existential domains of legacies, this was an impossibility, and yet, Noah had made it possible as he was now pioneering the way forward, and all of it was due to nothing else but his extremes. Quintessence, infinity, tyranny, and the protagonist to allow for his power to be at such a maddening level, all of his other extremes that contributed to him not being found by the Basilius of Alabalum and Ignatius, and the extremity of loot. 4 Being capable of extracting the essence of the existential apocalypsis beasts, his extremes were at the core of his achievements. That's why he really wanted the translucent light of the fruit of existence to bathe his concepts of extremity. Come, he bellowed out. He spoke commandingly towards none other than the fragments of the fruit of existence. As now, millions of fragments gathered above his figure and the figures of the quintessential dowager. Ruination, and the manifestation of the infinite hyperversal haven. The scene was a stupendous one as they all converged like stellar galaxies, one translucent singularity after another forming as dozens of fruits of existence came to be, and they all made their descent in the wide-open jaws of the extremity of quintessence. He devoured an even larger volume of these terrifying fruits that may have shattered lesser beings with their potent waves of authority, and he did this because so far the authority of the fruits of existence had gone towards expanding the breadth of his soul as thereafter it went towards his origin. The authority held a mind of its own as it seemed to tell Noah that his concepts were so far advanced while his own existence had not caught up. So he daringly devoured more, and his existence, radiated a profound vibration, an interminable desolation. The seas of translucent energy exploded within him by the dozens as they took but an instant to sense his existence. They saw his soul and origin were already in the process of being bathed by them as even more strands went towards their direction, but not all. With their volume being so endlessly vast, at this moment they surged towards another aspect of his existence. Your body trembles at the pristine seas of authority surging into it, your physiology rises with endless determination, your bloodline feels eons of changes beginning to occur in the span of seconds. His lineage, which had just gained a profound elevation with the advent of the Weaver of Extremities, seemed like it was about to undergo something even more ridiculous. Seas of uncontrollable energies radiated towards all of Noah's aspects of existence as at this time he devoured his 100th fruit of existence. None of it was directed towards his extremes. And yet his whole existence burned with the majesty and valor in this authority. All aspects of his existence were covered with the light of the fruit of existence. Now, there were many things that Noah still did not fully understand with the fruit of existence. He knew there were unquantifiable boons that he had yet to analyze and understand. And something unquantifiable reared its head at this very moment. The quintessential annals of extremity are having a hard time grasping your existence, not from his own body, nor from his weavings, but it was an alert and prompt from the quintessential annals of extremity. The manifestation of the infinite hyperversal haven that was tasting and analyzing its own fruit of existence had a stern gaze at this moment as she looked at Noah, as if she could see him right there, but the profound connection they always shared felt just a little fainter at this moment. It was a terrifying development as in the midst of his aspects of existence being enveloped by the authority of the fruits of existence. Something was occurring outside of Noah's knowledge and control as it made his existence harder to discern from the quintessential annals of extremity themselves, the construct that held him at the very core, the construct that was kicked off with a moment of infinity. What was happening? Why did such a development unfold from the devouring of the fruits of existence? Chapter 29:20 Heavy. For his existence was becoming faint to his own quintessential annals of extremity. Facing such a shocking development, Noah looked deep within himself as his will bathed his aspects of existence. The major change that had occurred was on the 100th fruit of existence being devoured, and that all of his aspects of existence were now being bathed by the fantastical light of these fruits around Noah. Vermilion flames raged as he sought to understand why, but truly he didn't need to, because as time passed, it was made clear. At this moment, the body of his clone was floating serenely in the stellar domain at the depths of the infinite hyperversal haven, his mother, Ruination, and the manifestation of the infinite hyperversal haven being in front of him as around them. Rivers of liquefied extremes flowed with multicolored light, yet at this moment, Noah's body sank. He gazed below to see the space around him become deformed, reality becoming twisted as it was breaking down. As if the weight he imposed on it was becoming too much. At the same time, he finally felt a change within his existence. He felt something that was always his, but at this time, it seemed to truly be so. This is records? His will buzzed as he recognized his records. His authority as the weaver of extremity moved as finally, some sense of what was happening could be made out. An unquantifiable boon of the fruit of existence is manifesting itself. Your records are your own, your weavings are your own. As you approach a new stage of your life, the weavings of your records are being branded onto your existence. What an existence did was always recorded down. Noah's records were vast and filled with connections to others as they were initially encompassed in the Ionic annals of extremity, and later transferred to the quintessential annals of extremity once he forged this construct. it was a type of proof of one's existence, a type of certificate to say that this being or that being was actually there. And now, a shocking phenomenon was occurring where Noah's records were being taken from the quintessential annals of extremity and into himself. How massive and intricate were his records? Their weavings with trillions of others? How could such a thing be supported in any way by him? He gazed within himself, he gazed at his body. Origin and soul that were being bathed by the light of the fruits of existence, they were being elevated and prepared by the fruits of existence for something just like this. Your records meld into crevices of your body, origin, and soul, in his quintessential soul that supported his extremes, in his blooming Alethian haven at the depths of his extremity vein, in his meridians coursing through his body. His own existence was slowly coming to contain his own weavings of all his records. As this happened, his existence felt heavy, immensely and unfathomably heavy, supremely filled with an unfathomable weight, so much so that he felt his existence, his weavings, his records, his concepts, his very being. They could affect his surrounding reality, as if he was an immediate heavy object that was affecting the very space-time continuum itself. The surrounding space trembled at his mere being. There was existence that was the person themselves. There were extremes that they expanded that supported them. Then, there were their records that foretold everything about them. All three of these things could be destroyed to end an entity as only their weavings would remain. As traces in the rivers of history, at this moment, within his existence that contained his extremes, Noah was also taking in his records as everything about him was being wiped from even the quintessential annals of extremity. This progression caused by the fruits of existence caused Noah's mind to think of many things. The incident with Basilius Inane and the entity who stood above the legacy of Alabalaam replaying in his mind. The moment he had gazed at the weavings of Basilius Inane, she had known. The moment he even thought of gazing at the weavings of the one above her, he had felt unprecedented danger. Was this because their weavings were their own? That everything relating to them, their records, were fully contained within their existence, so when Noah tried to even gaze at their weavings, it was akin to trying to gaze at their very existence with his own two eyes, even before he could truly gaze at them. These beings found out. Noah's mind buzzed at this possibility as he thought about something even larger in the grand scheme of things. Seeds, their records were always contained within the annals of extremity. They were used as a source to elevate and make the existential extremity authorities of their respective domain stronger, with their lives even making the extraction of fruits of existence possible. But were seeds actually so prized because of the fact that their records could be etched and utilized? That when they refined existential extremity authorities, these benefits could be recorded in the annals of the existential domains they were in and utilized for the formation of fruits of existence? Stumbling on this thought, Noah's mind buzzed as he felt the heaviness of his existence increase even more. Why did the Basilius need seeds? Why did legacies oversee existential domains when they themselves should have the most proficiency and purity of their respective extremity authorities? This seemed to be a plausible answer. As Noah stumbled on this, the figure of the manifestation of the infinite hyperversal haven spoke up at this moment as her eyes were actually filled with a sense of worry. I feel less and less of you with every passing second. More and more of his records were being taken from the quintessential annals of extremity and layered onto himself as there were a great deal of things to figure out. Of immediate consequence was that at this moment, his body was radiating a heavy new pressure, a pressure that caused his surrounding reality to shudder as just by existing in it. It seemed to be distorting and breaking around him. He had to control it. He had to control the weight of his existence as at this moment, it was infinitely heavy. Chapter 29-21 Heavy. Immeasurably heavy. This was how Noah felt as the authority of 100 fruits of existence raged within his existence, taking his records from the quintessential annals of extremity and layering them unto himself ever so slowly. His mind worked fast. The distinction of the weaver of extremity was not for show. And this was expressed by none other than his main body that had appeared within the supernal haven of Oceanus. A gorgeous blue sea lay all around him, quintillions upon quintillions of life forms were stretched within Oceanus, this and the nether haven of Oceanus counterparts actually being the ones with the most life forms. The seas across these havens were nigh endless. Thus, the number of existential apocalypsis beasts appearing here was the most abundant compared to any other haven. Initially, Noah's will was spreading out to cover this vast haven before he imposed one of his existential extremity authorities onto the apocalypsis beasts to eradicate them. But as he felt his main body cause the waters in his surroundings to churn at his mere presence while his surrounding reality began to distort and flicker, he closed his eyes. The weaver of extremity closed his eyes and felt his existence that was spreading out and exerting its effects all around him purely because it was ballooning and expanding, becoming even mightier due to his own records. Since it was being like this, he simply simplified it as if he had attained a new power that was spreading out in all directions. For now, he only had to rein it in as if he focused it onto a central point within his body, HUUM. The sheer pressure Noah emitted all around disappeared as he pulled this pressure into himself. He came to centralize it at the center of his existence as after that, he tried to freely move it across his body. This heaviness contained everything about him. His existence. His extremes. A small portion of his records. He understood that now as at this moment, instead of continuing to stretch his will out across Oceanus and impose one of his existential extremity authorities. He commanded the heaviness that represented his existence. He allowed it to weave across his body and become centered on his right foot, having raised it before he brought it down with force, as if he was stomping something with his very existence, and the selected target was none other than all existential apocalypsis beasts in the surrounding domain as Noah simply thought of their weavings, RUUUMBLE. The reality within Oceanus where he had stomped his foot churned, and then across. Oceanus, wherever an apocalypsis beast stood. An unfathomable weight seemed to press down on them as they didn't even have the time to adjust their bodies to a higher gradation, as if their robust bodies covered by potent existential extremity authority were mere eggs or crumpled paper. They became flattened by an irresistible force, becoming compressed to the size of a grain of sand in an instant, across Oceanus. But it didn't stop there. Noah had imposed his increasingly heavy existence on the surrounding domain. So shockingly, his existence, which had disgustingly grown to a shocking stage at this moment, leaked into half of the supernal haven of Elora and a quarter of the supernal haven of Penumbra nearby. As the apocalypsis beasts in these areas also faced a similar fate, they became flattened and destroyed to the size of grains of sand instantly. This was Noah's power. This was his existence. The extremity of loot has extracted from the target 123. 984,665 fragments of the endocarp of a fruit of existence. The extremity of loot has extracted from the target 109,884,550 fragments of the mesocarp of a fruit of existence. The extremity of loot has extracted from the target 111,813,228 prompts of loot overflowed, and Noah understood his power just a bit more as the cleanup around the Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains, as well as the planar palisades of extremity. Were about to unfold at an even faster rate. He just affirmed that when it came to lesser beings, he could entirely erase their existence by superimposing the weight of his existence. It meant that the Basilius of Alabalum and Ignatius who knew how many fruits of existence could also do the same to him. He had to understand the boons of these fruits more. He had to resolve today's unfolding apocalypsis and then dedicate his time to truly study how his existence was being changed, and he could then prepare for the days of apocalypsis that would follow. But there were also other intricacies to keep in mind. One particular intricacy was Noah's actions after he destroyed the existential apocalypsis beasts within an entire haven within Oceanus and the affected domains of Elora and Penumbra, after he entirely erased the presence of the apocalypsis beasts within them. A second passed before more began to appear as space tore to reveal a deluge of records, but there were significantly fewer. Less than a fourth of the original amount of apocalypsis beasts that were present before. Noah had confirmed this since the first haven where he erased all of them, and then the subsequent ones that came after, where after 3 rounds of decimating newly risen apocalypsis beasts, no more descended within that haven. As if for designated domains, there were only a specific number of apocalypsis beasts that could be released. And this led Noah to make another assumption, that there would likely be a limit to the number of apocalypsis beasts for the first day. As he kept clearing them, no more would come, not until the day was over, and a new one began. It meant the number of fruits of existence that he could obtain were not endless. And he had to ensure that at the end of these 9 days, he wouldn't just survive, but be ready to face the legions of dicastes of extremity and the legacies of Alabalum and Ignatius above them. After all, the prophecy stated so, a prophecy he made. But it stated so. Chapter 29:22 Development. The number of fruits of existence was limited, so Noah had to make sure he had another source when Moore's apocalypsis was over. The infinite hyperversal haven was the prime candidate to produce the fruits of existence, but it wasn't the only one. There was also Noah. He held his soul, and he held his infinite forge within it. At this moment, as his aspects of existence experienced the baptism, and his heaviness just increased more and more. Threads of their authority flowed into the infinite forge. Over the next hours and days, would Noah be able to see the elevation of the infinite forge to a level where it may produce fragments of the fruits of existence on a longer timescale? After he bathed in an uncountable number of fruits of existence, would he not be capable of producing them himself? His eyes burned with ambition as he allowed the authorities of the 100 fruits of existence to rage across his existence. He monitored his thinning connection to the quintessential annals of extremity as more and more of his records were pulled. He focused on his connection with the infinite hyperversal haven and what consequences there could be from all this. Threads of his weaving spread all around as he didn't consume any more fruits of existence for now, only collecting their fragments and converging them to become whole as a steady stream of a few fruits flowed to ruination. Noah gauging just how many it would take before this construct gained the capability to multiply them herself. As all of these pieces came together, time began to pass. In the infinite hyperversal haven, cylindrical pathways showed legions of apocalypsis beasts coming through as the defenders of these lands fought to protect it, some beings shining much more than others. Then, there were the vacuous and vitalis hyperversal domains where Noah was rapidly spreading into. In the haven of perdition within the vacuous hyperversal domains, the extremity lineage of the cuckoo butterfly pulsed with beauty and horror as they sought to defend those at the first gradation and below, but their primogenitors quickly became pushed back by the beasts that matched their power. Heavy losses beginning to accumulate, but just before this could continue, SHA. The folds of non-reality tore as a being stepped out, devilishly handsome in nature and majestic in stature. He pressed his foot down as if he was putting pressure on the whole haven, and his existence pressed down as all attacking apocalypsis beasts were flattened. It was a scene that the cuckoo butterflies would never forget in their lives. As moments later, a vermilion light covered them as they were forcefully taken away from all this. In the nether haven of Genesis, surrounded by gorgeous white rivers, the visage of Noah appeared here as his actions were carried out. In the vast stretches of the planar palisades of extremity, his clones stretched out endlessly as undiscovered planes of existence became discovered, and throngs of apocalypsis beasts became annihilated. The momentum of the extremity of quintessence did not decrease one bit as it only increased, and a reality that could have never been thought about just hours ago was gradually becoming a reality. The assimilation of quintillions upon quintillions of entities from the vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains and into the infinite hyperversal haven. The seeds that were being utilized to farm fruits of existence in this domain were all being taken into his home. As did this not mean he would gain this capability himself? And even more, the existential dungeon system was being utilized in abundance, with 2 dungeon monoliths laid out in each haven between vacuous and vitalis. As on this day, multiple dungeon breaks would occur. This was the current capability of the infinite hyperversal haven, but with them, a percentage of these existential domains would begin to be devoured on this day, as when the legacies of Allah, Balaam and Ignatius returned to observe the results of their Moors apocalypsis after 9 days. Would anything remain? The future was a tumultuous one, but the first day of Moors apocalypsis was not a suspenseful one. The river of time flowed, an hour passed, in the infinite hyperversal haven. The atmosphere of all surroundings trembled with ever-increasing waves of authority. Near the extremity vein of the infinite hyperversal haven, atop the Alathian haven of Avalon, Emperor Shao gazed around him with a stern expression like many others as scenes of what had just occurred not too long ago flashed across his eyes. After terrifying white beasts descended, he came, and with a flicker of existential brilliance, he ended the apocalyptic beasts. With a flicker of vermilion light, all of them also disappeared. He ended the war that simply, that easily. Now, Emperor Shao appeared here amidst many others as uniquely. He was rather remarkable in the vitalis hyperversal domains until just moments ago. Now, he was just one among many who were gazing up at legions of powerful defenders that were wiping out the last remnants of apocalypsis beasts flowing across cylindrical pathways. Among them, shockingly, primogenitors and legends they had only heard of from tales could actually be seen. It was a surreal reality, but it was one that showed the result of the first day of Moors apocalypsis. Approximately an hour after it started, the presence of apocalypsis beasts was entirely thin as very little kept on appearing. The legions of defenders were breathing heavily as for them, it felt like every part of their existence was put to the test, but of some of them, gazes of victory and glory shone. The majestic visage of the primogenitor of steel seemed larger than most others as at this moment, he waved his hands to gaze at tens of thousands of fragments of the fruits of existence. A demoness was laughing valiantly amidst her exhaustion as her head turned towards the far distance. She was gazing at the banner of quintessence as she wanted to see. She wanted to know just how far she had risen after all this, but a moment later, her eyes trembled. This was because the name that was always there on the banner of quintessence, the grand distinction of the extremity of quintessence it was no longer there. The ranking of the extremity of quintessence was gone. Chapter 29-23 Development 2. It was a shocking scene. Somehow, the extremity of quintessence who always took first place was no longer there, and in his place, after overtaking all others, was none other than the extremity of nepotism, Henry Osmond. He leaned into his identity as after accepting who he was, as the being closest in purity to the weaver of extremity. Others were left behind. He took the number one spot as at this moment, he could be seen surrounded by a prideful emperor penguin, Kazuhiko, Hyperion, and a few other distinguished beings. Strands of vermilion flames covered his body as he seemed to be brimming with purpose, not seeming the least bit exhausted as the others around him were, and following him on the banner of quintessence were names others could not deny. This was due to their power simply being too obscene as it was connected to the extremity of quintessence, the second on the banner of quintessence being Barbados. Below her, a few of the other queens followed as the only dazzling new name that drew eyes was one of the most powerful past primogenitors of the Vitalis hyperversal domains. The primogenitor of steel came ninth on the banner of quintessence. His figure was near other primogenitors who were looking up at him. His body covered by a brilliant bronze-silver hue as he seemed like a majestic statue that was thinking innumerable thoughts right now. And then, yet another name made itself distinguished in a shocking turn of events, maintaining its high in the ranking while being in the midst of utter monsters. It was none other than Lilith, the daughter of hatred, actually clinching the 10th spot after competing with such terrifying entities. Top 10, she actually stayed within such ranks as following. Her, the names of Hyperion, Commanderphone, Ishtar, Sargon, and the Sumerian architect followed. These were the entities who had distinguished themselves, and their rewards were mighty as apart from everything else. They had attained something that they couldn't wait to utilize. Lilith shook her head from the disappearance of the name of the extremity of quintessence from the banner of quintessence as she came to focus on the critical reward to come out of all of this, something none of them would have been able to obtain if it weren't for the weavings of the extremity of loot. Lilith was among the first to wave her hands and reveal dazzling fragments of seeds of the fruit of existence, followed by endocarps, mesocarps, exocarps. Tens of thousands of such pieces swirled above her with a glimmer as her soul felt a strong pull. She wasn't the only one as the visage of Henry also waved his hands to cause a stellar swirling of fragments of the fruit of existence above him. Clenching his fist a moment later as they began to converge them into a lustrous translucent light, so did such a convergence occur in front of the primogenitor of steel, in front of Barbados and the other queens of the infinite hyperversal haven, in front of Lilith, a dazzling translucent fruit formed, something utterly impossible for beings like them. But the extremity of loot made this impossibility a reality. With trembling hands, Lilith's hand rose as she grasped the translucent fruit in front of her. And instantly took a bite, around the same time that the defenders of the infinite hyperversal haven took bites of fruits of existences. The infinite hyperversal haven was undergoing even grander changes as over the past hour. Multiple successive dungeon breaks had occurred. This meant that more and more of the existential domains of Vacuous and Vitalis were devoured and assimilated by the infinite hyperversal haven, with a single unique thing occurring from before, that was the fact that none of the pristine lands where the legacies of Alabalum and Ignatius resided were able to be stolen like the first time. As if Moore's apocalypsis had truly isolated these two lands, it meant that in the coming days, even if Noah managed to devour more and more of the Vitalis and Vacuous hyperversal domains, he would still not be able to do so 100%. The lands where the legacies of Alabalum and Ignatius resided would be the last lands he didn't get a hold of. And if he wished to swallow all of Vitalis and Vacuous, these lands would have to follow. That was a dream for the future. For now, there was the fact that the infinite hyperversal haven was experiencing the most fundamental changes as the past natural laws and decreta that made it, the authorities of havens that made it. They were shining with interminable splendor as their extremes eerily seemed to be going towards existential. They were becoming more and more robust as they devoured something that even at this moment was not fully understood. At the same time, there was Noah himself. He had absorbed the full raging authorities of 100 fruits of existence as truly, his aspects of existence were being reformed to a stage even he didn't fully grasp yet. At the same time, over half of his records were imposed on himself and taken away from the quintessential annals of extremity, his ranking in the banner of quintessence ultimately fading away as for him. This ranking was not a distinction he needed. Who else in the infinite hyperversal haven stood above him? Who else was more quintessential? So this was not at all an issue, as the main ordeal to grasp the results of was the fact that the infinite hyperversal haven could feel less and less of him as time went by, and yet even though the sensation felt thinner, after a certain point in time while Noah's existence was being elevated, a dazzling new prompt arose: your weavings of records. Extremes. And any complex bindings are becoming truly yours, not etched down in any outside records. The bindings between you and the infinite hyperversal haven exist and do not exist at the same time, making it impossible for any entities to locate the infinite hyperversal haven through you or your people, and vice versa. Chapter 29-24 Development 3. Yes. An additional protective layer was what Noah attained through his records being branded to himself, as it was really preparing him for when he faced existences who had overcome the bounds of extremity and held means others could not even fathom. This was the boon between him and the infinite hyperversal haven that came to be. Then, there was ruination. As the last threads of the translucent waves of authority merged into him, so did the threads of 50 fruits of existence fully assimilate into ruination. Her figure opened its eyes to gaze at Noah at this moment. Her whole demeanor and visage seemed ethereal and otherworldly, as she most definitely could not even be considered within the bounds of high-grade armaments. She wanted to express her intent as without even moving her lips. Master, her intent weaved out and expressed her words for her. Noah looked at her closely and nodded in recognition as she continued, knowing exactly what he wanted to hear. 50 was enough to gain a sense of resonance and understanding with them. As it stands now, I can multiply the fragments of the fruits of existence by a factor of 1.5. No more, no less. Her intent was filled with utmost confidence. Her words were those of pride and power for having been allowed to come this far by the being in front of her. Noah smiled as without any words, he waved his hands, and stellar waves of light passed across the weavings of records as the boons of millions upon millions of fragments Noah had collected in the last hour from Apocalypsis beasts changed hands. The result of his actions in moving across Vitalis in vacuous hyperversal domains. How many entities had he saved? How many beasts had he killed? The number was too high to count, as the effects were glorious to quantify. The effects of the quintillions of entities he had saved would show over time, as his existential extremity authorities would only continue to be refined and purified over time. But did Noah really need that much time? Because after the breadth of his existence was elevated like this, and the effects of the fruits of existence about to be devoured by him, Noah knew he was about to cut off a lot of time. Ruination floated staunchly. She accepted what Noah threw at her across there. Connection, as she shone with a blinding translucent light. Her existence trembled. What she was doing was something so far above what she should be capable of, yet her nature allowed for a semblance of replication of the fragments of the fruit of existence. This mere semblance allowed for the multiplicative factor of 1.5. A million fragments of the fruit of existence would go in, and 1.5 million would be spat out, and this was exactly what she began to do at this moment, as within a mere 10 seconds, the first set of fragments multiplied. My ruination flowed back to Noah, and before they were even all the way there, Noah's authority already had them dancing on his palm as they began converging, and by the time they reached him, they were already dazzling translucent fruits, ones that he opened his jaws wide and began to devour. 10, 50, 100, 300. He let loose as he had no worries about his existence becoming shattered from the sheer raging waves of authority. After all, it had just been strengthened to withstand all of this. Around Noah, gorgeous lights of majesty radiated outwards, and his smile only became deeper. This was because as seas of translucent energies exploded within his existence, he finally felt tendrils of these authorities go towards quintessence, towards infinity, tyranny, and the protagonist. The light of the fruits of existence finally began to cover his concepts at this moment, and such a thing was akin to lighting up sparks in a flammable sea. As Noah felt a booming explosion within his existence, he felt his extremes cheer with desire as his manifestation in the waters of the gradations of extremity disappeared once more. Millions upon millions of existential extremity rune scriptures surrounded him, flames of the weaver of extremity surrounded him, and then he felt like he came across a thin film of light that only took an instant for him to burst through, and thereafter, everything changed. His vision opened to a brand new location. Serene waves of extremely clear waters could be seen all around, but this wasn't all. The waters were not empty. In these calm and serene waters, Noah saw extremely pure streams of Vitalis in vacuous converging. Well, it actually wasn't too accurate to call these pure streams of energy Vitalis in vacuous, because they felt closer to being a pure authority of existence itself. Of the records of existence and achievements of countless entities across the Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains, here, Noah saw translucent branches holding half-formed and fully formed fruits of existence. Here, Noah saw obsidian and white chains connected to the heads of terrifying dicastes of extremity whose serpentine eyes and wings were extremely closed and folded in, as if they were hibernating. As if they were forced to be in this state by an action taken not too long ago. And what action could it be other than Moore's apocalypsis? Noah's will spread out as he observed hundreds of dicastes of extremity stretched out all around these waters that were none other than the waters of the ninth gradation of extremity. The ninth gradation that no seeds were allowed to step into across vitalis in vacuous, streams of pure existential extremity authority gathered here as it seemed endless, and there was an overabundance of half-formed and some fully formed fruits of existence. It was a domain that seemed immeasurably far to cross as when Noah gazed higher and higher, he couldn't see the ends of these waters, but they became thinner and thinner. Clearer and clearer, as if crossing this endless distance may just allow one to break free of these waters, to reach an endless sky that only pristine entities grasped. Chapter 29-25 Development. For, it was a scene that was ingrained in Noah's mind, the single extending chains atop the dicastes of extremity he had seen before, each of them still extending upwards towards whoever bound and chained these dicastes of extremity. The dazzling fruits of existence he had began to accumulate across a myriad of branches, their numbers extending outwards. They could all be found within the waters of the ninth gradation of extremity, waters that no seeds were allowed to reach over the eons, as this was where they began harvesting the fruits of existence. But how were the waters signifying the gradations of extremity connected to the vitalis and vacuous existential domains, and the ionic annals of extremity? Noah could affirm with certainty their connection is within these waters. He came across many beings who were chained and rising through them slowly. But they were all from the vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains. As if these waters of the gradations of extremity only represented the beings of these two domains, they were not in any way connected to other existential domains under the watch of other legacies. Many thoughts passed over Noah's mind at this as a few pathways were shown, but as his existence continued to receive a heavy baptism, he took a moment to actualize the achievement that he had truly just arrived here. The ninth gradation of extremity, so easily, so simply, and now. He moved towards the translucent branches showing a fruit of existence that had fully formed, appearing before it to pluck it out as pop, with a glimmer of authority, the fruit came into his hands. He smiled brilliantly at this as thereafter, his body floated in front of the massive but immovable vitalis dicastes of extremity. The crystalline white skin seemed tougher than high-grade armaments of extremity, as even while in a state of hibernation, they gave off an oppressive air. He never got the chance to go against these beings as he was too weak against them just hours ago, and now he should have arrived on the same stage as them, but they were unique constructs that weren't any common lifeforms, and even though Noah did not get a chance to fight them now in his elevated state, the extremity of loot pulses with desire, the extremity of greed and the extremity of devouring say that a meal is presenting itself right before you. A devilish glint shone in Noah's eyes as akin to a predator enamored by their prey. Authority boomed from him and came to envelop the vitalis dicastes of extremity before his eyes, as he sought to devour it, as he sought to break it down and understand it, even though it didn't have the fruit of existence to power it up. What challenge could it pose? BZZT. You are beginning to break down and devour a construct born of immeasurably advanced constituents. Proceed with caution, as there are existential markings and brandings on this construct not belonging to any of the legacies you have come across. Existential makings and brandings. Noah's extremes cautioned him as he felt them all flow across his existence. With his soul expressing oraculum, indefatigable, vitalistic. All of his previous dynamis of extremity could all be felt at once. They warned him to be careful, as Noah now knew how even peering at the weavings of others could alert them, and it seemed these dicastes of extremity were not local to the legacies of Alabalum and Ignatius. They were constructs forged elsewhere and seemingly traded amongst legacies bought and sold in states of hibernation for them to be utilized in their existential domains. It meant that they didn't begin as vitalis or vacuous dicastes of extremity, but were changed into this after they arrived in these domains. Noah felt the influx of this information come in as he proceeded slowly, his authority of a predator covering the massive dicastes before him as he reveled in what boons may come from it. As the extremity of quintessence stepped on the ninth gradation of extremity, the defenders of the infinite hyperversal haven were making their own gains. After devouring a fruit of existence, those who were in the lower rungs of the gradations of extremity found themselves rapidly shooting up to achieve high gradations that were mere dreams not too long ago. Henry opened his eyes with a flash of brilliance as he emanated powerful waves of power at the peak of the seventh gradation of extremity, the eighth gradation only a sliver away. The vast majority of others jumped across the gradations as being like Kazuhiko, Emperor Penguin, the seer of Sema, or Svetlana had all stepped into the sixth gradation of extremity. Even the visage of the demoness, Lilith, stood at this stage as she came truly far. At this time, the vibrant eyes of the primogenitor of steel also opened as he felt his existence, His body shining with interminable waves at the peak of the 8th gradation of extremity as he knew the ninth would not be too far away. He smiled as he looked around him, at the deluge of beings who had arrived at new stages of power, this whole scene being unlike anything that could play out in the past Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains. It was a scene of serenity and peace, as if they weren't in a process of apocalypse, a scene one couldn't truly come across just days ago. He gazed at all of them as in his deep voice, he spoke, "Shall we get to know each other's fables? Stories of who we were and who we aspire to be in the future." At this momentary period of peace, the primogenitor of steel was the first to move as he sought to form connections and understanding with the defenders of the infinite hyperversal haven. Henry and the others gazed up to meet his gaze as soon after numerous intents unfolded as entities coming from different eons and times for a chance to mingle amongst each other. Chapter 29-26 Development. The weavings were formed between the defenders of the infinite hyperversal haven. At the same time, the entity to bring all of this together was enjoying the baptism of a few hundred fruits of existence that, after being focused on his aspects of existence, the authority of these fruits now also flowed to his extremes. And this brought about its own changes as it acted like a trigger point for Noah's existential extremity authorities that were already rising up in a robust fashion on their own. Quintessence, infinity, tyranny, and the protagonist exploded with millions of existential extremity rune scriptures, and their weavings became all that much more complex. He had yet to urge any other ones to jump towards the existential level, seeking to stabilize things as they were, even though the breadth of his soul continued to be expanded. But as his existential extremity authorities increased in their weavings, so did the expanded breadth of his soul gradually become filled. He continued to monitor and analyze all of these changes as an hour into the devouring of the hibernating dicasties of extremity in the waters of the 9th gradation of extremity. His existence buzzed, and extreme within him stirred. The extremity of the protagonist blazes with brilliance and states that it has attained enough distinction to continue cementing what it stands for. An aurum brilliance overflowed as the protagonist flared its fangs once more. The protagonist had made way for Noah's distinction of the weaver of extremity and prophecies, and it now rose once more as what did it wish to do. The weavings of the protagonist, quintessence, infinity, plot, and fables are resonating amidst the elevation to bring about a critical feature for the protagonist. The protagonist recruited the dazzling influence of infinity, quintessence, plot, and fables. Within Noah, millions of existential extremity rune scriptures pulsed as, under the guidance of multiple extremes led by the protagonist, the feature of existential proofreader is being born. Noah's pupils dilated. Existential proofreader. Such a daring set of words came together as what exactly did it wish to accomplish? The aurum glow of the protagonist bloomed within him as information flowed freely. You can read wisps of the unfolding of your most probable unrecorded fable for the next 24 hours. With enough exertion of your authority, the unfolding of these fables can fall under your control. In addition to reading about your unrecorded fable, you can choose to distort the weavings of records, extremes, and existence to jump forward from your currently unfolding fable and into your future fable, skipping over points and receiving memories of how events unfolded until you reached the point you jumped into. As the protagonist, you can dictate the flow of your own story. As one who holds his records within himself, many more possibilities open up before you. A dazzling feature unfolded amidst this brilliance, and it seemed like one of the reasons it was able to come out successfully was because of Noah's record slowly becoming layered onto himself and not any annals of extremity. Noah's will didn't delay as he tried this new feature right away, existential proofreader. Millions of existential extremity rune scriptures cycled and burned, and before Noah's eyes, your fable, not yet recorded in your existence, continues. In his shining eyes, illusory scenes began to play out one after another like a high-definition film. Under your guidance and extremes, with the aid of fruits of existence, more and more entities at the 8th gradation of extremity appear within the infinite hyperversal haven. The refinement and purification of your existential extremity authorities because of this increases at a quintessential pace as you feel like the extraction of pure existential authority to form fruits of existence may soon be possible. As your aspects of existence continue their baptism with the translucent light of the fruits of existence, your lineage finally reaches a critical point and begins its long transformation into an existential lineage. After hours of careful and steady devouring and breakdown of the hibernating body of the dicasties of extremity, you finally make an advancement. The authority of your weavings reaches the core of the dicasties of extremity as there, an insignia shining with a brilliant existential light stops your advancement. Oh, the scenes flitting across his eyes came to a stop as he focused on this point of his unrecorded fable. Hours from now, Noah wanted to test out how he as the protagonist could control his own fable, seeking to jump across the weavings of space and time to appear hours from this point, and an aurum-colored glow wrapped around his existence as an instant later, he felt like his consciousness delved into a blinding endless golden sea, everything fading away before him as when he opened his eyes again. The weavings of reality felt different, a sense of distortion settled as Noah felt like his existence had jumped from one point of time towards another, but unlike any other times before when he gazed at his records or went back in time, he jumped forward, he left behind the weavings of records, extremes, and existence itself to come towards his set future fable, and he looked ahead of him as his eyes brightened up. He saw the hibernating body of the Dicastes of Extremity splayed open, its wings torn and eaten away while its chest was fractured with a significant amount of its structure missing, and towards the depths of this chest cavity, there lay a silently spinning circular crystalline structure that held a single insignia. An insignia representing a single word that Noah made it out to be, Archimedes. Noah stared at this insignia with scrutiny and care as from it, he felt immense danger. Just like when he thought of the weavings of Basilius Inane and the one above her and they noticed, he felt like if he touched the circular core with this insignia, he would be poking a hornet's nest he could not yet handle. No, he had to first make sure all of his records were sublimated to himself and away from any annals, and even likely exceed the bounds of the gradations of extremity before he could be confident in viewing the weavings of entities within the ranks of legacies, and those behind the Dicastes of Extremity. Because at this moment, Noah could foresee that the insignia etched on the core of the Dicastes of Extremity. Was likely the group or entity manufacturing these terrifying entities that managed and oversaw existential domains. Archimedes, Chapter 29-27 Jumper. Before the distinction of those behind the Dicastes of Extremity, Noah only gazed coldly as he calculated many things. Outside of the vitales and vacuous hyperversal domains, there were likely grand and intricate domains that the legacies ruled over. Noah felt like he was just stepping on the cusp of these organizational forces at this moment, and he had to proceed carefully to make sure that he didn't alert any entities that he could not handle yet. But he also had to be ready, and understanding what lay in front of him, as well as being capable of fully countering it. Would be ideal, so he gazed at the half-devoured vitales Dicastes of Extremity as his eyes flared with brilliance, and his extremes answered. Quintessence states that nothing can fall outside the scope of its understanding. The extremities of loot, devouring, and greed state that they have made sufficient gains from breaking down the body of the current Dicastes of Extremity. The extremities of systems, forging, and smithing state their desire to design a new construct. The extremity of cheats rouses with interest and offers its help, one after another. Noah's extremes flowed out with their own desires as their goal was a singular one, the replication of the Dicastes of Extremity. They were seeing before them the reconstruction of something that was likely a product traded between legacies to take care of existential domains. Cheat smiles with mischief and initiates the start of Project Existential Automaton, WAA, Project Existential Automaton. It was a grand undertaking as before Noah's eyes, a cerulean blueprint of the massive visage of a Dicastes of Extremity formed, this being all the parts that were just devoured and broken down. As the rest of this body was devoured, this blueprint would be even more complete as thereafter. The results of this recently enacted project would be something that others would be dumbfounded to even look at. His extremes moved with their own weavings as they decided on the materials, the core, and the very weaving of something new. Project Existential Automaton kicking off hours after Noah's entry into the gradations of extremity. At the core of such an automaton, his extremes buzzed as a moment later, a colorless light bathed the blueprint. Quintessence, from what Noah could tell, the constructs of the Dicastes of Extremity began in a neutral state before they were influenced to match the existential domains they would be residing in. The most appropriate core material for such a construct for him would no doubt have to be quintessence. Other ingredients and materials would soon follow as Project Existential Automaton kicked off with a flurry of existential extremity authorities. After affirming this, Noah's eyes blazed with brilliance once more as he called out, "Existential Proofreader, HUUM." His surrounding reality buzzed once more as a golden sea bloomed before prompts and illusory scenes began to fill his eyes. Your grand fable continues to unfold with glory, elevated by the increased percentage of existential domains assimilated into it, as well as the sources of many new existences. The infinite hyperversal haven begins to manufacture high-grade planolith crystallos and high-grade armaments of extremity that can be utilized by those in the latter gradations of extremity. It is a precarious time of the start of Moore's apocalypsis, with the inhabitants of the infinite hyperversal haven knowing that the coming day would send down more legions of apocalypsis beasts. but their mood and wills remain unfettered, amidst the mingling of the natives of the infinite hyperversal haven and the new inhabitants who recently arrived. The visage of the Emperor Penguin rises up and calls for a feast amidst this precarious time. It calls to celebrate the arrival of more comrades, and that in the style of the infinite hyperversal haven. They would not be bothered by any apocalypses as they had gone through multiple before. The first feast of quintessence erupts within the infinite hyperversal haven as entities from eons ago and entities just recently born gain a chance to know and understand the weavings of each other. These illusory scenes all bloomed in Noah's mind as he smiled. In these scenes, he could see the Bard of Quintessence sitting above a small floating landmass of sandy dreamlight, a symphony of celebration playing from him as around him. Chalices filled to the brim with golden liquid and an assortment of spiritual herbs and grilled meats vibrating with extremity authority were being consumed by those participating in the Feast of Quintessence. One of Noah's clones was also present in such a feast as his prior role as a chef unfolded. The extremity of gastronomy unfolding as everything prepared by him contained a shred of extremity, and the scenes flashing across his mind continued. In such a celebratory time, your main body did not sit idle as you convened the queens of the infinite hyperversal haven to analyze the progression and utility of dual cultivation at this stage. Due to your robust vitality and elevating bloodline that was becoming existential, you find the effect of elevating one's existence during dual cultivation is not minimal. An interesting reality unfolded as before more scenes could cross his mind. Noah's mind buzzed with an aurum-colored glow as the capabilities of existential proofreader came to a halt. He reversed it back as for the purposes of research. He didn't want to jump across the weavings of reality and existence after he had ascertained the results of dual cultivation, only to attain memories of it. He wanted to fully experience these effects himself. Once more, his body jumped forward across the weavings of records, and when his vision came to again, he could see the fiery visage of Barbados, her eyes filled with determination as if she was about to have a great battle. Little fish, I won't lose today. Her words were filled with conviction, but it was unknown whether they would hold any truth to them. In other domains, Noah's vision also saw the mesmerizing figures of other queens of the infinite hyperversal haven as he jumped to the point in time right before he analyzed the utility of dual cultivation. Of course, it was all for the sake of research and understanding. Chapter 29-28 Jumper 2. After critical research was carried out, Noah's existence continued to burn with the aurum-colored glow of the protagonist as he resumed jumping through records and existence. Existential proofreader was activated once more as the weaver of extremity continued to flitter across time. The hours of the first day of Moore's apocalypsis passed by as the existence of the weaver of extremity continued to be altered by the fruits of existence. The breadth of your soul was growing along with the current existential extremity authorities you held, but a sufficient enough space was expanded in your existence to retain an additional existential extremity authority. Multiple extremes express their intention and right, with apocalypse, relativity, plot, and many others joining the fray. A moment came in the near future when Noah could expand yet another existential extremity authority. As you pondered on the risks and benefits of expanding another authority or continuing to take the ones you currently hold to an even grander level, the weavings of your existence had inadvertently caused changes to the flow of Moore's apocalypsis. Something new popped up. Noah's mind focused sharply as the golden prompts rising seemed to be ever brighter. You stretch out your existence to the utmost to understand how your weavings have impacted the unfolding records around you. The level of your existence and extremes allowing you to gain more threads of knowledge about the Codex of Extremity begin coming to you through the weavings your actions have caused. For the success of any task and especially the task of Moore's apocalypsis, the Codex of Extremity has never failed, utilizing any means possible for whatever variables arise. The Codex of Extremity works to achieve its initiated purpose. Yet on the first day of Moore's apocalypsis, a catastrophic failure occurred where not even 1% of the parameters of success were achieved. The weavings of the one responsible for this failure were analyzed as the Codex of Extremity has designed the Moore's apocalypsis of the second day to counter the one responsible for the previous failure. All while abiding by the absolute restrictions placed upon it, Noah's eyes radiated a lustrous light as waves of tyranny began to buzz within them. The Codex of Extremity was something unique. It seemed to be moving with an autonomous will to simply carry out a process that it was tasked with achieving, and it actually deviated from its normal workings in the case variables arose. Noah. Was a stupendous variable that the Codex of Extremity was now accounting for. What exactly would change? Due to this, blazing with existential might, Noah gazed at a myriad of illusory scenes as he prepared to make another jump. In the Archios Vitalis Pilus, the Archon Basilius Alabalum had a contemplative as he floated in a unique domain. A sea of white lay before his feet as all around him, intricate translucent streams flowed in a unique manner as his eyes were reading something from the weavings of these streams. Nobody within the gradations of extremity could ever guess nor understand what he was currently looking at, with layers upon layers of the weavings of records, existence, and extremes simultaneously moving around in these seemingly simple streams of white. Even though it has just begun, the noses of these barbarians are already sniffing something? Which legacy covets what is mine? His eyes were sharp as he read and organized countless flows and weavings of information. He knew there was a snake circling outside, plotting and planning, but he didn't know the identity of this snake, nor did he know just how big it was. As he was about to continue grasping the weavings around him, his face hardened in the next moment as he placed his right hand on his chest. There, deep within, there lay his heart where he locked in everything that was his. Yet at this moment, he felt a stream of translucent fruits of existence flowing out without his permission, and they followed a link he was bound to towards a distant location outside of the domain he was currently in. He turned his head towards a certain direction where only a single thing could be the one thing that could pull from his cache of treasures without his permission. The Codex of Extremity. His eyes became utterly sharp as he shockingly affirmed that even more of his reserves of the fruits of existence were being depleted. The reasons for this were few, but it could only be explained that as Moore's apocalypse progressed, the Codex of Extremity deemed it necessary to utilize more fruits of existence than those originally planned in order to achieve its purpose. It rarely occurred. Archon Basilius Alabalum had rarely heard of such a thing occurring, with the closest instances to memory being eons ago when legacies were not utilizing dicasties of extremity and had more intricate relationships with the seeds within the existential domain. Then the legacy of Archimedes rose to prominence and proceeded to become one of the most powerful legacies over the eons after they designed one of the more perfect methods to manage existential domains. Archon Basilius Alabalum used such a method, but even now he was watching the results of its failure, as even after he was forced to utilize the Codex of Extremity, the problem remained so prominent that it was deemed necessary to utilize more fruits of existence. His gaze was chilly as he felt the steady stream of his reserves continue to be taken away. He didn't blame the Codex of Extremity, it was only doing what it felt what it knew to be necessary. He thought of the identity of the insect that was at the root of all of this. Noah Osmont. Archon Basilius Alabalum uttered out this name with an incredible amount of apathy and revulsion. The fruits of existence being taken from him currently were manageable. They would go on to complete the task of the Codex of Extremity. He just wished that he could have this Osmont who was causing him all of these losses stand before him so that he could twist his existence in a million different ways to express to him the ire that seeds like him do have a significant part to play in the unfolding eons. Chapter 29 Alteration. The eons of history were endlessly vast and filled with many names that rose and fell. Very few ever managed to etch their names in eons of history to be remembered and even remain moving to this day. The legacy of Archimedes was one such name that would forever be etched over the eons. His legacy. Archon Basilius Alabalum had sharp eyes as he thought about his legacy that was neither strong nor weak. He wasn't in charge of some small and weak existential domain. He had climbed up the ranks until he was appointed to these existential domains of beginnings and endings, as his collection of fruits of existence was immense. But unlike some legacies he looked at from afar, he didn't oversee multiple existential domains. He wasn't even close to the center of power of this endless existential omniverse, as he was just standing at the rungs of it. Like all legacies, he wished to climb up. He wished for greater glory and honor to make his existence even more distinguished, so he bid his time and amassed droves of fruits of existence. He carefully chose his targets and was not yet ready to act, but this corrupted seed. This Osmont. The gaze of Archon Basilius Alabalum was filled with a chilling light as he observed the flow of fruits of existence, his voice coming out on magnetizing droves. What is a seed to an overseer? What is an animal to its owner? Utmost revulsion radiated from him. Oh, how he wished he had the chance to crumple this seed in his own hands. As he expressed his intent, within these very same archios vitalis pilus, the figure of another entity raised her head while looking at the center of these intricate lands bathed in a paradisiacal white light. There, Basilius Inane saw the dazzling glimmer of a white book, the brilliance of the Codex of Extremity as it seemed to be exerting even greater authority. Basilius Inane's eyes were sharp as she looked at this phenomenon thoughtfully. She knew it wouldn't happen without reason as for it to occur. She gazed down at the white clouds below her, as if she could pierce into the weavings of the lands beneath it, into the domains where Moore's apocalypse was taking place. Is it you? My expectations only continue to rise. She didn't even vocalize her words as she only let them remain as passing thoughts. thinking of the figure of the man she saw within the weavings of a record. She was thinking of Noah Osmont, as those in the Archios Vitalis Pilus experienced this phenomenon. They weren't the only ones. Far from here, in the secluded Archios Vacuus Pilus, a dark-shrouded visage of the Archon Basilius Ignatius looked up coldly. He paid a significantly less cost for the activation of Moore's apocalypsis, but he was paying it nonetheless. He was also connected to this process as he was an Archon Basilius of these existential domains too. He felt the outflow of his own reserves of fruits of existence as he knew variables arose, but for now, he kept quiet. He waited to see how the next few days of Moore's apocalypsis would unfold. The last hour of the first day of Moore's apocalypsis dawned. The Weaver of Extremity was an entirely different entity compared to the start of this day, with his records nearly being assimilated fully into his existence as the breadth of his very being was rapidly expanded. He was confident within himself, but so was the Codex of Extremity. Modifications had been made. Alterations were carried out to ensure within reasonable limits that the task of the Codex of Extremity could be carried out. Knowing what was coming, you tried to foresee multiple possible paths your fable could take. But the weaving of existence, records, and extremes occurring next were too intricate and complex for your current self to bypass, and thus, the direction of your unrecorded fable could no longer be discerned. Minutes before the start of the second day of Moore's apocalypsis, you could not foresee the surprises prepared by the Codex of Extremity. These prompts flowed smoothly into Noah's mind as his eyes shone with a devilish light. What he could do was already ridiculous enough, but it was still within the bounds and power of his existence. If he could see ahead, then it simply meant he had to get stronger to the extent that even the weavings of heavily intricate and complex matters like the unfolding of the second day of Moore's apocalypsis would be possible, but he wasn't there yet. And that was okay. The time would come. Covered by an aurum-colored glow, Noah's visage jumped across the weavings of records once more. His consciousness woke up to find his main body floating valiantly, adorned with a purple emperor's robe as no armament was on him. And what need did he have for an armament when his aspects of existence had been getting baptized with the authority of the fruits of existence, when his very skin held the hardness and majesty of a high-grade armament of extremity? He contained his existence within himself as he stood ahead of others, with his son, past primogenitors of the Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains, and more defenders of the infinite hyperversal haven floating behind him with serious expressions. They held a feast hours ago and celebrated their success, but they didn't let this cloud their judgments as they knew the next day would be just as crucial. They just didn't know to what extent. Further ahead past Henry and others but behind Noah, the figures of Shami, Athena, Barbados, Caitlin, and other queens of the infinite hyperversal haven could be seen expressing glorious power at the 8th gradation of extremity, their whole bodies brimmed with shocking life force and vitality as the elevated existence of Noah was truly that unfathomable, the gains they made during their dual cultivation session not too long ago making them some of the most powerful combatants within these lands as they relied on the extremity of harems. They were ready to experience and utilize this power fully as they all stared towards the vibrant barrier of the infinite hyperversal haven in the distance. Chapter 29:30 Alteration 2. The vibrant extremity vein and rotating Alathian havens were mere twinklings of stellar objects far, far behind Athena and the others as they waited. In front of them, the visage of the extremity of quintessence spoke at such a time. Expect the unexpected today. The design of Moore's apocalypsis knows of the power expressed in the last battle as today, it seeks to counter it. Noah's voice dripped with wild waves of power, his figure right now being something that very few could hold the gaze of or look at closely. He seemed like a behemoth of a being that others couldn't carelessly look at, his existence alone inducing a sense of pressure and awe that made him seem different than all of them. Yet even such a being cautioned them, even he told them to be careful. And the reason for this, blared forth at this moment akin to a booming horn signaling the end. Off to the side, the bard of quintessence opened his eyes as his monkey-like visage began to play a set of drums before him. Dum. The drums were heavy in anticipation. They seemed to be the beginnings of a symphony that may be his best one yet, his pupils shining brilliantly as they gazed past the barrier of the infinite hyperversal haven. There, an expanse of white light that everybody could see was blooming, a light of maddening existential extremity authority that could be felt all the way here. It was Vitalis, yes, but it wasn't the Vitalis they were familiar with. The blooming transparent white light was something much purer, as in anticipation of what would appear from this maddening light dash, boom crack, the flow of existence seemed to have come to a halt. The bard of quintessence didn't manage to capture what had just happened. Lilith, Kazuhiko, Emperor Penguin, or any of the other defenders of the infinite hyperversal haven didn't manage to see what happened. Their eyes could Not even follow it, only entities like the queens of the infinite hyperversal haven and the primogenitor of steel managed to catch a glimpse, and only a glimpse, because as soon as the white light spread in they prepared. The barrier of the infinite hyperversal haven cracked and splintered above them, a blinding white light moving towards them at speeds they couldn't even comprehend. No, not moving towards them. If it were moving toward them, they would already be dead. It moved towards a single being with purpose, in the span of an instant, at a speed others couldn't even react to. An absolution of an entity appeared right in front of the extremity of quintessence as their blazing aura swept in like a tide. It stood staunchly at the 9th gradation of extremity, nay, it even seemed to almost be exceeding it. The moment it appeared, the weavings of existence seemed to shatter as cracks spread across the surrounding space as if they were shattered mirrors. A heavy and suffocating force pushing everyone that was far behind Noah even further back as their existences creaked under the pressure, and when they could finally see and react, they saw the visage of the extremity of quintessence with his arms raised in a defensive position, tens of millions of existential extremity rune scriptures swirling and cracking around him as the whole region behind him shone with blue, purple, colorless, and a tantalizing golden light. In front of him, multiple quintessential superior wheels of extinction were deformed and bent as they held back the fists of a terrifying entity, not millions of existential apocalypsis beasts, not tens of millions of existential apocalypsis beasts. Just one, massive in stature, glorious in nature. The visage of the extremity of quintessence was currently the size of a world, but this beast was 10 times as large. It threw down two fists blazing with white existential flames as truly, it was humanoid in nature, bulky and filled with tightly toned muscles that would put an existential bodybuilder to shame. A bestial humanoid could now be seen before Noah. Its white tendons that seemed like existential steel forming its body were not the most astonishing. The two pairs of wings behind its back were not the most astonishing. The volatile 9 white tails that seemed like stretchable rivers of planes of existence were not the most astonishing. What was most astonishing was the head of this terrifying entity. White flames danced wildly for its hair as its face held a unique devilish charm that resembled a single being. Noah's eyes were sharp as he felt the blossoming tyranny and infinity within him, his arms creaking from the pressure as his superior wheels of extinction were deformed. His skin that was the hardness of a high-grade armament of extremity stung as he gazed sharply at the face of the entity ahead of him that held his own likeness, his devilish features, his handsomeness, his ferocity, and even in Neil, a booming and utterly undeniable voice boomed out as shockingly, a dazzling white throne appeared behind this creature. Its two hands that were just smashing into Noah having already been retracted and thrown out again, this time with tendrils of billowing flames of extremely pure vitalis that seemed to be mimicking tyranny, vitalis. Mimicking the extreme he always portrayed, vitalis, a concept of beginning. Everything had a beginning. For a truly advanced application of the extreme of vitalis, one could weave a ridiculous stipulation that all extremes have a beginning, and vitalis. Could express the beginnings of any extreme, an extremely, ridiculously, brazenly stupendous application of an extreme, and one of the few able to apply such a ridiculous capability was none other than the will of a codex of extremity. Boom! The impact was heavy, reality splintered and cracked as Noah's figure was pushed back like a meteor, and his push would have continued, but a dazzling light of extremity rose behind him as he faced a creature who moved at speeds and power that very few could even match. The extremity of relativity burns brightly while stating that speed is its forte. The extremity of relativity seeks permission to advance towards existential. An extreme burned brightly as Noah's will spread out. In the surroundings, he was stopped inches away from Barbados and the others as shockingly, the beast mimicking his features had already arrived above and carried indomitable momentum. Quintessence burned at such a scene. Tyranny pulsed and infinity blared, and the protagonist turned up with a piercing gaze as the extreme of plot gained the support of all of his existential extremity authorities. This is not our battlefield, plot commanded, plot deemed it so, and so. The figures of Noah and this unidentified beast suddenly disappeared from the infinite hyperversal haven. Chapter 29:31 Mamaisthai. The scene was a horrific and mesmerizing one as to this point. Very few had even comprehended what occurred. Reality shattered like a broken mirror as a blazing white transparent authority bloomed, most of the defenders of the infinite hyperversal haven catching a glimpse of the unidentified beast that held the likeness of the extremity of quintessence. Thereafter, reality shattered again and both the extremity of quintessence and the unidentified beast disappeared. The defenders of the infinite hyperversal haven breathed heavily. Their gazes were somber as they all felt the profound sense of suffocation from the beast that was just taken away from this domain. And their gazes remained heavy. Fucking hell, The sweet voice of Barbados let out a curse at the forefront as the brilliance of the blooming white light outside of the shattered boundary of the infinite hyperversal haven did not disappear. In the back, the gaze of Henry changed as a dazzling golden light wrapped around him while he surged out with a bellow, "Watch OU dash, boom." The reality before Barbados shattered as another dazzling white light appeared, this one at a somewhat manageable speed as in front of it, a humanoid entity bathed in a silver bronze hue appeared protectively in front of Barbados. Even though this queen of the infinite hyperversal haven had a bastion of colorless bones protectively enacted around her. The extremity of steel appeared forward like a valiant warrior as his power that seemed to be on the edge of spilling into the ninth gradation of extremity stopped the newly appearing enemy, an enemy that shockingly held a likeness of none other than the son of the extremity of quintessence, but 10 times the size of a world. A humanoid body with white muscular tendons like steel, and yet the devil-shot handsome looks of Henry. The eyes were cold and callous as a heavy oppression of the 8th gradation of extremity emanated from this newly appearing feature, and it wasn't alone. Dumb. Dum. The drums played by the bard of quintessence reached a heavy crescendo as soon after. From the storm of white light outside of the infinite hyperversal haven, beams of light moved out and became clear to all, an unidentified beast with the likeness of Barbados, short in stature, a blessed muscular chest, and wide-spanning wings and 9 sharp tails, a humanoid beast whose face looked very similar to Hyperion, a humanoid beast who resembled a prideful emperor penguin, one that looked like Sargon, Ishtar, and Elodie. And one that from afar, Lilith looked at with trembling eyes. A demonic white humanoid beast with her dazzling face appeared as hellish white flames raged around her, and this beast and those around it gazed at the defenders of the infinite hyperversal haven coldly. Those who carried a sense of likeness were those who had destroyed the highest number of existential apocalypsis beasts during the first day. They were deemed the greatest threats as multiple of these unidentified beasts with the likeness of the prominent defenders of the infinite hyperversal haven appeared as from them. Kneel, a heavy and indomitable pressure unfolded and billowed down, each of them mimicking a sense of the profound extremes they had all just begun to get familiar with, away from the infinite hyperversal haven, in the Vitalis hyperversal domains, within the supernal haven of Helios, small golden planes of existence filled with dense numbers of cosmos, universes, and even more countless empty worlds were stretching out in the distance, all of them floating on top of one of the largest archipelagos in this haven, and yet it was all empty with no lifeforms at this moment, with the Weaver of Extremity having taken everything away hours ago, and now, boom, space fissured and cracked as the weavings of the extremity of quintessence appeared here once more, a terrifying beast opposing him whose 9 tails danced with mad power, the pairs of wings behind its back vibrating with brilliance as the illusion of a throne behind it remained. It held dominating momentum as just ever so briefly before it began to move again. The eyes of the Weaver of Extremity blazed with vermilion light as this unidentifiable creature became known. Existential apocalypsis Mamaisthai, an ancient word that closely stood for an entity that imitated others, their whole story coming to completion when the one they initiated was ultimately destroyed and devoured by them. This was a Mamaisthai, and what stood before Noah was an utterly terrifying one that seemed to almost be escaping the bounds of the 9th gradation of extremity, with the actions it carried out being utterly taboo with a shocking usage of the existential extremity authority of Vitalis, and they could only be taboo as Anil. Its booming voice echoed out again, the weavings of Vitalis twisting uniquely as in the next moment, another massive visage of the Mamaisthai appeared. And another, a dozen, 100, 1,000, it was the dazzling authority of infinity being imitated as in an instant. 10,000 horrific figures of existential apocalypsis Mamaisthais appeared in the dazzling space of the supernal haven of Helios. It was taboo, it was profane. Looking at it, the extremes within Noah didn't hold an ounce of fear as a shocking force began to descend from all 10,000 Mamaisthais, his extremes instead rising with unstoppable anger and desire. Something dared to copy them. Boom, an endless sea glimmered behind Noah as instantly, thousands of bodies just like his began to appear. The blazing flames of tyranny also began to form at this time behind each one. But the speed of the Mamaisthai was utterly obscene as the combined attack of 10,000 of its bodies already arrived and smashed onto Noah and all the figures behind him. Boom. Crack. The force was heavy as reality shattered like mirrors, Noah's main body and the forming clones being hit with an undeniable existential force as they all smashed back like comets. Boom. His main body was smashed through a gorgeous golden plane of existence as the force was enough to cause its weavings to turn unstable, the cosmos within it fracturing before the plane of existence imploded into a blaze of heat. It was a Mamaisthai, yes, it only mimicked, yes, but its force was truly undeniable as it moved like a killing machine. Chapter 29:32 Mamaisthai. 2. Noah had only just arrived in the 9th gradation of extremity as whatever shocking means were utilized to forge this existential apocalypsis memisthai. It was made out to be something almost exceeding the dicastes of extremity. Even though it radiated an oppressive air at the 9th gradation of extremity, it truly seemed far away from this stage. This was the result that the Codex of Extremity produced, judging that this would be enough to take care of the problem that had risen to stop its procedural task in completing successfully, based on the weavings of Noah in the past day. Thinking of this, even though his extremes were raging, Noah smiled. Something was created to contend against him based on his own strength. In the past day, it was powerful, yes, but the basis of its creation was also the biggest limitation. Noah never stayed in one place. His power never stalled in one area for too long, and currently, his extremes were billowing with fervor. Even in the face of all of this power, as while surrounded by the heat of a shattered plane of existence, Noah rose unharmed while voicing out, "Just how much authority from the fruits of existence did they pump into you?" His words came along with a radiance of blue as all of his other bodies lined up alongside him. Thousands of them. He didn't have to gaze far, as akin to one memisthai becoming a legion of thousands. Rows of copies of this shocking creature gazed back at him coldly, as it was not one for conversation, but Noah's words remained true and utterly critical. The number of fruits of existence utilized to bring to fruition this existential apocalypsis memisthai before him had to be entirely unfathomable. As for Noah, this held a quintessential meaning. In the last day, he had taken the authority of fruits of existence flowing within millions of existential apocalypsis beasts and turned it into his own fruits of existence. This was something he shouldn't have even been capable of doing, but a single extreme extracted everything and made it possible, and this single extreme was the key to making Noah's further advancement even more disastrous for his enemies. An extreme to increase the quantity of the fruits of existence he received, an extreme to inflate the quality of fruits of existence he received, an extreme that would make it so whatever cost went into utilizing the Codex of Extremity to make this current reality possible. Noah's returns from overcoming its challenges would be many times that, so even though relativity stepped up and stated its resolve. Even though apocalypse was ready to advance, Noah glared at the thousands of copies of the existential apocalypsis memisthai, and this being itself in question as his intent weaved out, rise above, loot, his thoughts affirmed it, and his will carried it out, his existence buzzed as within the expanded breadth of his soul. A new flower bloomed, a blazing, fiery, golden light radiating blistering and nonsensical might bloomed as for the first time ever, the extremity of loot began to shine with an existential light. Its fiery gold light was different from the aurum gold glow of the protagonist, with its hue seeming more transient and bright, as it could best be described as a gilded glow of wonder. It spread out from Noah in this instant of time where he was doing a great deal of things as if he were stuck in time, with a blaze of prompts cascading soon after. The protagonist welcomes the new entrance with interminable splendor. The extremity of loot nods in recognition and burns with an existential light. Calling upon quintessence, the protagonist, and plagiarism, loot called upon two other existential extremity authorities, and uniquely, plagiarism was added into the picture as just like when the protagonist first came to be, it wanted to showcase its authority with a bang. Under the lead of the budding existential extremity authority of loot, the feature of existential analytical looter is being forged. Existential analytical looter. The moment this feature came to be, Noah felt his existence set aflame as his distinction as the weaver of extremity heavily and with shocking fervor flowed into it. The capabilities of the weaver of extremity flood into the existential analytical looter. The extremity of plagiarism becomes deeply entrenched into the budding feature. The extremity of cheats watches on carefully with support and encouragement. Noah felt multiple rising authorities within his existence come together and culminate into something fantastical, his eyes becoming glazed with a gilded light as he looked ahead at his enemy. Existential analytical looter has been activated for the first time. The selected target is the existential apocalypsis memisthai. Under the glow of the gilded light, Noah saw a flash of brilliance only he could observe as the massive figure of the existential apocalypsis memisthai had everything about its weaving seemingly scanned and analyzed as to its right. A golden illusory hologram representing it appeared. On his illusory hologram, there were multiple points where golden lights were emphasized on its wings or tails, or even the joints making up its body. Noah didn't fully grasp their intricacies until the flow of information began to burn with his mind. The weaving of the makeup of existence of the target has been analyzed under the feature of existential analytical looter. The structural makeup and source of the target can potentially be plagiarized and recreated. The weaving of the extremes, records, and existence of the target can potentially be looted and recreated. when impacting the highlighted areas of the selected target. A greater concentration of loot based on the source of the target can be obtained. Currently established concentrations are 200% increased loot quantity and quality. A shocking advent of a new feature came to be as under it. Noah's eyes shone with an unstoppable golden light as he could see everything about his enemy. He could see everything as through a. He could attain everything, and what he was currently experiencing. Was only an initial glimpse. Chapter 29:33 Mamaisthai. 3. Existential analytical looter unfolded in a grand fashion as the existential extremity authority of loot showed itself off in such a fashion. Besides the existential apocalypsis Mamaisthai, the golden illusory hologram that was created after the activation of this ability was something that Noah was learning about in real time. The prompts first made it clear that the weavings, records, and the extremes of the analyzed records could be recreated, and if Noah focused on the highlighted areas in the joints, wings, and areas on the 9 tails of this beast, the amount of loot he could attain was insurmountable, so he got ready to move, but loot was not done. The analysis of the weavings of the target is 10% processed as a link has been formed from the existential illusory weaving to the actual target, through existential extremity authorities. You can target the highlighted areas on the existential illusory weaving of the target, as in return, you can deal 10% of the maximum damage dealt towards the actual target. What? Noah's eyes opened wide as he reread the last prompt to make sure he grasped it correctly, and it remained blazing just like so. It created a progression of events that were so nonsensical that even he doubted them. First, a golden illusory hologram was created by existential analytical looter as this told Noah of the weaknesses and areas to capitalize on for his selected target, or so Noah thought. But he could go even further as attacking this illusory hologram that was known as an existential illusory weaving. He could actually deal damage to the original target. It was the weaving of loot, plagiarism, quintessence, and the protagonist, and it was so incredulous that in this instant where the terrifying beast was already moving towards Noah with all of its clones. The golden existential illusory weaving of the Mamaisthai was brought in front of Noah, and instead of attacking the Mamaisthai a distance away, Noah's fist struck out towards one of the brightest highlighted areas on the existential illusory weaving, between the 2 eyes of the Mamaisthai who held his devilishly handsome features. His first carried behind it the momentum of an endless sea of infinity, the swirling of millions of existential extremity rune scriptures, and then in addition to all of this, just like when he took the weight of his existence itself to crush millions of apocalypsis beasts, he also allowed the weight of his existence to flow to his fist as he struck the golden illusion only he could see straight on. To others, it may seem like he was only striking out in an empty space, and yet, boom, out of nowhere, the Mamaisthai received an impact of an astounding force as a small crack bloomed in its forehead, the original Mamaisthai. The real Mamaisthai. Noah had attacked a hologram of it, and yet he affected the real thing as this incredulous reality was spurred on by loot. The mechanism of this concept was so ethereal that after Noah struck his target in a way where it couldn't even retaliate or counter against him, an area of weakness has been impacted on the selected target. The existential extremity authority of loot imposed itself on the small crack that appeared on the forehead of the Mamaisthai. A golden light gushed from it before this creature blazed with white flames that extinguished everything, along with healing the recently appearing crack, but the action had already been taken. Loot has extracted from the very source of the affected target. The obtained loot is further elevated in quantity and quality. When Noah killed millions of apocalypsis beasts, he was given fragments that made up the fruits of existence. What exactly would he receive now as he stole the source of his enemy even before it died? You have attained 1x quintessential fruit of existence. A quintessential achievement has been recorded down in the weavings of your existence. The weavings of your extremes has ushered forth an elevated version of the fruit of existence that is already not properly understood. A reality that was enough to leave one speechless unfolded. Noah's will sensing a new loot appearing within him, larger than normal fruits of existence. Brighter. And in addition to the translucent glow, tendrils of gold flowed within it. It was the first appearance of the quintessential fruit of existence, and before Noah could delve too deeply into it, the Mamaisthai bellowed out as if it felt the subtle changes in the actions of loot, its hands rising up before crashing down as it carried with it an authority of denial, an authority seeking to mimic quintessence itself. When quintessence expressed its embodiment, no others could even utilize their authorities unless they were quintessential. The Mamaisthai actually sought to mimic such a feature as it's such a bold and blasphemous action. Daring, Noah's hands moved rapidly, the hands of the thousands of clones behind him moved rapidly. The image of the existential illusory weaving of the Mamaisthai was in front of all of them as with the weight of all of his existence. with the weight of all of his clones brought about by infinity, and a surge of maddening quintessence that was staring at the face of a blasphemous action. A flurry of catastrophic and apocalyptic hits landed on golden lit up areas of a figure that only Noah could see. The existential illusory weaving of the Mamaisthai received a quintessential beatdown from thousands of Noah's figures. And the result was a profound one as opposite them. The main body and the clones of the Mamaisthai trembled, indentations, cavitations, and cracks occurring across various parts of their bodies. Their tails became twisted. Their wings became shredded, and a vibrant gilded light of loot came to cover them as they lost major parts of their existence. This was a new form of warfare. The target itself wasn't even attacked as the extremity of quintessence attacked an empty space before him, and yet heavy damage was expressed against his enemy. Chapter 29:34 Mamaisthai. 4. Multiple areas of weakness have been impacted on the selected target. The existential extremity authority of loot has imposed itself. Dazzling prompts flowed before Noah's eyes as the momentum of the Mamaisthai was broken off, with its budding authority finally pushed back. The brilliance of dazzling white flames within its eyes had dimmed down somewhat as Noah had stolen off a great deal of its very existence, and Noah knew this because, you have attained 33x quintessential fruits of existence, you have attained 47x quintessential fruits of existence. You have attained 104x quintessential fruits of existence. Golden words and blue borders rose and told him so. His existence felt the dazzling translucent fruits filled with tendrils of gold light flow within him, and to make things even more obscene, the analysis of the weavings of the target has increased to 25%. From this point onwards, 25% of the maximum damage dealt to the existential illusory weaving will now be dealt to the actual target. Furthermore, through increased understanding of the target, you can now mitigate 12.5% of any authority they throw towards you. The brilliance of the existential analytical looter only showed itself more as Noah raised his head with a blare of profound tyranny. You dare to try and imitate quintessence, you dare and try to express tyranny? Dazzling purple thrones appeared on Noah's visage and all the clones around him. The weight of his existence became focused on his hands, as with the weight of the extremes behind him as well. Noah struck out towards the illusory golden hologram only he could see. The Mamaisthai and its copies enclosed their limbs and wings in defensive positions even though they didn't grasp how Noah's attacks were reaching when he wasn't even near them. They burned with the weight of their own existence as they sought to defend, but, crack, with more damage expressed against the Mamaisthai after being analyzed even more. The strikes that caused cavitations on its body now caused fissures and cracks to spread across its limbs. The pairs of wings were told as the 9 tails became shredded and bled white blood. This beast that was dominating the battle initially and pushing Noah back with every strike found itself in the same position currently. And the damage to its existence was significant as just like it, Noah did not stop. He continued to attack and apply the weight of his existence in extremes on the hologram only he could see. His visage looked like a maddened emperor who was dishing out constant and endless judgment onto an existence that blasphemed their authority. Rows and rows of prompts cascaded one after another due to his actions. You have attained 88x quintessential fruits of existence, you have attained 66x quintessential fruits of existence. The analysis of the weavings of the target has increased to 50%. From this point onwards, 50% of the maximum damage dealt to the existential illusory weaving will now be dealt to the actual target. Furthermore, through an increased understanding of the target, you can now mitigate 25% of any authority they throw towards you. Existential analytical looter has reached a critical threshold on the selected target. By burning a tremendous amount of existential extremity authority, a version of the weavings of the target can be plagiarized into existence momentarily. Carrying 50% of the weavings of existence of the target, the existential illusory weaving V2 can now be formed. Existential analytical looter just did not stop. Even more of its boons were unveiling itself in real time as Noah's eyes shone brightly, his chest expanding as he breathed in billowing authority before he called out valiantly. Existential illusory weaving. V2, from the existential illusory weaving that only he could see, from this golden illusory hologram that he had been attacking, a blazing golden light flashed over it as a second hologram very quickly formed, but this one began to turn very real and very solid, taking the shape of the existential apocalypsis Mamaisthai with Noah's likeness. An entity with golden skin and tendons of muscles running through it appeared before the eyes of all. Its eyes were cold and emotionless as it came to stand beside Noah, the extremity of quintessence not even gazing at it as while looking at the injured visage of the apocalypsis Mamaisthai. He placed his hands on the head of the existential illusory weaving V2 and spoke succinctly. You like playing the game of a copycat, so relish this. WAA. With a flicker of his hand, the existential illusory weaving V2 of the Mamaisthai that he now controlled surged out like a missile. A white gold light surrounding it as hundreds of clones very quickly began to manifest around it. It covered the site of the actual Mamaisthai that was recovering with burning white flames around it, and while the Mamaisthai was occupied with a golden white foot of itself surging towards it, the extremity of quintessence resumed his relentless attacks on the hologram of the existential illusory weaving. Only he could see as his purpose was none other than complete destruction. This was the unfolding reality within the supernal haven of Helios as the extremity of quintessence faced the shocking opposition of the Codex of Extremity. Away from here, there was still a critical scene playing out with the defenders of the infinite hyperversal haven as for the first time, they faced enemies that may have actually outclassed them. For them, simply reacting towards the movements of their Mamaisthai was a challenge as so far, they were only reactive, boom, heavy impacts were booming all around as Mamaisthais with the likeness of many prominent defenders running rampant, with none being more deadly than the ones mimicking the queens of the infinite hyperversal haven. At this moment, a heavily breathing Lilith pulled her head back in the last moments from the sharp tip of a pulsing white spear that a Mamaisthai that looked like Athena wielded. On her head, one of her horns slid off as she barely managed to keep her head intact. This Mamaisthai making another move as a spear was already in front of her face again. Fuck. A curse came beside her as a flurry of talismans unfolded to block the spear, the Sumerian architect appearing to reinforce as. At this moment, many others were grouping up and standing together to face these terrifying foes, yet even in the face of all of this, many rose their wills towards the space above as at this moment. A Mamaisthai with the resemblance of Adelaide appeared above. Behind her, a blizzard of Vitalis with glacial waves surging endlessly barraged down as if it were seeking to place the whole infinite hyperversal haven into an ice age. Chapter 2935 Ludicrous. Glacial waves of Vitalis cascaded down like an endless sea, freezing everything in their path as in the distance. Even the Son of Destiny was pushed back as he opposed a Mamaisthai who looked like him. The glacial light was restrictive and wrapped around one's existence like chains that would freeze their souls entirely, and it carried a mimic sense of quintessence that made it hard for others to even react. So the surging glacial sea barreled down. The gazes of many flickered brightly as someone had to step up, their bodies already lighting up with existential lights as at such a dire time. The voice of an ancient being rose with a mere whisper as the visage of none other than the primogenitor of steel stepped forward. His burly figure held defined and aged muscles that showed his eons of work as a blacksmith. His bronze-silver skin radiated age and vicissitude as in front of his eyes, waves of prompts were rising. Your fable is a long one that has been etched across existential domains. You now join the weavings of a being who could elevate your fable to be etched into your own existence and for your fable to resonate across even vaster domains. Your fable empowers you as one of the most distinguished entities in Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains. The primogenitor of steel saw these prompts as in the distance, the drums of the bard of quintessence became high-paced, tu. Tu, as if they were about to bear witness to something grand. Many wills resonated as with a profound light. The primogenitor of steel spread his arms out as his body exploded into a dazzling sea of silver and bronze, a sea pulsing with quintessence, a sea carrying a long and accomplished fable. The sea went on to clash with the glacial waves of Vitalis and only expanded as if one looked closely within it. They would be capable of seeing that its waters were made up of countless small armaments. Boom! The impact was resounding as the counterattack of the primogenitor of steel acted like a trigger, the others striking back at this time as they sought for a way to handle this ordeal themselves without having to rely on the being whose concepts already made their stand possible. At the same time as this occurred, at the same time as fables empowered all of their unfolding legends, the glimmer of a gilded light began to buzz within their bodies as the weavings of loot began to descend. The weavings of loot and the ridiculous capabilities only Noah had played with so far began to unfold, and even Noah himself had not seen the last of these capabilities. Away from the infinite hyperversal haven and within the chaotic supernal haven of Helios where a shocking battle was underway. Noah didn't let up his relentless attacks on the hologram of the existential illusory, weaving his very existence pounding on the highlighted areas over and over again as all damage was reflected by as much as 50% at this moment, and the Mamaisthai itself couldn't take a step forward as after, existential analytical looter, called forth the illusory weaving V2. Its sight was covered by this construct from Noah that also displayed 50% of its power. This created for a shocking reality where the Mamaisthai was the only one currently being pushed back, and they couldn't even retaliate as the moment Noah's flurry of attacks ended was when its whole existence would finish being devoured. The Mamaisthai seemed to know this, as at such a juncture, apathetic eyes flared coldly towards the distant Noah that wasn't even looking towards it, and the Vitalis within its eyes brightened immensely. The whiteness around it turned into an aurora of lights even as more and more of its body fissured and cracked, as if at any moment, the existence of this Mamaisthai would be wiped out, yet at such a moment, hung. A beam of dazzling white light crashed across the space above as it tore open the supernal haven of Helios, shattering multiple planes of existence on its path as it came to land on the Mamaisthai, and thereafter, as if a nuclear blast of white light was expanding outwards. All weavings of existence, records, and extremes were pushed back while reality shattered into countless fragments. Boom, the figure of the illusory weaving V2 was pushed back, along with Noah's own visage in the distance. Amidst the shattering reality, Noah waved his hands to stabilize everything as when the scene became clear, a brilliant yet terrific reality was displayed far ahead. The Mamaisthai that should have been in its death throes radiated an even more radiant light than before. As if it had undergone a rebirth, as if it had passed through nirvana, for pairs of bright white wings now stood behind it, 12 tails now danced like spears of planes of existence that could pierce anything. And the likeness of Noah only became more magnified as its size reduced and became more compact. This beast had actually undergone a transformation before it was entirely wiped out and came back stronger than ever, seemingly about to make this fight into an extremely heavy and long one. But would the extremity of loot really allow this? The analysis of the weavings of the target has increased to 75%. From this point onwards, 75% of the maximum damage dealt to the existential illusory weaving will now be dealt to the actual target. Furthermore, through increased understanding of the target, you can now mitigate 37.5% of any authority they throw towards you, carrying 75% of the weavings of existence of the target. The existential illusory weaving V2 can now be empowered. The weavings of loot had only just continued to work in the background as an even greater percentage of the enemy was analyzed, and with this analysis, Noah could freely attack a hologram that only had to stand there and take it before reflecting the damage to the main body. So even though the Mamaisthai just underwent a form of nirvana and thought it was about to come back even stronger than ever to end things, ruination. Chapter 29:36 Ludicrous. 2. Ruination. The extremity of quintessence called out to ruination. He was about to entirely disappoint this creature in its belief that it was back stronger than ever to turn the tides of this fight as he called out to a treasure that truly didn't even fit the bounds of high-grade armaments. And his hands blared forth with an incandescent crimson gold light as he grasped something so bright that its form couldn't be clearly ascertained. With a slight dimming, one may be able to make the outline of a dazzling sword hilt. With another passing instant, they may be able to observe the immeasurably sharp golden blade edge, but one couldn't really say for sure. All one could say was that the extremity of quintessence grasped tightly onto ruination, and he then proceeded to begin layering his existence onto the sword he held within his hands. Ruination had also devoured fruits of existence as she held her own heaviness, she held her own sharpness. When layered with the weight of the extremity of quintessence himself, the existential damage output was bound to be unfathomable. And the Mamaisthai seemed to sense this as it bellowed out like a horn, announcing the end. Tens of thousands of clones appearing around it as it tore across spacetime. The illusory weaving V2 appeared before it as before it could even make a move. The Mamaisthai already appeared before it and grabbed its head with both hands twisting in an unnatural manner as its momentum was heavy. At such a moment, the glimmering tendrils of golden loot spread out and the surroundings flickered into life. The weavings of loot have applied existential analytical looter to the surrounding reality. The light of loot has already spread out to cover a tenth of the supernal haven of Helios. The analysis of the surrounding space has reached 100%, allowing for the complete existential manipulation of this defined domain. Under Noah's eyes, he saw golden borders stretching out many light years away as they formed into a circle to demarcate a tenth of the supernal haven of Helios that ludicrously, loot had spread out to, covered, and analyzed 100%. It then stated that Noah had complete existential manipulation over this entirely analyzed space as in the next moment a hologram of this vast space was superimposed, and Noah's mind buzzed with instinct as he moved naturally. His will saw the countless lines and waves that constructed a hologram of this domain, and his will tugged upon these lines as they moved simply. They moved and converged towards the barreling figure of the Mamaisthai and its many clones as if the weavings that made the entire enclosed domain were wrapping around them, and wondrously, it really was so as in the next moment, the weavings of existence itself around this domain of Helios turned utterly nutty, reality-tested, and distorted, converging towards the figure of the Mamaisthai and thousands of its clones as they found themselves becoming bound and restricted in space. As if the very haven they were on denied them and their movements, the Mamaisthai and its forces became bound and slowed down. The twisted head of the illusory weaving V2 bellowed out and radiated intense white gold light, and Noah gained the time to freely and without worries direct ruination in his hands towards the vibrant hologram of the existential illusory weaving that only he could see. Quintessence imposes its undeniability, his extremes burned with righteous splendor as they sought to utterly wipe out the entity that had been seeking to imitate them. Infinity radiated endless judgment. Behind Noah, the illusion of an endless blue sea appeared in a mesmerizing fashion, all of this sea placing its weight behind him. And above the tumultuous waves of this sea, a dazzling purple throne of immense tyranny materialized, the visage of an entity adorned in a golden robe sitting atop it as he gave off the feeling of someone central, someone critical, someone integral to the weaving of reality, as it was none other than the protagonist. All of them added their weight onto the small figure of Noah as their weavings expressed their undeniable desire. They all flowed through Noah's figure as the blazing radiance of ruination became even more resplendent, and Noah struck out towards the illusory hologram only he could see at this moment. An interminable silence was the only thing that could be heard. In front of Noah, thousands of iridescent crimson gold light bloomed. They carried the weight of his existence, they carried the weavings of his extremes, they carried the weight of his records, and they all surged towards the visage of an enemy only he could see to strike the weakest points only he could see. The impact was a silent one. The dazzling waves of swords seemingly sank into the empty space of their target and disappeared. The weavings of reality were quiet as Noah then retracted his sword, with ruination entirely disappearing within his hands. A moments later, the illusory weaving V2 that he enacted still stood inches away from the existential apocalypsis Mamaisthai and its clones. Yet its eyes showed immersible defiance and tyranny, the light within the eyes of the Mamaisthai before it were radiant, and yet it stood still. The clones behind it were radiant, and yet they stood still. Space fluctuated as shockingly. It was under the complete control of the extremity of Lut after being analyzed. A moment after, the space before the Mamaisthai twisted to show the visage of Noah. A potent golden glow covered him and his emperor's robes, but his devilishly handsome face was clear to all. His eyes holding 9 pupils radiated calmness and certainty as he came right in front of the weapon of the Codex of Extremity for the second day of Mor's apocalypsis. The Mamaisthai looked at him. And he looked back at the Mamaisthai as he felt like he was staring at something far grander behind it, yet his voice was filled with quintessential tyranny as he spoke. "I better not see you trying to imitate again tomorrow. I may just do everything in my power to follow the weavings of the apocalypsis beasts and rip you to shreds myself." His words were addressed to the Mamaisthai before him, but he knew they were reaching something even more stupendous behind it. The Mamaisthai didn't reply as it silently gazed at him. The blinding radiance within its eyes then rapidly began to deteriorate as across its body countless cuts bloomed. Its brilliance began to dwindle like a dying flame as the single attack thrown out by Noah at the end utterly finished everything. Chapter 29:37 Obscene. A single attack ended everything. The two were standing before each other face to face, and yet both sides knew one had their existence erased and extracted entirely. Yet the glare within the eyes of the Mamaisthai, or really the source that lay behind it, continued to stare at Noah with immeasurable scrutiny. As the light within the existential apocalypsis Mamaisthai faded, the thousands of clones behind it that formed a small legion followed. The Mamaisthai had its body instantly shredded by immeasurable lacerations, each gap becoming filled with the golden light of Lut. As the victor of this whole ordeal, his vision was covered by an immense eruption of prompts. You have attained 888x quintessential fruits of existence. You have attained 739x quintessential fruits of existence. You have attained 799x quintessential fruits of existence. The analysis of the weavings of the target has increased to 100%. The target of existential apocalypsis Mamaisthai had been entirely analyzed and its weavings were eradicated in the process. Existential analytical Luter radiates brightness as the extremity of Lut states that even in existential eradication, one cannot escape it. The existential illusory weaving and the existential illusory weaving V2 of the Mamaisthai can now be superimposed to construct the existential illusory weaving V3. Noah's eyes radiated immense splendor. He gazed back at the illusory golden hologram that he had been attacking this whole time, his will observing as this hologram only he could see floated and superimposed itself on the existential illusory weaving V2 that was standing right in front of him, and, the weavings of existence trembled. A blazing aura filled with maddened might rose and fell as before Noah's eyes. A construct faded in and out of existence. The existential illusory weaving V3 Mamaisthai is coming to fruition. It is something only observable under your eyes, with the weavings of its records, existence, and extremes mimicking the original Mamaisthai. With the only alteration being the composition of its extremes, an utterly unreal reality unfolded. An obscene happening was being carried out under Noah's extremes, with the likeness of Noah, a body with steel-like muscular tendons, 4 pairs of wings and 12 tails. A terrifying entity was born as its visage pulsed with a golden-purple light. The aura it emanated was madly at the 9th gradation of extremity, and oppressively so, as it didn't seem to just be at this stage. The extremity of cheats releases a belly full of laughter at such a ridiculous reality. The extremity of plot watches with fascination. The extremity of fables shines ever brighter, adding a new and unfathomable legend to itself. Even Noah's own concepts were left baffled at what was currently unfolding. The extremity of loot truly imposed itself, showing the ultimate forms of loot, as even after droves of treasures were extracted from the existential apocalypsis Mamaisthai, the ultimate loot obtained thereafter was this feature itself, the existential illusory weaving V3 Mamaisthai, burning with a light of loot and tyranny outwardly, along with quintessence, infinity, and the very essence of the protagonist within. Such a being appeared and kneeled towards Noah at this moment, ethereal, not visible to others, a killing machine under his orders and bidding, formed as the ultimate prize of the extremity of loot. This extremes rise to the existential level, truly defining itself and leaving others in awe. Noah looked at the muscular appearance of the Mamaisthai with calm eyes as he voiced out to it calmly, "Go observe over the infinite hyperversal haven. Let them forge their own fables, but if necessary, step in, with a glimmer of silent brilliance, the first existential illusory weaving V3 Mamaisthai disappeared. Noah's eyes were deep as he remained alone in this region of the supernal haven of Helios, gazing at the crimson gold hues of this region, as well as the illusory holographic lines layered on top of them that allowed him to hold the original Mamaisthai down with the force of this haven itself, existential manipulation, through none other than the existential analytical looter itself. And as if it wanted to express that it was still very much prevalent, the existential analytical looter is spreading its analysis further within the supernal haven of Helios. The fully mapped and analyzed areas can have the weavings of their very existence drained and devoured by loot, leaving nothing behind. Another pathway opened after complete analysis is the accelerated devouring by existential dungeon apocalypse, requiring only 2 dungeon monoliths to devour the entirety of an analyzed haven. The means of the existential analytical looter were too many, as even after analyzing a haven, they gave Noah 2 possibilities, and he looked at their words calmly before already coming to a decision. His hands beckoning above as the skies began to split and stretch, and from above, 2 massive pillars of monoliths began to descend, while all around him, the light of loot continued its analysis. He wasn't alone in all this, as he couldn't devour everything himself. The infinite hyperversal haven was an indispensable tool that would need to devour as much of these existential domains as it could, with Noah very expectant on the results of all of this, as the infinite hyperversal haven had never let him down in what it could do. His utility for it only increased since he attained it as a floating spiritual land, and he now waited for it to give him the natural production of fruits of existence. His eyes flickered with brilliance when he came across this thought as he waved his hands, a dazzling light blooming in his palm. It held a translucent glow, and it actually contained mesmerizing tendrils of gold within it, as it was very much a modified version of a normal fruit of existence, and under Noah, it held the moniker of quintessential. He hasn't fully uncovered what a normal fruit of existence granted, and he now grasped an elevated one. The only way to understand it was to, of course, devour it. With a glimmer of brilliance, the quintessential fruit of existence entered his jaws as an explosion of light unfolded. Chapter 29:38 Obscene 2. Resplendence was unfolding within the existence of the extremity of quintessence. While this occurred, his newest constructiform made its way and arrived in the infinite hyperversal haven. It bore witness to the heavy battle here, as even though the main existential apocalypsis Mamaisthai was defeated by Noah, the lesser ones mimicking his people didn't stop, but the light within their eyes changed, as if they knew that all of the second day of Mor's apocalypsis was for naught, but they continued regardless, as they seemed to be gathering information on the weaving of the extremes that Noah's people displayed the weavings of their records and existence, as if even though they couldn't obtain much from Noah himself, they may be able to obtain something more from his people. Unseen by any other beings, the existential illusory weaving V3 Mamaisthai floated grandly above the battlefield. Neither Noah's people nor the lesser Mamaisthais could even see it. Its gaze pressed down in observance to accomplish its mission, as 3 seconds after its arrival, it honed in on a certain area. It could read the flow of existence and extremes easily, as it saw the main reason why Noah's people were struggling so much against the lesser Mamaisthais. For many of them, Their existence did not carry as much weight as their enemies moved so fast in their eyes to the extent they were having a hard time reacting against them, and such a reality played out now as a lesser Mamaisthai with the likeness of the Emperor Penguin passed between Svetlana and the extremity of Foundation. Its flipper filled with deadly white light striking down towards a group that consisted of Seer of Sema, Eriksson, Iam, and a few others that were throwing out their attacks from behind. The scene turned critical as the tan visage of Eriksson moved forward to protect the others, a slipper being carried in both his hands as he sought to distort probability to an extreme. But the lesser Mamaisthai was of the 8th gradation of extremity and held much greater weight. Eriksson's defense would not be sufficient, and since the existential illusory weaving V3 Mamaisthai deemed it so, its figure instantly flickered. An instant later, it appeared before the lesser Mamaisthai even reached its targets. The muscular hand of Noah's unseen weapon moving is splat. Reality was painted to a scene of a lesser Mamaisthai being flattened into a pancake and subsequent explosion of white blood and gore in the next instant. Silence descended in the nearby surroundings as this dot was the first Mamaisthai to fall in the battle so far. From the back, Iam and the others gazed at Eriksson, who was scratching his head himself, since they really didn't see anything appear to attack the enemy right in front of them. Eriksson looked at the slippers in his hands and wondered, had he truly twisted probability that much? He then looked around cautiously for a culprit as he shook such a brazen idea from his head. But nobody could be found. Meanwhile, in front of the eyes of the existential illusory weaving V3 Mamaisthai, you have attained 5x quintessential fruits of existence for your master. The analysis of the weavings of the eradicated target has reached 100%. The target of the lesser existential apocalypsis Mamaisthai has been entirely analyzed and its weavings eradicated in the process. The existential illusory weaving V3 lesser Mamaisthai Emperor Penguin can now be called out to work. Under the banner of the extremity of loot, a profound extension of power for the concept of loot that continued to dominate at this time, the Mamaisthai with Noah's likeness looked at the prompt before it as in the next moment. The gilded light of loot began to flow within its eyes. The glow of existential extremity authorities blared out silently and away from the gazes of others as a singularity formed in front of it, a singularity that bloomed in the next moment to form into a lesser Mamaisthai resembling the Emperor Penguin. Its sleek feathers were lined with gold and blue lights as outwardly it brimmed with loot and infinity. It bowed towards the glorious figure of the Mamaisthai that had conjured it as. Around them, the weaving of loot seemed to be dancing with valor and glory. Silently, invisible to others, they watched and observed. It was the advent of a silent army that enemies would not see or feel coming, with those truly powerful only sensing the danger as it arrived. In the supernal haven of Helios, Noah seemed to be at the very center of a now controlled domain that was thoroughly becoming analyzed by the very extreme of loot. 2 massive dungeon monoliths already being situated a few light years away as the moment that the feature of existential analytical looter stated its completion, Noah could spur a dungeon break and have the infinite hyperversal haven devour and assimilate this whole supernal haven. And yet at this moment, his gaze was extremely stern as he felt the subtle changes within himself. He had taken a single quintessential fruit of existence, and he was observing the changes compared to the fruits he had been taking so far. As the first thing was the concentration of authority that erupted like an endless sea from it. The major finding was that at the very minimum, Noah observed 50% more eruption of authority, and the even more unique thing was that unlike normal fruits of existence that chose a part of Noah to strengthen, whether that be his aspects of existence, extremes, or records. The quintessential fruit of existence had its energy spread out to empower everything, every single thing. And even while discerning all of this, Noah still felt like he was only standing at the tip of the iceberg and that there were many more things he did not yet know. After all, these were precious resources utilized by entities that had exceeded the gradations of extremity. What he needed to do was understand just how critical it was that he was able to alter and gain a better quality of such a resource. And exactly what edge he gained with it compared to the legacies stretching out over the eons. Chapter 2939 Dominium. Much of its wonders were unknown, but their core truth lay in their usage, in who used them. Noah's will was bright as he didn't even need to ask Ruination whether she could multiply these quintessential fruits of existence, feeling the few thousand he had attained due to loot as he called them out at this moment, in the supernal haven of Helios being analyzed at this very moment. Hundreds of dazzling translucent quintessential fruits of existence appeared around Noah as if they were gorgeous singularities. Most of them held slivers of golden tendrils coursing through them, but there were also some that were entirely translucent as they were normal fruits of existence. Noah felt like it was time to take another leap of power and have more of his questions answered as he was about to begin devouring and elevating en masse. But as he was about to begin, the weavings of Lut shine with ingenuity. The extremity of Lut calls upon all other existential extremity authorities under the banner of its existence. The extremity of Lut seeks to apply the feature of existential analytical Luter on the fruits of existence and the quintessential fruits of existence, the Lut that came as a product being extracted from defeated enemies. It was elevated in quality and quantity by Lut as due to the mysterious nature of the authority flowing within the fruits of existence, even the concept that extracted them. Lut did not know too much about them, and now, it sought to change that. What result could be attained if the feature of existential analytical Luter could analyze everything? It had so far analyzed an existential apocalypsis memisthai and then constructed a creature just like it. It had analyzed a whole haven, and now, its reach was extending towards the fruits of existence themselves. Noah's eyes buzzed as he saw the golden light of Lut cover a quintessential fruit of existence and a normal fruit of existence. The analysis of the weavings of the quintessential fruit of existence is at 1%. The analysis of the weavings of the fruit of existence is at 1%. Two fruits became covered by the light of Lut as holographic images similar to them began to be formed on the side. It was bound to be a much slower and more complicated process, but it would finish in due time as more answers would then present themselves. But until then, come, Noah spoke calmly to the dazzling fruits around him. Quintessential and not quintessential, everything began to flow towards his mouth as the extremity of Lut began to devour the Lut of the second day of Mor's apocalypsis. He had already devoured a significant amount of fruits of existence the day prior, as he knew with quintessential certainty that what he was devouring and assimilating now, especially these elevated versions of the fruits of existence, they were bound to grant a shocking result. Indomitable brilliance began to surround him. The translucent light filled with golden brilliance spread to all parts that defined him. They covered the weavings of his existence, of his records, and of his extremes, everything, and the raging seas came down with such momentum that they instantly propelled Noah's mind ever higher. Vermilion flames of the weaver of extremity beginning to burn with intense brightness as questions began to rise within him. Extremity, existence, records, how did they all fit together? Why did the seeds within Vitalis refer to the Bacillus and Dicastes as those above extremity? What did it mean to be above extremity? Was this distinction even something genuine? Or only spoken by beings that didn't know much about what lay above? One could move past the 9 gradations of extremity and climb above them, but was this symbolism it? The weavings of extremes, records, and existence lay themselves bare before the eyes of the weaver of extremity, as boundless seas of the authority of fruits of existence surged within him. Noah felt everything about him being raised as the questions hard to answer before may actually be able to provide defined answers. This time, Noah remembered the prophecy that was uttered by the protagonist himself at this time: waters crossed with unimaginable speed. Immeasurable extremes all brought under a single creed. Only one extreme will be left at the end of it all. He had already fulfilled the first line. He had crossed the gradations at a speed others couldn't even fathom, and now the second line indicated that many extremes would be brought together under a single creed, and furthermore, only one extreme will be left at the end. These were words Noah inherently said as they held their own profound meaning born from the mouth of the protagonist. Extremes, existence, records, Noah's voice echoed out in an ethereal manner as he delved into a state of a profound epiphany. The raging authorities of the quintessential fruits of existence were unquantifiably strengthening all of him, causing his mind to try its best to sift through advancements that were too advanced for his current stage. And at such a time, his consciousness was fully brought to the waters of the 9th gradation of extremity. Around him, plucked fruits of existence could be seen as his breakdown of the Dicastes of extremity to construct an existential automaton continued, and in addition to this, existential analytical Luter has latched onto the visage of the Dicastes of extremity. The analysis of the weavings of the Dicastes of extremity is at 10%. Lut asserted itself even in this region as its extreme let its intent run free and loose. In his state of epiphany, Noah looked around the 9th gradation of extremity, as well as the twinkling feeling that had begun to bud within him that he could traverse across this gradation at rapid speeds with all of the strengthening he had obtained from the fruits of existence. And when he reached the end, he could, there seemed to be a thin film preventing any advancement of information, and at this moment, Noah's visage released a sea of vermilion flames that sought to crash anything preventing his advancement. The weaver of extremity pulls upon the intricacies of the gradations. The weaver of extremity gazes at the path above. The gradations of extremity pave the pathway of extremes that propel one's aspects towards a single destination. Chapter 2940 Dominium 2. Yes, he already had weavings of the answers, and they came the moment he first swallowed a fruit of existence. What was the first thing that the fruits of existence did as their authorities exploded within him? They flowed into his soul, they flowed into his origin, they flowed into his body, being objects consumed by those who had exceeded the bounds of the gradations of extremity. Their first inherently actions were these, as their main goal was to take the aspects of existence within Noah towards becoming existential. After traversing the gradations of extremity, one culminates the intent of their extremes to spur their advancement into the next realm, from the very waters of the ninth gradation of extremity around him, from the dissected and analyzed bodies of dicastes of extremity around him. The weaver of extremity was pulling up on any and all strands of information around him as he formed a clear picture. Distinguished differently by a myriad of legacies across the eons, the traversal of the gradations of extremity leads one towards the existential realm. Threads of weavings show this realm referred to as existential realm, existential sculpting realm, or existential dominium realm among a few, with other distinctions too thin to have their weavings currently grasped. Profound weavings flowed into the mind of the extremity of quintessence. The weavings of extremes are the pathway traversed to arrive at this destination, a bridge built to reach existential. Extremes were the bridge towards existential, but it didn't mean their usage stopped there, even after stepping into the existential dominium realm. One's extremes still dominated as the foundation that formed the bridge towards existential would retain its supremacy. After all, to complete the bridge toward the existential dominium realm, an existential extremity authority was required, so before anything else, one's extreme had to become existential. There were still many intricacies with how one arrived at this stage, but one thing remained crystal clear. Noah had not taken the proper steps. He attained an existential extremity the moment he took his concepts towards extremity. Actions that were obscene to even think about. One had to go through their extremes to bridge the gap towards existential, and yet Noah had begun to consume a large number of fruits of existence that were already taking his soul, origin, and body towards nothing else other than existential, his existence. His records. His extremes, my extremes. The surrounding waters began to tremble at his voice. He thought of his extremes. Had they truly reached their extremes? His soul burned with desire. His weavings trembled with an influx of power that was taking him towards the existential dominium realm. And, you seek to expand the extremity of extremity for the second time. A dazzling prompt descended, in the Archios Vitalis Pilus. Surrounded by existential extremity authorities, Basilius. Anane waved her hands calmly as many thoughts passed through her mind. She always found the purest tendrils of authorities within an existential domain to be unique. Convinced that it was subtly different from any other extreme produced by entities, this was why, even though she and all of the legacy of Alabaelum were of the existential soul dominium, she still gave time to Vitalis. She compared the tendrils of pure Vitalis' existential extremity authority passing over her hands to the endless seas of soul existential extremity authorities coursing within her existence. Her hand placed on her chest as she closed her eyes, her soul felt boundless, like it could overcome anything else, and of course, a similar feeling was shared for those embarking on the path of existential body dominium and existential origin dominium. It was a feeling all entities in the existential dominium realm felt. And such a feeling was true and false at the same time. Such a feeling was why, even after careful and intricate planning, she still feared her father. She still feared Alabaelum, as amongst all of the existential dominium realm entities out there, he had the unique position of annealing his existential soul with an endless source of fruits of existence. If he stood next to any other existential dominium realm entity of his same caliber, whether they were of the existential body dominium or existential origin dominium, they wouldn't stand a chance. That's why so many cards had to be played. This was why she associated with a certain legacy that held a being powerful enough to hold back the endless existential dominium soul that Alabaelum held. Ha! She let out a laugh at such a thought as she considered the state of the existential omniverse and countless entities moving across it. All entities had to choose a single existential path from their aspects of existence to anneal. To become truly powerful and stand any chance against others, one had to devote every ounce of their resources, weavings of records and extremes, all into a single existential aspect. Because the higher up one climbed, the grander their existence became. As the level of their dominium only spread, every sliver of the fruits of existence had to flow towards a single existential dominium if a legacy wished to stand on its own 2 feet, and this was why many legacies were divided into factions depending on the existential dominium they followed. The existential soul dominium, the existential origin dominium, the existential body dominium. Eons ago, to the extent that barely any records held a recollection of it. There had been a legacy that stated equilibrium was the key, having their Basilius walk on the path of all three existential dominiums. This legacy didn't even last a single eon, as one entity from a neighboring legacy that followed the existential body dominium descended in their domains, every single one of their Basilius. Not being capable of even withstanding the pressure of his dominium before they perished, how fickle all of it is. Basilius Inane's eyes turned sharp as she thought of her own plans to bring about the downfall of the existential dominium of a terrifying being. Chapter 2941 Dominium 3. Plans were just that, plans. For them to actually succeed, a great deal of sacrifice would have to be paid. Basilius Inane knew the fragility and strength of her own plan as she wondered of the most fragile part, the unknown weavings of the man she had seen a glimpse of and didn't brand him with her existential soul dominium, and she had instead protected his weavings from the gaze of the Archon Basilius Alabelum. This entity became part of her plans, but he was also the most fragile part. As Basilius Inane had to suspend her common sense or be with the mindset that he was different from many other corrupted seeds that had appeared within existential domains. Especially when the Codex of Extremity was utilized, nothing could escape its grasp. Yet Dottie seemed to be causing issues even with this. Such a reality caused Basilius Inane to reconsider this being. Unless you have a way to reach the existential dominium realm before the 9th day arrives, it will all be for naught. And even if somehow you attain existential dominium, you will just be a fledgling that has not gotten a chance to anneal any authority yet. Yes, given that after 9 days when the Codex of Extremity finished its work, even if Osmond somehow attained the impossible ascension of existential dominium for a seed, what could he do when Archon Basilius Alabelum and Ignatius themselves descended to confirm the results? The time right after Moore's apocalypsis would present an existential domain free of weavings of any records. The absolute restrictions imposed on the legacies of Alabelum and Ignatius would be at their weakest during such a time as they could descend and wade across Vitalis and Vacuous easily. Basilius Inane did not even seek to peer that far ahead, as around that time, her machinations should be coming to fruition. After 9 days, both Archon Basilius Alabelum and Archon Basilius Ignatius would be at their weakest. If she didn't move then, she would never be able to make another move again. After all, what were the chances of another corrupted seed as profound as this one who forced Moore's apocalypsis to appear in the eons to come? Thinking of this, Basilius Inane's eyes burned with purpose as she opened her palm, a fruit of existence appearing on it as she began to eat it with bright eyes. She also had to continue annealing her existential soul dominium. The process of annealing was endless. To this day, nobody had discovered an apex, and the stronger she was, the easier things would become. The surroundings of Noah's existence were filled with a blinding light of brilliance within the supernal haven of Helios. A new extreme was trying to be brought to fruition as it radiated multicolored splendor. Extremity. Could Noah really say he had reached the extremes of his concepts? If he didn't truly hold the very concept of extremity in his hands? But it was something too high before, his existence was not ready for it. But with all his aspects being bathed with the unfathomable light of quintessential fruits of existence along with his extremes, Noah felt that it may just be possible, and this process was occurring while even he didn't know what the effect all of this would have on all of his established extremes. As he sought to bring this shocking task to completion, he felt a subtle change with his manifestation in the waters of the 9th gradation of extremity that was continuing to pluck fruits of existence. This body of his felt a driving force propelling him upwards at the same time as he sought the extremity of extremity. As if he was being told this wasn't the place to attain it, his visage began ascending upwards as streams of the endless waters around him flooded towards his existence. The higher up one went across the gradations of extremity, the more refined and purified their extremes became, the further they went on the path of extremity. On his grand undertaking to attain the extremity of extremity, Noah found that he had to be sitting at the very peak of the 9th gradation of extremity, and so he surged towards it. These actions he was currently undertaking were grand, but they were not just for him. They didn't affect just him. Back in the infinite hyperversal haven, its defenders were having trouble just reacting against the lesser Mamaisthai because of how powerful these enemies were. They were having trouble, or, as the seconds passed, they began to notice subtle changes as the entities that were too fast for them before. They seemingly began to slow down, ever so manageable, to the extent that soon after, the pace of the battle began to change as the lesser Mamaisthai were now being pushed back. This change was so noticeable that many perceptive defenders soon realized why, their existence enjoying a boost from nothing else other than Noah's extremes. All of those who walked on the path of quintessence, of infinity and tyranny. And then, there was Lut. As Noah rose to the peak of the ninth gradation of extremity, so did the power they could wield through his extremes. It was to the extent that within a few seconds, boom, the lesser Mamaisthai of Ishtar had a spear going through her chest, Athena standing over her as from the back, golden chains of dreams stemming from Ioan held this lesser Mamaisthai down, with another bellow, the Atlatl in Athena's hand spun with a heavy propulsive force, the chest and body of the lesser Mamaisthai becoming shredded as the light of Lut covered it entirely. It was the first time another lesser Mamaisthai fell from the hands of those other than Noah, and before the eyes of Athena and Ioan, the weavings of Lut. Thank you for aiding in the analysis of the lesser Mamaisthai Ishtar. You have attained 3x quintessential fruits of existence. The analysis of the weavings of the eradicated target has reached 100%. The existential illusory weaving V3 lesser Mamaisthai Ishtar will now be called out to work under the banner of the extremity of Lut, chapter 2942 Dominium. For these prompts rose before the eyes of Athena and Ioan as they only held question marks, and they weren't able to see the scene of a golden illusory hologram rising from the lesser Mamaisthai. They had just killed a new invisible assassin being born to add to the ranks of a deadly army under the extremity of Lut, but seeing the changing tide of the battle, they focused and moved to reinforce others. The weavings of Noah's extremes through them only became prominent as it was clear that, from now on, the challenge of the lesser Mamaisthai would become an inevitability for them to handle. All that waited on the opposite side was the allure of Lut, with this challenge from the Codex of Extremity for the second day of Mor's apocalypsis being considered a win for the infinite hyperversal haven once more. And yet even as the lesser Mamaisthais became oppressed with the battle dropping in their favor, their eyes remained shining brightly as they continued to collect information, as they continued to grasp the weavings of the forces of the extremity of quintessence, as if the Codex of Extremity was planning for something even grander for the next day of Mor's apocalypsis. And truly, in response to what had just occurred with the extremity of quintessence, the Codex was already on the move. It sought to cook up something profound to achieve its set purpose for the next day. So even though the second day had just begun and its forces were already done for, it began to move and prepare for tomorrow right away. And this would have shocking implications for certain entities, in the Archios Vitalis Pilus, who Archon Basilius Alabalum rose up on a bed shimmering with soft white clouds as he stretched with contentment, multiple figures of dazzlingly beautiful Basilius being visible on this bed breathing out with exhaustion. His gaze was cold and calculating as his bare body was laid plain for all to see, his chest showing intriguingly intricate runic weavings as he floated from the bed in towards a crystal table holding a mountain of fruits of existence. This was his glorious life, constant elevation and strengthening over eons, and being able to put his hands on any entity he found to his liking. Who would ever tire of such an existence, especially for someone of his caliber who held shocking aspirations? What could his thoughts came to a halt as his hand that was reaching out to one of the few hundred fruits on the crystal table touched nothing but air, the dazzling fruits of existence here instantly fading away with an eruption of white light. His gaze of contentment instantly faded as an instant later he bellowed out in shock and anger, "What?" Boom! The reality around him cracked and distorted as even the figures on the bed behind him shrieked, their bare bodies thrown back from the pressure as white gold blood leaked from their lips. They shuddered as it felt like the very soul dominium of the Archon Basilius Alabalum was pressing down on everything, and they may very well die from it if it continued just for another second. The visage of the Archon Basilius Alabalum was currently aflame with rage as the hundreds of fruits of existence before him disappeared, and he felt thousands more within his reserves begin to leak out one after another in a non-stop fashion. Such a development was an obscene one. With all of Archios Vitalis Pilus beginning to tremble as the dominium of Alabalum spread out all around, it observed the grand appearance and flaring out of an illusory Codex of Extremity in the space above the Archios Vitalis Pilus, and it even sought to press down below to see what exactly was happening within the Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains. Because the second day of Mor's apocalypsis had just begun, and the Codex was already taking even more resources in order to complete its task. This made Alabalum want to bellow out towards it. What the hell would need this much of his resources to accomplish? What the hell was happening down there that even at this moment, Alabalum shockingly counted that 33% of his remaining reserves of fruits of existence were just taken away? This was his question, but there were no answers. His eyes blazed with immeasurable flames of anger as at this moment, his soul dominium remained oppressively in the surroundings as all entities quaked from it. In a corner of the Archios Vitalis Pilus, Basilius Inane could also be seen with a stern expression, gazing unblinkingly at the bright manifestation of the Codex of Extremity is in her heart, boundless intense surged. All of this was due to a single being, a being they all knew of by name and distinction as at this moment. They wondered what exactly he was doing down there to cause all of this. And what was the extremity of quintessence currently doing? His manifestation within the waters of the ninth gradation of extremity crossed distances that others would take their whole lifetimes to cross. Within mere moments, the waters around him became thinner as droves surged into him. His extremes accepted everything as after a certain point, his moving figure seemed to become the center point of these waters. The chains of dicastes of extremity rising off their hibernating bodies trembled and became twisted, the branches holding barely formed fruits of existence shattered, dissolving into the waters of the gradations that then surged into Noah's visage. He climbed up like this while his records, existence, and extremes were being empowered all at once, until he finally felt his body slowing down and coming to a stop. He came to a stop as he reached the furthest reaches of the gradations of extremity. His extremes vibrated with wonder, his will opened to observe the ends of the gradations of extremity, the extreme of these waters, the area that one had to cross is on the other side. Their existential dominium would be formed if ever one crossed. At such a place, Noah uttered out with defiance, extremity, the extremity of extremity is coming to fruition. A dazzling prompt arose, and brilliance followed. Chapter 29:43 Dominium. The tendrils of branches holding up fruits of existence shattered. Half-formed fruits of existence became ground to dust. At the very apex of the ninth gradation of extremity, Noah acted as the nexus who was swallowing all waters nearby into his existence and extremes, as the aura he gave off was awe-inspiring. But what really mattered was within. What really mattered was the concept he was now expanding, and what its effects would be on all of his other concepts. The weaver of extremity is expanding the very concept of extremity. Its weavings speak to you and wrap around your existential extremity authorities. Its weavings wake from an endless slumber and begin suffusing into your records, extremes, and existence, from the moment that the extremity of extremity began to wake. Noah's quintessence became ever brighter, infinity radiated an even grander blue sheen, and tyranny and the protagonist pulsed with excitement. Lut remained silent as its gilded light became all that much more brilliant. Extremity, the furthest point, the utmost end of something. So what did the extreme of an extreme even entail? It was the extremity of paradox gazes on with anticipation, paradoxical. Such a concept was paradoxical as to put it in perspective. The awakening extremity of extremity was having its authority course towards all of Noah's concepts, not just his concepts but also his existence and records, and at the same time. The extremity of extremity is not a concept that is attained unless it is existential. The moment it began to form, its authority was already far above others as Noah felt the breadth of his soul get squeezed once more. The thousands of quintessential fruits of existence made space, but it was still a heavy concept coming to fruition as in its conception, it radiated an existential light. A light of profound wonder that cemented Noah, who quite literally stood at the very extreme of the gradations of extremity. The changes caused by the advent of such a thing were not subtle at all. Noah, feeling the rapid expansion and elevation of all of his authorities as the extremity of cheats, nods with appreciation and curiosity while grasping the tendrils of authority of the extremity of extremity. Tendrils, their colors were deep and ancient as they could best be described as Stygian. The newly rising existential concept was bathing everything within Noah with these Stygian tendrils of authority as some of his extremes reacted very differently compared to others. Sheets went outside the norm to grasp the Stygian tendrils of the extremity layering itself on top of it for the purposes of elevation is BZZT. The two authorities clashed and rebuffed. The rousing will of the extremity of extremity gazes coldly at the extremity of cheats. WAA. Its purpose was a singular one, its desire as a concept was a simple one, to achieve the utmost extremes of all extremes. All extremes. Under the banner and empowerment of a single extreme. But when another concept played with tendrils of its authority like so, the extremity of cheats gazes calmly at the burning existential authority of extremity. The extremity of cheats beckons as the authority of the extremity of extremity. Noah's will buzzed as he experienced the shocking scene of the Stygian tendrils of authority of a newly forming existential extremity authority. Actually moving uncontrollably and sinking into the extremity of cheats. What was this? What was even happening? The extremity of cheats absorbs the existential extremity authority of extremity and tells it not to think too much. For cheats to live up to its extreme, doing something like this is only natural. WAA. It was supposed to be the singular spotlight of a newly forming concept of shocking proportions, and yet such a moment occurred where even this forming extremity of extremity had to pause briefly. But it could not place a rebuttal as the extreme that had made a move. Could truly only do so if it was living up to its name to an extreme extent, and this single scene gave a glimpse into the currently quantifiable boons of the expansion of the extremity that Noah had expanded, the elevation and revolution of all of his concepts to a level that even he couldn't imagine. The extremity may not bring and show the most profound changes itself right away, but it would bring the most spectacular changes to every other extreme. The extremity gazes at the existence who has called upon it, as a concept, others have called and expanded it. Your worthiness for extremity does not even need to be questioned as the extremity begins fully assimilating into you. Some stupendous prompts came forward as Noah's will buzzed, wisps of information being revealed that showed likely entities at the existential dominium realm may grasp and hold the extremity, but here was Noah. Still within the gradations of extremity grasping it, his worthiness didn't even need to be questioned, so the extremity fully assimilated into him is far from being just a concept. It sought to take what was known as Noah Osmantida to its ultimate extremes. Your lineage is going towards its quintessential extremes. Your lineage rushes ever faster to become existential. Your aspects of existence are going towards their quintessential extremes. Your aspects of existence attain quintessential stability as they head towards becoming existential. Your records are being imposed with the light of utmost extremes. The weight of your records becomes even more unfathomable. Your fable continues to be one of unsurpassable brilliance. Stygian flows of brilliance coursed all around him as Noah felt the false sensation of being the nexus of everything around him. False, and yet also true, as it was a paradoxical sensation, and yet the effects remained true as he felt his blood boiling, as he felt his body, origin, and soul boiling. There may have been many ways for others to cross the gradations of extremity and climb above them to attain the existential dominium realm, but the pathway Noah was taking, it was hard to say if it was one that had ever occurred before. Chapter 29:44 Dominium 6. Those who enacted their existential dominium were not entities to be taken lightly. Noah was very hurriedly about to knock on the doors of such a stage, but there were others who had been in it for eons, and such beings were currently his enemies. Not any common being among those in the existential dominium realm, but those distinguished as archons, away from the brilliance of Noah knocking on the doors of existential dominium. Within the Archios Vitalis Pilus, the visage of Archon Basilius Alabalum floated at the very peak of this domain as he stared at the illusory manifestation of the Codex of Extremity above. He could still feel his connection to the Codex itself, and the fact that as of right now, it had only stopped taking fruits of existence once his remaining 50% were taken away, 50% of the reserves of an Archon Basilius. Such a number was a heavy one as it left him exposed to his enemies, and Alabalum did not have a few enemies. The fruits of existence were akin to garments that stood around him protectively, a weapon of caution against his enemies, as one could do many things with the sudden eruption and usage of fruits of existence. To be left with his reserve so low, Alabalum felt like he was lying naked in a field that could have enemies swirling by at any moment. This couldn't be allowed to continue. The first time it occurred, it could be attributed to an unexpected change that the Codex had to react to, but this second time, the reduction of his reserves of 50% of fruits of existence, if the Archon Basilius sat still after all of this, he would not be Alabalum. The other option would be for him to sit and wait passively to see what result the Codex would produce with its recent actions. But what if that result was similar to what had just occurred twice before? How many of his fruits of existence would be left then? No. Archon Basilius Alabalum was not a passive being. With such a thought, his figure was wrapped by a blazing transparent light as he instantly disappeared. He shuttled across the weavings of records and existence as within an instant, he crossed into a tenebrous domain where he felt the other blazing soul dominium that shone brightest apart from him. When the raging existential extremity authorities cleared, the figure of Alabalum bathed in white light was gazing at the figure of none other than Ignatius. Billowing darkness wrapped around him as his expression was also sour. The other entity who was under the same situation as him, Alabalum, appeared before Ignatius as he spoke with a calm gaze. We seem to have come across a paradoxical seed that even the Codex of Extremity unleashing Moore's apocalypsis is having a hard time clearing away. His words were uttered calmly even though they held immense gravity. Archon Basilius Ignatius nodded back with a sharp gaze while Alabalum placed his hands behind his back and continued, "We must take a step back and react to our best interests in this situation. If it unfolds as is, the worst-case scenario is one that is neither favorable for me nor you. I propose we stop abiding by the existential absolute restrictions of these domains of ours. I propose our descent to clear out everything ourselves before this progresses into an even worse issue. Terrifying words echoed out as the pupils of Ignatius burned with dark flames. His expression was filled with doubt as he replied cautiously, "The restrictions make way for us to harvest the fruits of existence the way we have been harvesting. Violating the restrictions will hurt the domains themselves and make it so that we cannot harvest anything for the next 9 eons. There were intricacies behind everything that occurred. If they violated that which should not be violated, it matters not." Alabalam waved his hands dismissively as he gazed down before him. "My enemies are your enemies since we occupy the same lands. If they find out our resources are being depleted this much, they will swarm and devour us whole. We have been bleeding a great deal. Let us stop this bleeding, and we can come out of the other side stronger. To break the restrictions, it will have to be the both of us." His words were undeniable. Ignatius remained silent briefly before his eyes lit up with darkness, becoming resolved as he thought of his own legacy. Will we still have enough to pay our tributes for 9 eons? A question only the two of them would understand, and Alabalam shook his head while replying, "Maybe for half of those eons. The other half? We will have to find other means to make sure no injunction is filed against us to strip our control of these domains. We could set off to do that. Dangerous as it may be, it will ensure survival and control." The mind of the Archon Basilius Alabalam was made up as all factors were considered, and since they arrived at such a junction, Ignatius could do nothing but nod his head. Very well, an irreversible decision was made. It was a heavy one as it showed. Entities following the existential soul dominium were not to be underestimated. And as the two Archons came to this decision, back in the Archios Vitalis Pilus, the visage of Basilius Inane gazed at the illusion of the Codex of Extremity as if she were reading the weavings of the skies themselves. Her expression coming to a resolution as she affirmed Archon Basilius Alabalam had truly left. The action of his leaving right after this event meant too many things to her as after an instant it affirmed her resolve, she placed her hands on her chest as her eyes closed, a terrifying dominium spreading around her and covering her entirely as within moments, nothing of her weaving could be discerned. In such a state, she spoke as she sent a message out, "Things have changed. He may very well be at his weakest right now, both him and Ignatius. The time to move is now." Her message fluttered into and out of existence as it went towards a destination only she knew. One being after another made their move at this moment as their dominium sought to encompass everything. And the entity whose dominium had not even formed at the center of this all, he was enjoying the empowerment of the extremity of extremity as all the ridiculous things he could do before were about to be made entirely too broken, to the extent that in the midst of his elevation, the following prompts washed over his will. Your infinite forge is going towards its ultimate extreme. Within your forge, the authority of the fruits of existence has seeped in abundance as it seeks to replicate it. Chapter 29:45 Dominium. 7. The culmination of too many things was occurring all at once. Noah had to analyze it all, categorize it, and assimilate it to put it to its full usage with as much efficiency as possible. At this moment, within the aspect of his soul that was acclimating to the apex of the 9th gradation of extremity, there was his infinite forge. It sought to do something as grand as replicating the fruits of existence to be produced within the forge, but when it came to this, the dazzling light that the forge was accumulating fizzled. The action of generating fruits of existence is one that legacies have theorized in arduously forged pathways of over the eons. Existential domains have been one of the main methodologies to produce fruits of existence, and something that is not existential can't produce a fruit of existence. The weaver of extremity received waves of information regarding the shocking task he wanted to undertake. Legacies had to reside over existential domains like Vitalis and Vacuous just to extract fruits of existence over the years through these existential authorities. Another methodology unique to Noah. Was his own concept devouring the authority stemming from the fruits of existence and elevating it. This was the task of Lut, but to this day, neither Noah nor the infinite hyperversal haven had managed to produce their own fruit of existence. For the infinite forge to do so, the first task already had its clue laid out bare. Something that was not existential could not produce the fruits of existence, so he had to attain an existential soul dominium first, and an existential origin dominium as he wanted to give his havens and extremity vein a chance for their own wonders, and an existential body dominium as he wanted his visage to be impenetrable. These were the aspirations of the extremity of quintessence as he stood at the very peak of the gradations of extremity, his eyes already seeking to gaze at something far above it, the existential dominium realm. Normally, an existence would bathe an aspect of the existence with an existential extremity authority, gradually refining the chosen aspect towards becoming existential itself. the existential extremity. Forms a bridge between that which is existential and not, and once such a connection is established as one in the first steps into the existential dominium realm can be achieved, your aspects of existence were bathed with the light of quintessence and multiple other existential extremity authorities. But the greatest benefactor of their rise towards the existential level was the unsurpassably pure authority of the fruits of existence. The means of achieving existential dominium realm were shown as for others. They had to have a truly compelling existential extremity authority in order to form an existential bridge from their concept to an aspect of their existence. If this existential bridge formed was stable enough, a transference would occur as those on opposite ends of this bridge would resonate, and one's existence would begin forming their own dominium that would be influenced heavily by their concept that guided everything there. This was the purpose of extremity. A pathway, a literal bridge towards existential, and yet Noah skipped around and did things his own way where even before forming an existential bridge, not just one but all three of his aspects of existence were pristinely close to the existential level, and as the extremity of extremity surged with countless Stygian tendrils of authority across him, his existence began to tremble. He knew something grand would soon be taking place, but at such a moment, his existence suddenly felt a sense of suffocation, as if something or someone was pressing down against him on all sides. This feeling of suffocation was a very early warning of his own existence, a warning of something he did not yet know. But it was enough that even his extremes began to buzz. Quintessence observes an obscure weaving in the near future, infinity senses the possible imposition of limits to its endless seas, tyranny rages at an uncertain sense of oppression. His extremes began to buzz as Noah was about to activate existential proofreader to see if his unrecorded fable would be visible even with this sense of danger. But all of a sudden, the extremity of cheats raises its head with scrutiny at the unknown warning and danger. The extremity of cheats states that one simply needs to grow powerful enough in the time period before the danger arrives in order to weather through it. The extremity of cheats that had grasped and taken in the existential extremity authority of extremity began to move earnestly, and this was something more terrifying than many could even fathom. The extremity of cheats pulls upon all extremes under the banner of the Weaver of Extremity, tens of millions of existential extremity rune scriptures seeded with maddened fervor. Cheats pulled upon the authorities of all of Noah's extremes, whether they were existential or not. The extremity of cheats knows that whatever danger that is coming towards the vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains. If these domains cease to exist, what can they come down to? A bold and heavy assertion was thrown out as, the extremity of cheats directs all of the extremes under the Weaver of Extremity to accomplish its extreme. The analysis of the supernal haven of Helios has been pushed to 100%, the entire haven will now begin its assimilation into the infinite hyperversal haven, WAA. The two dungeon monoliths stretched it across this haven pulsed and underwent a dungeon break simultaneously, and all of the supernal haven of Helios began to tremble as its very existence began to be devoured. But cheats was just getting started. Existential analytical looter is being applied to all nether and supernal havens of vitalis. The analysis and construction of the existential automatons is being increased quintessentially. The analysis of the quintessential fruit of existence is being increased quintessentially. Immeasurable authority courses through cheats as it states the formation of the existential bridge can now begin. Chapter 2946 Dominium 8. A concept was going utterly wild. Just what extreme was it trying to embody? For it to grasp the authorities of all extremes through it, for it to control things as it was doing so now. Some would question and ask how any of it would be possible, and this concept may just simply tell them to look at its intent. To look at its extreme, it was simply cheats. And just how could one correctly and sufficiently define the utmost extreme of cheats and what it could do or not do? It blazed with quintessence to the extent that one may even mistake the colorless brilliance emanating from it currently, but through it, quintessence shone ever brighter, so through the ushering of a concept whose extreme couldn't be clearly defined. A wondrous scene bloomed at the very apex of the 9th gradation of extremity, with Noah's body as the start. The beginnings of an ancient-looking bridge filled with all sorts of colors began. One slab after another was built as it was filled with existential extremity authorities, and it was enacted from the waters. And going towards the impenetrable barrier and what lay beyond it, as if through this bridge, one's existence would be baptized one final time with existential might, and one would arrive on the other side with an aspect of theirs gaining dominium. Noah's manifestation buzzed with brilliance, and the waters of the gradations of extremity is outside of it, within the supernal haven of Helios that was being distorted and swallowed freely. His main body seemed anchored in space, the weight of his existence spreading out for light years as above him. The illusion of a massive incandescent multicolored bridge began to form, its ends unknown. The columns of the bridge seemed to shine with an endless light of infinity and quintessence. The bearings of the bridge vibrated with tyranny as the deck of the bridge was lined gold with loot and the protagonist. The guardrails and abutments connecting the bridge together radiated a profound existential light of the very concept of extremity is guiding all of them. The radiance of cheats that was not even existential in itself blared out with maddened grandeur. The existential bridge was being formed. A heavy dominium was coming, and while it did, an existential domain was also about to disappear completely. Helios was the first, its analysis was complete, and the dungeon breaks had occurred as everything about it was swallowed up and channeled towards a single construct, towards a single land whose operandi was its own to understand, within the infinite hyperversal haven, HUUM. The weavings of reality all around quaked as this land accepted an entire haven of the Vitalis. Hyperversal domains, and this would only be the first is, the analysis of the supernal haven of Genesis has been pushed to 100%, the entire haven will now begin its assimilation into the infinite hyperversal haven. The analysis of the nether haven of dissolution has been pushed to 100%, the entire haven will now begin its assimilation into the infinite hyperversal haven, one after another, urged by Noah's concepts, made impossibly fast by the weavings of cheats. One haven after another was being fully analyzed before being devoured and assimilated into the infinite hyperversal haven, and this action held many meanings. Some meanings were not at all understood or planned for, because as the infinite hyperversal haven accepted the influx of an entire existential domain, you are assimilating the source of an existential domain governed by its own weavings. You have assimilated enough of the source of the Vitalis existential domain to the extent of reaching the weavings of the codex of extremity in place to govern it. The codex of extremity, it was not something others could easily understand, but it was intricately connected to the existential domains its authority covered. So what would happen when one began swallowing the very source of this domain, HUUM? A sharp apathetic cry of defiance boomed out at such a juncture as above the havens of the Vitalis hyperversal domains, the illusion of an endless white book flared. And yet, the analysis of the nether haven of Elera has been pushed to 100%. The entire haven will now begin its assimilation into the infinite hyperversal haven. The assimilation of havens by the infinite hyperversal haven continued on without stopping. You are encroaching upon the weavings of the codex of extremity. An impossibility, a weaving of existence in extremes that should have in no way been capable of occurring. You may begin to encroach upon the authority of the codex of extremity and even weaken it, but it is surrounded by a blazing and impenetrable dominium that tightly holds on to it. Until all existential domains under this codex of extremity are assimilated, competing for the authority of the codex of extremity against the dominium controlling it is yet another impossibility. WAA, an influx of prompts came down as a shocking pathway was shown, and yet even against such raging waves of influx of authorities, the extremity of cheats raises the question: who decides on impossibilities? A daring authority that had been sitting back all this time began to move earnestly, and such earnestness was truly too terrifying as it was unknown what results would be achieved at the end of it. But this was only one side, one part of the equation. There was the other side, the one whose dominium covered the codex of extremity. If an authority was encroaching upon it, of course, he would feel this. He would know this. In an indeterminate region of existence between Vitalis and Vacuous, Archon Basilius Alabalum was talking with Archon Basilius Ignatius when suddenly, his gaze shifted from incredulity to immeasurable wrath and disbelief as he uttered out while his dominium began to run rampant. "Let's go." This was his intent, this was his will. But before it could even begin, "Father, we seem to have guests coming over." The intent of Basilius Inane was transmitted to him as his pupils constricted with interminable weavings. Chapter 29:47 Dominium 9. One unimaginable thing occurred after another. Archon Basilius Alabalum impossibly felt a foreign authority actually encroached upon his codex of extremity, and the way it did so was enough to cause one to pause. Not a direct opposition to his authority over it, but it was an encroachment beginning from the very existential domain itself that the codex was connected to. Once more, the culprit was none other than the corrupted seed, Noah Osmont. Yet before Archon Basilius Alabalum could divulge even more thoughts towards this, an interruption came. Guests? When would his existential domain ever have guests? Anyone arriving at this moment would only be an enemy. HUUM, his dominium pulsed as it read interminable weavings, and his expression and the expression of Archon Basilius Ignatius changed rapidly as the tanned visage of Ignatius uttered out with disgust, "The leash dog, Lethith, from the legacy of Lethith." The Archon Basilius Lethith that stood atop it, an entity known as a leash dog due to his blatant advancement and encroachment of others' existential domain, a fiery warmonger from the existential domains of Ignis. And one of those nearby who was definitely not a friend of Alabalum, coming here as a guest. Booming arcs of light erupted from Alabalum as he disappeared soon after, his intent being the only thing left behind: prepare for anything. Let us see the reason for the leash dog Lethith to come to our domains. With a dazzling glimmer of light, he was gone. Ignatius had tenebrous eyes swirling with might at this scene as he also disappeared. Outside of the Archios Vitalis Pilus, a ring of clear white and dark light began at one point and stretched out endlessly, the glow of an shockingly powerful dominium covering everything around it. Its ends seemed to stretch out over the horizon before curving as it seemed infinitely large and small at the same time. As if it was as small as a grain of sand, or as vast as a stretch of infinity, its location, entry, and even existence itself seemed to be paradoxical, as if it could fade away at any time, as its existence was dependent on something grand. Its existence was dependent on unique annals to contain their records. This was the point of existence and non-existence where the existential domains of Vitalis and Vacuous could be found, the intricacies of how the Vitalis and Vacuous hyperversal domains were connected to the ionic annals of extremity, gradations of extremity, and even the Archios Vitalis and Vacuous Pilus were too hard to grasp, as something like this was profound in nature. Something like an existential domain was extremely prized, as in the existential omniverse, any entity who held control of such a place was renowned. More likely, and more often than not, it was a legacy, but these legacies did not obtain the right to rule existential domains simply because they decided to. Another force made that decision, another entity made that decision. The legacy of Alabalum and Ignatius obtained the rights to rule over and reap the profits of the existential domain of Vitalis and Vacuous, but this rulership was not always set in stone. This rulership could change hands through certain circumstances. In the mind of Alabalum, these thoughts and more crossed as he appeared with a stern face in this region absent of existence and non-existence outside of his existential domain. The visage of Basilius Inane and dozens of other Basilius lined up behind him, their dominiums blazing with brilliance and wonder as they stared ahead of them coldly. In the distance, massive existential vessels could be seen, their shapes ovoid as they pulsed with a crimson gold light. At the front of these existential vessels, the banner and scripture standing for Lethith could be seen, as each of these vessels emanated an artificial aura of a dominium that could crush throngs of entities at the early stages of the existential dominium realm, entities who barely just formed their dominiums and had not even annealed their chosen aspect of existence, with many fruits of existence may just be crushed from the sheer weight of these vessels alone. And from such vessels, hung, a fiery light blazed as one entity after another emanating a blazing dominium appeared. At the forefront was a man with fiery red gold hair and fair white skin, his visage burly and built as he seemed like a moving force of nature. Beside him was a woman with constantly smiling eyes and mouth that made one feel unsettled, her tan skin radiating beauty and wonder, as she was the reason for the moniker of the Archon Basilius Lethith, the reason for him to be known as the leash dog. Even though he was the warmonger who controlled two existential domains, this woman beside him was the one who made most decisions as far as many knew, the owner of the leash dog. The veiled herald of flames, Agathena Helestri. Further around them were other Basilius of their legacies with ferocious and regal expressions, and the visage of Basilius Sarin could be seen extremely close to the veiled herald of flames, Agathena Helestri. Basilius Sarin defiantly smiled as her gaze was ahead, with nobody being the wiser about its infatuation as it locked onto the calm visage of Basilius Inane. The legacy of Lethith arrived as with the vessels they came with, and this procession of dozens of Basileus to it was impossible to say this was a friendly visit, and yet the Archon Basilius Lethith smiled brightly and laughed as he came towards Archon Basilius Alabalum. "Ahaha, my old friend. How have you been? How have these eons treated you?" Bright words, adorned in a tall crimson emperor's robes, the leash dog floated forward freely while the eyes of Alabalum only became sharper. His reply was cold as he looked from him and towards the veiled herald of flames. "We do not normally see guests across existential domains unless we've had prior communications. This is not how we operate in our great Imperium. I'm afraid I won't be able to be a proper host for this occasion." WAA, Chapter 2948 Dominium X. His words were clear-cut as there was no point of contention, and yet the leash dog laughed while the veiled herald of flames behind him smiled. But before they could reply, yet another voice echoed out, "I'm afraid I'll have to agree with Alabalum here. We aren't really accepting visitors right now." With a blooming light of darkness, the dominium of Ignatius bloomed, along with dozens of Basilius behind him. their appearance only caused the eyes of the veiled herald of flames to smile even sharper, and the leash dog actually stopped laughing as he gazed at everyone here with a gradually fading smile, as if he was turning into an entirely different person. A raging aura began to dance around him as he now looked sour and cold, his words booming out, "Well, since all parties are here, I'll get right to it, BZZT." He waved his hands as behind him, an existential light bloomed to carve out words into existence, words that caused the expressions of Alabalum and Ignatius to turn extremely sour, for misleading the Imperium and incorrectly managing the existential domains given to you by the grace of the Imperium, I hereby bring forth the rule of Imperium Tellus against Alabalum and Ignatius. We'll follow procedures and everything else, but I contest the ownership of these lands behind you while putting up the existential domains of Ignis on the table. If my contest is a wrongful one, my domain shall be yours." Boom, shocking words echoed out as Archon Basilius Alabalum and Ignatius instantly exploded with mad power. The silver-white hair on Alabalum blazing with white flames of brilliance as he spoke out firmly, "A rubbish and false accusation against my legacy. Who are you to know whether I am incorrectly managing my domain? I live and die for the Imperium. You come here and state all of this without without an Imperium right to challenge? Oh, but I have even that. Preliminary information we provided to the Imperium deemed it necessary for this to proceed." With a smile, the intent of the leash dog arose as he waved his hands to reveal a shocking scroll, a scroll radiating a terrifying existential light that felt restricting even to the Basilius behind all Archons, an unreliable object of power. One that contained the authority of the Imperium. The gazes of Alabalum and Ignatius turned entirely grave, their lips twisted as if they had eaten the shit of countless corrupted seeds. This was not a friendly visit, they knew this, but it really turned out to be even graver than they expected. This was the weaving of existence here. There were other forces moving with their own extremes and ideals. Then, there was a being who was called a seed, there was a being who was offered to join the ranks of the Basilius if he simply fell in line. There was an entity who had forged his own existential extremity authorities and elevated himself to the point that at this moment, a bridge filled with existential light formed above him in an empty void of records where the supernal haven of Helios used to be. The existential bridge was dazzling to see as after it was nearly formed. To Noah's left and right, two more bridges began to come to fruition as the existential extremity authorities above him went utterly wild. The advancement towards a dominium is in a singular aspect for all existences, with the possibility for the advancement of other aspects becoming available after one stabilizes their first chosen dominium. The simultaneous elevation of three existential dominiums is not something the weavings of existence normally follow, something outside of the norm. Yet here Noah was doing just that as three dazzling existential bridges were forming, and Noah felt as if his existence was being split into pieces as he underwent immense pain at this moment, as if his origin was being ripped apart, as if his soul was being separated from his body. If any of these aspects were not strong enough by themselves, they wouldn't have even been able to survive what was currently happening. Yet after the initial burst of pain, Noah felt three parts of his existence appear before the three existential bridges. One felt like a husk, another was transparent and filled with brilliance, and the last was a complex weaving that seemed entwined with an extremity vein. And seamlessly, all three aspects of his existence began to float across the existential bridges being established. Rumble, his weight was immeasurable. And yet the bridges supported him. They supported his ascent as the existential extremity authorities that made up the bridges were too stable, they were too strong. They supported the weight of his existence as moments after, a blazing boundary of pure existential authority began to form around his aspects of existence, a boundary of power, an expression of the pure meaning of his existence, a dominium, a step into the existential dominium realm, what others considered above extremity not too long ago, what primogenitors and legends of the very Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains feared. Noah quite literally took the steps towards this stage at this moment as his weavings, records, existence, and extremes all underwent a change. The extremity of cheats beckons the extremity of ascendancy out of its stupor, guiding the innumerable tendrils of existential extremity authorities through it at this moment. A blinding golden light bloomed as Noah's ascension was made all that more brilliant. The extremity of quintessence observes all ongoing quintessential acts as it turns its attention towards its lineage. The lineage of the weaver of extremity is attaining threads of existential brilliance. The extremity of the body radiates an existential light. The extremity of the soul radiates an existential light. The extremity of the origin radiates an existential light. There were many reasons why when entities went towards the existential dominium realm, only a single aspect of their existence took the first leap forward. It was because the extreme of that aspect would be taken towards the existential level as it formed its dominium. Those elevating would barely have enough breadth of their souls to manage the expansion of another existential extremity authority, so Noah, who already had multiple more existential extremity authorities under his banner and just recently expanded the very concept of extremity towards the existential level. Would he even be able to handle a single other concept becoming existential, much less three? Chapter 29:49 Three Dominiums. The brilliance was blinding. A man was traversing three existential bridges, all three aspects of his existence gaining a dominium slowly, as while they did so, their correlating concepts also went towards the unreachable level. The question was whether the breadth of his soul could handle such an action. After expanding so many concepts to the existential level already, could Noah really take more? The answer was a quintessential one, as the moment his will began to buzz with worry. A dominium is something far out of reach for many, and entirely understood by few. Your forming existential origin dominium radiates a light of brilliance as it takes on the extreme connected to it. A marvelous prompt came. This whole time, the expansion of concepts depended on one's soul, with the possibility of elevating a concept to the existential level requiring a soul with great breadth to handle it, and yet a dominium of the origin. Was shockingly able to take on the role of the soul as ever so slightly. Noah began to gain a glimpse of the workings of the existential dominium realm. If one built the existential origin or body dominium, their existential extremity authorities could be supported by these dominiums, the soul no longer remained the sole important aspect of existence, so the question of whether he could handle more existential extremity authorities or not was not even needed, as from each of his elevating aspects of existence forming their own dominiums. The forming dominium of the body contains its own existential extremity, the forming dominium of the soul contains its own existential extremity, the forming dominium of the origin contains its own existential extremity. His three dominiums seamlessly took on the weight of their respective existential extremes. His weight became ever heavier as he continued to walk across the existential bridges, passing the halfway point as the weavings of his existence and records were sentimental. At this moment, your records are entirely erased from any annals, as from this point forward, they will only ever be carried within your dominium. Prompts came and went. He found himself bombarded with years' worth of records as he saw himself in that dilapidated apartment on the blue world. He saw himself on the beast world gazing at a floating spiritual land for the first time. He saw himself in an endless sea of Atlantis, in a world of cultivation, in universes and cosmos of interminable brilliance. He saw himself across all of these records as they forever became his to know and understand, with nobody being capable of ever finding out their weavings unless they dissected him and broke his existence down. These records of his held immense weight as they were a source of his power, making his dominium even more brilliant. The extremity of fables thrives with unimaginable brilliance at your short journey that has stacked this many accolades. The extremity of fables is ready to arrive at the existential level at any time, as at this moment. Your legend is becoming existential. Your fable is existential, his fable, his story. Noah thought of his long story as he finally arrived on the other side of the existential bridges with his aspects of existence. His body radiated tendrils of unimaginable multicolored brilliance, as even though it didn't hold his origin or soul, it seemed like an ancient unbreakable instrument that radiated a profound existential aura. His origin seemed to shimmer like a cluster of havens surrounding a radiant infinity symbol, the rotation and gravitational of each haven pressing a heavy existential light on everything as the surroundings trembled. His soul point one may not even be able to see it as it seemed almost transparent. But the shockingly oppressive existential dominium around it that was heavier than both the body and the soul combined told one singular thing. As of this moment, Noah's existential soul dominium was the strongest. After all, it bore the weight of multiple existential extremities, while his body and origin only bore the weight of their own respective existential extremity authorities. So with the existential soul dominium in the lead, it took the last step, the step that should have him advance entirely to the other side, and the massive bridge that was holding his soul, boom, shattered into a storm of existential authority that swirled and surged towards his existential soul dominium. Boom! Boom! Two additional bridges erupted for his body and origin, their existential authorities also surging into their respective aspects as at this moment. Woo! 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 A symphony of a unique power burst from each of his aspects, a symphony of a dominium. What even was an existential dominium? What did it grant one at this stage where they exceeded the bounds of their extremes? What did just as Noah was in a reverie of his grand accomplishment, a shocking, pervasive, and unseen authority instantly rained down from all around, pressing on each of Noah's dominiums as they sought to do one thing in totality. This force came down and transmitted its intent clearly. Your dominium falls under the existential weavings of the omniverse of the Great Imperium. No one realized that you are under the rule of the Great Imperium. Pay obeisance to the Great Imperium. It pressed all around his dominiums. He had to give off the intent and state his obeisance to this unknown and undeniable power that was seemingly pressing down on everything, even the ionic annals of extremity of the existential domains of Vitalis and Vacuous. Even though Noah's records were his own, his existence and dominium was still present in a space where the authority of this power was spread in. So, pay obeisance to the Great Imperium. Pledge your allegiance to the Great Imperium. From all around, the intent made itself clear and became even heavier the more time passed. It didn't require anything too mighty from a recently advancing existential dominium realm expert, only for them to understand and know their place, to voice out their intent, acknowledging that they fell under the bounds of this power. Chapter 2950 Defiance. The extremity of tyranny was being forced to acknowledge that he fell under the banner of the Great Imperium, of the existential omniverse that this Imperium controlled. If every single entity arriving in the stage of the existential dominium realm faced this, they had to submit entirely, otherwise the pressure bearing down on them pervasively from all around would continue until they were crushed. Coming across this situation, Noah gained a glimpse into the workings of legacies. Their people must have all acknowledged this Great Imperium. They all fell under their banner, as even though legacies reigned over and controlled existential domains like Vitalis and Vacuous, they were all really under the Great Imperium. In this existential omniverse, none could escape their area of influence. If Noah did not acknowledge them in the next few seconds, he may not exist in this Great Imperium. It was such a shocking progression of events that the extremity of tyranny vehemently denies acknowledging any others. Noah's three dominiums buzzed with defiance in this shocking development. Noah already had an idea of what he needed to do, but before he did so, he made his intent clear. His three dominiums that were surrounded by clear, transparent amalgamations of authority all turned up, towards the pressure descending all around, towards the intent cascading all around him. Towards all of this, the intent of the weaver of extremity rang out clearly. The extremity of quintessence will never pay obeisance to the Great Imperium, RUUUMBLE, the void of existence and non-existence trembled. The pervasive authority all around was not cognizant, but it seemed to become utterly enraged at this moment. But before it could do anything, whap, Noah's dominiums disappeared. The intent from all around calmed as it didn't sense the newly forming dominium that had yet to acknowledge the Great Imperium. His records had already fully retreated into him. As he then returned to the infinite hyperversal haven, he appeared in the endlessly blue sea of the Alethian haven of Fantasia, his three dominiums shining vibrantly as here. He didn't feel the pervasive intent telling him to pay obeisance to the Great Imperium. The weaver of extremity affirms the profoundness of the infinite hyperversal haven. This land, this past spiritual land with its own quintessential annals of extremity, it could actually exist while evading the ever-present and pervasive will of something Noah didn't fully understand. The intricate system of legacies and those behind them. The so-called Great Imperium, the infinite hyperversal haven, could evade its gaze, only now, only after he stepped within his infinite hyperversal haven, under the umbrella of the quintessential annals of extremity. Did he stop hearing her hounding voice asking for obeisance. His weavings bubbled and billowed. His three dominiums gazed at each other with profound gazes, as in the next moment, they began to feel an undeniable pull towards each other as his existential body, soul, and origin dominiums converged towards each other. There was a lot to unpack regarding what had just occurred, but Noah's elevation was of far more importance as he sought to understand himself and his dominiums at this moment. You hold three existential dominiums that entered this state at the same time. Your dominiums are diverged and converged at the same time. The existential dominium of Noah Osmond is coming to fruition. His body, origin, and soul were ultimately all him, even under their own separate dominiums. Your distinction as the weaver of extremity is becoming elevated. Your lineage has become existential. You have gained the advanced distinction of the weaver of existence. The extremity of cheat steps in and collects all of your achievements. All of your accomplishments are joining together. Your existential dominium lays down its first dominium rule and applies it to your lineage. Surpassing annals and existence, your lineage is being taken to embark with the distinction of an existential omniversal emperor lineage, towards his dominiums that were all converging together. A blinding river of golden transparent blood erupted out and shot upwards, turning into a shower of transparent golden blood that spread across the blue sea. But it didn't stop there. The blood carried ancientness and wonder threads of the dominiums Noah carried as it spread out across the infinite hyperversal haven. It was the advent of Noah's existential omniversal emperor lineage. Vermilion flames could be seen around the transparent gold sea of blood spreading out as it carried the distinction of the weaver of extremity. Of the weaver of existence, it was a result of Noah's actions that even he did not yet understand. It stated that his first dominium rule was utilized to elevate his lineage even further towards the initial steps of barely being an existential omniversal lineage. But what was a dominium rule, and just how shocking had his existence become after all this? And just what profound a change did it mean for him to have an existential omniversal lineage? His will boomed out as it sought to understand everything. The Imperium right to challenge was displayed before Alabalum and Ignatius as their faces were entirely dark, yet even in the midst of all this, Alabalum kept his composure. Things had already progressed here as they could only salvage what could be salvaged. Whatever information you all provided to the Imperium is just falsified weavings of existence. I will provide accounts to the Imperium myself as your Imperium right to challenge. I do not have to accept it until I let the true weavings be known. Alabalum spoke with a sense of calmness and callousness, but at his words, the smile on the leashed dog became even more resonant as behind him, the veiled herald of flames actually floated forward and spoke. But O great Archon Basilius Alabalum, we have gone through the proper channels to even invite an Imperium Royal Basilius to observe this. A neutral party that makes it so this Imperium practice cannot be denied. Her words were biting as she bowed with respect, pointing behind her as from the back of the existential dominium vessels, another vessel that was much larger and filled with much grander waves of power came forth, a vessel of the Imperium.